The wooden ruler floating above the silver box was covered it in a barrier of green light. Then in a flash, the light completely faded away. Strangely enough, there was a man standing motionlessly over 30 meters away. He wore blue robes, a red headscarf, and had green lines shining from his face. It was the illustrious Grand Elder of the sacred poison sect, Xianxia. However, his eyes were closed and expression stiff. Blood leaked from his every orifice. Were it not for the faint movements of his chest, he would have been mistaken for dead. As for his other sect members, they were nowhere in sight. However, the sounds of a faint explosion could be heard in the distance as if someone was trapped by a restriction. In the other space, the purple light that shone from the black wolf head's eyes had disappeared, and a woman's sweet voice rang out, the very same one that had spoken on the day Xianxia was trapped, but this time with a hint of iciness and much more crude. Blood flame, it was you. I believed you to have already returned. I didn't expect you to remain in this world. The elder devil respectfully replied, I pay my respects, senior. I had taken action too late in the past and had nearly been destroyed. Were it not for my understanding of the passageway between the holy and the mortal realm, and their intent to draw out my soul and interrogate me, I wouldn't have lived until now. The wolf head remained indifferent when it heard this and nodded. Oh, your luck is quite good then. The passage through that spirit ether garden spatial tear we used had already been destroyed by the time we wished to return, and we had no way back. The large-headed eccentric calmly listened from the side, inwardly surprised at the lack of any devilish characteristics from the feminine voice. This is the elder devil that nearly exterminated the ancient cultivators in the past? The head then lowered to the black chains binding it and said, Since you've come here, you should have a plan. But I must first warn you that rescuing me will not be so trivial. Your cultivation will not be enough to destroy even the heavenly star chains binding me. It is a treasure passed down from the spirit realm specifically meant to deal with our kind. Be at ease, sacred ancestor. I've made full preparations before coming. Not only will fellow Taoist you be assisting us, but I've gathered many devilish artifacts to assist. The black wolf shook its head. You might be able to break through the chains, but even so, I cannot have you immediately take action. Why is that? The elder devil betrayed surprise from his face, eyes brimming with purple and red light. The eccentric was also surprised. The head sighed, it's quite simple, the star chains aren't the most powerful restriction here. Take a look at where you're standing. Where? Are standing. The elder devil and the eccentric bewilderedly turned their attention to their feet and only saw the black teleportation formation and nothing else. The head turned to look at its still asleep silver wolf head with a grave expression. Do you believe I can leave this place as I wish? The divine spirit treasure on the 8th floor will immediately activate should I make an attempt. And if you perform any exceeding actions, the treasure will immediately teleport you away, preventing you from easily coming back. In addition, the main reason I was trapped here in the first place was because of this troublesome silver moon wolf body. They both looked at the slumbering silver wolf head and suddenly came to a faint realization. The elder devil hesitantly asked, In the past, wasn't that wolf's primal soul consumed by the sacred ancestor? Could it be that something happened? The black wolf head annoyedly snorted. When I possessed this body, there were 2 primal souls. I gravely injured one and it escaped, leading me to believe that I would be unbothered. As for the other, it used a secret technique to hide someplace in the body. When I was in the crucial point of the battle against the 3 masters of Kunwu, it suddenly counterattacked and I was defeated, leading me to become sealed. 2 primal souls? A single body with 2 souls? The eccentric couldn't help but cry out in shock. You humans sure know a lot. This body possessed 2 entirely independent souls. Originally, there was only one, but when the second made an appearance, the first soul came and fought against me for control over the body. The wolf's cultivation art was also truly strange. I possessed this body for such a long time and never noticed anything amiss, she muttered with a puzzled tone. Could it be that the second wolf's soul still exists? Of course. When the humans captured me, I came to realize that this silver moon wolf was actually the concubine of one of the spirit realm's demon monarchs, the divine wolf celestial Kue. She was also one of the few demons to descend into the mortal realm in their true body. I was only able to easily take control because it was still weak from its descent into the moral realm. Had the wolf been at the peak of its cultivation, a soul fragment like me wouldn't have been close to successful, and the existence of its two souls had left me completely off guard. But at the time, I had already possessed the body for a few years and corrupted most of it. The humans were no longer able to expel me and didn't dare to rashly exterminate me along with the body. As a result, they could only seal me inside the devil-suppressing pagoda. The elder devil managed to retain most of his calm, but the eccentric was left flabbergasted. From that, you mean to say that the second wolf soul still exists in that body? The elder devil bitterly laughed and stared at the silver wolf head. The head sweetly chuckled. It is no longer there, but in a moment, she should be coming back. You were quite lucky that I was in control when you woke me up. Sacred ancestor, what do you mean? The elder devil felt his heart tremble. It is quite simple. At the time, the ancient cultivators used the Blackwind flag to seal me in the spiritless land and intentionally extracted the second wolf's soul. Then, sparing no effort, they constructed a palace hall brimming with spiritual chi for her. As a result, the soul would attempt to fight me over control of this body every so often. When she exhausts herself, she would return and recover her strength. Because I am sealed here and can only rely on the devilish chi within my body to resist her, I found myself at a great disadvantage. In order to retain control, I had no choice but to use the greater spirit-fuse arts. What, the spirit-fuse arts? You're already... The elder devil's four eyes twisted in shock, momentarily forgetting to speak with a respectful tone. That's right. I fused souls with her to form an entirely new one. Her soul served as the base and I was second. But at the start, the newly fused soul was unstable, and when they saw this new soul, they were unable to recognize what had happened. Because they couldn't verify her identity, they also couldn't release the seal. Those cultivators didn't dare to take action due to her status and rashly sealed the entire mountain. As a result, our souls ended up strangely sealed together. Now that over 10,000 years have passed, the fusion of our souls stabilized into a fine result. But over the past few days, the other half stealthily submerged a deity transformation stage cultivator into phantasmic air, causing our soul to weaken and divide once more. However, I reckon that this will be the last time the split will occur. After it is replenished with spiritual chi from the palace on the other side, our souls will become one. As the black wolf head spoke, she maintained a calm tone. The other two, however, were at a loss for words. The elder devil was mute for a long while before letting out a bitter laugh. Great sacred ancestor, are you the new soul of a demon, or are you still a member of our holy race? The wolf head indifferently replied, What do you mean? The elder devil could only remain silent. After a moment of thought, the eccentric said, Since you've given us such a detailed explanation, you should have a method to stop your counterpart. Please don't hesitate to speak. Purple light flashed from the wolf's eyes and said, Oh, I still haven't asked why a human like you is assisting Bloodflame? I see that you've used up most of your lifespan and death is soon approaching. Could it be you wish for me to infuse you with devilish chi? At that moment, a sinister expression appeared on the eccentric's face. Since you've seen through me, I won't conceal this any longer. I would rather tread the devil Tao for an eternity than perish from age and have my 1,000 years of bitter cultivation and bloody battles be for naught. Could it be you would have me subject myself to the cycle of life? The black wolf head glanced at the eccentric. Your words are quite forthcoming and bold. Since you have already resolved yourself, if you assist in my escape, I will infuse devilish chi into your body. I'll get the ugly talk out of the way. You will only have a 50% chance of success with your aptitude. But even then, the infusion of devilish chi should extend your lifespan greatly, as our race's longevity is far superior to a mere human's. This will grant you another opportunity to ascend to deity transformation stage. The large-headed eccentric let out a wild roar of laughter. Only 50%? I'd still take the risk if it was only a tenth. Go ahead and tell me what it will take to free you. I will get straight to the point. At my current stage of the spirit fuse, I will be unable to resist the rejoining of our souls once the other soul re-enters my body. The only way to stop this is to exterminate it. It is located in a grand execution formation that the 3 Kunwu masters had personally placed down, consisting of 81 devil executing sabers. If devilish chi approaches, the blades will create a formation of overwhelming power. blood flame will not be able to break through. Although your cultivation art isn't righteous or Buddhist, it isn't devilish either. We must leave the extermination of the wolf soul over to you. So long as you fulfill this task, the matter of your devil infusion will be taken care of. The head's voice completely changed and was now filled with an enticing tone, causing the eccentric's expression to waver. A moment later, he grit his teeth, giving up any intention of negotiation, and asked, "Where is it located?" "Fellow Taoist, ye is quite smart. There should have been 2 formations from where you came. The other one will lead you to the wolf soul. The sacred poison sect elders should have already been there. This will be troublesome. However, if I were to catch them unaware, it should be easy to deal with them. I will hurry and return." He clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and disappeared with a flash from the formation. Only the elder devil blood flame had remained. After the eccentric disappeared, Wolf's eyes grew dim and an eerie aura emitted from its body. The chains around it began to hum as countless beams of black began to shine through them. With an entirely indifferent manner, the head said, "In the presence of the cultivator, I found it inappropriate to ask about the artifacts you managed to recover." The elder devil bowed and respectfully said, "Sacred ancestor, I've already found 5 that our race left behind in the mortal realm." The wolf head sinisterly said, "That will have to make do. Immediately take them out. Although I can only control half of the magic power in this body, I will be able to break free of the Blackwind Flag's restrictions if I struggle. Even with a divine spirit treasure, it cannot restrain me without a master." "Yes." The elder devil hastily waved his arms, summoning a black devilish artifact into each of his hands. A black mirror, a blood-red authority token, a jade lotus, and a gray and jade band. For the 5th, he widely opened his mouth and spat a small bottle. The 5 artifacts immediately spun around his head ceaselessly. The elder devil let out a long whistle and black light wildly shone from his body. The artifacts trembled and rapidly shot into the air. The restrictions immediately sensed this, and bright light brilliantly filled the air with life. Hanli stood at the gates of Kunwa Hall and was looking past it with a curious face. "Gray North Essence lights. Who could have thought that they'd appear here?" Hanli muttered. The dense mass of winding silver strings was certainly the same as what he saw in Devilfall Valley. However, these lights weren't connected to any rocks and instead emerged from the dense pillars of the hall. It appeared to hide the interior from sight. Hanli could hear wild and furious laughter from behind. "Brother Han, do you plan on taking the initiative to plunge into the Great North Essence Light, or will you wait and have us greet you with our weapons?" It was the voice of old Devil Chien. Hanli frowned and turned around. He saw that only a dozen trees remained from the columns of gold-weight spirit trees leading up to the gate. Old Devil Chien and the others had nearly caught up. As they were using their treasures to chop down the last of the trees, they watched Hanli with various expressions. The demons had known about the Great North Essence lights from the very start, and the others had immediately recognized what they were from a distance. The atmosphere was a mix of worry and joy. On one hand, Hanli wouldn't be able to progress further, but on the other, it would be an equally impossible task for them as well. Nevertheless, old Devil Chien's intermittent voice was howling with erratically. The Grey North Essence light would prove a dead end to cultivators caught unprepared. It was no wonder the old devil was basking in schadenfreude. Hanli scoffed and turned around, slapping his storage pouch to produce a jet black ring. It revolved once around him before expanding to 3 meters wide. Talisman characters roamed across the surface. It was none other than one of the Heaven-Earth rings. Hanli pointed at the huge ring and willed it forward. At the same time, he quickly struck it with a spell seal and had it cover him in a black barrier. When this happened, old Devil Chien's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop, and all the others wore an expression of disbelief. How could he possibly have a method to travel through the Great North Essence light? As the thought flashed through their minds, they continued to strike at the gold-weight spirit trees with renewed vigor. Then, they witnessed his figure blur as he rushed through the dense bundle of silver light, which twisted around him. Those present all looked at each other with dismay. "Faster, we can't have him take the treasure." The silver-winged night fiend was roused with shock and yelled with an ugly grimace. "Even if we act faster, what is the point? The light is blocking our way. Gu Tianhao spoke with an ashen complexion. Old Devil Qian scoffed. Great North Essence lights won't block me. The 5 sync devils converged into one huge white figure and suddenly leapt forward without any mind of the remaining trees. Grand Elder, you? Gu Tianhao and the others gasped. Just as the white silhouette entered the range of the trees, a huge pressure suddenly pressed down on it and slowed it in its tracks. Ha! The thundering roar sounded out from the white silhouette and all of its light faded away before a crimson copy suddenly shot out. It had only fallen to the ground after flying over 30 meters. The crimson silhouette trembled as it walked towards the hall at a leisurely pace. The scene left the others bewildered. The silver-winged knife fiend sent a voice transmission to the horned woman. Now that we've arrived, it is time for fellow Taoist Gue to make use of her abilities. Let's take action now. We cannot allow those medallions to fall into their hands. The horned woman nodded and her entire body flashed with white light as she leaped into the air. Then in alternating pulses of black and white, she took the form of a 10-meter-tall tortoise and charged forward. The lion hawk and the silver-winged knife fiend simultaneously flew on top of her shell. Then the tortoise entered the range of the trees. As a result, the two on top were fully suppressed and found themselves incapable of moving. However, light continued to shine from the tortoise and she tenaciously crawled forward as if completely unaffected. Meanwhile, the gold-weight spirit trees began to strangely shine with golden talisman characters. They floated into the air and quickly sank into the bodies of the 3. They attempted to protect themselves with blinding light, but the talisman characters continued to enter their bodies without resistance. It didn't appear to have much of an effect on the tortoise, but the other 2 immediately grew despondent as if put under a restriction. Fortunately, the range of the remaining trees wasn't far and the tortoise was able to escape after a short while. The demons immediately let out a long sigh of relief as their minds were restored to their original state. Having escaped the range of the gold-weight spirit trees, the 2 demons climbed off the tortoise's back and she immediately returned to her human form. It appeared that passing through the trees had taken a toll on her as her complexion was now bloodlessly pale. Then, their bodies blurred and they quickly made their way towards the hall. Old Devil Qian's crimson incarnation was one step ahead of them. The 3 saw the mass of silver threads tear the silhouette to shreds as it passed by, but at the same time, blinding crimson light erupted from its body and continuously mended it. As this happened, the silhouette vanished behind the Great North Essence lights. The 3 didn't dare to delay at the sight of this. In a practiced fashion, the lion hawk blurred and appeared in front to widely open its mouth to silently release a golden sound wave. As a result, a small gap from the silver threads began to split. Immediately after, the silver-winged knife fiend unfolded his wings and produced an azure wind as well, blowing away the fractured silver threads. With continuous alternation between the 2 abilities, a gap had finally opened and the 3 quickly rushed in before slowly exploring the hall. Still outside, Lin Yinping's expression turned unsightly. So rapidly, their party had been reduced to 5. She gritted her teeth and tensely frowned. She turned her head to Grand Immortal Su and said, "Brother Su, we..." As the Grand Immortal continued to chop at a huge tree with a jade sword, he calmly interrupted, "The Saintess need not worry. Our main goal is that Han fellow, not the treasures. With so many people entering, they won't be easy to contest either. Let us rid ourselves of the remaining trees and guard the gate." Gu Tianhao grinned and said, "Aha. Brother Su's words are reasonable. Even if the others acquire the treasure, they must also leave through here. Although we aren't able to pass through the Grey North Essence lights, they won't be able to get past us once they leave." Lin Yinping glanced at the deceptively lethal silver strings and nodded after a moment of thought. The 2 black-robed old men also found this plan to be reasonable. Although they worried about the lost opportunity for profit, they continued to chop away at the huge trees. In the blink of an eye, an explosion sounded out and a 30-meter-tall tree fell down. Han Li stood in front of Kunwu Hall and breathed out a long sigh. He glanced behind him and saw a dense mass of silver threads. Those ancient cultivators are quite cunning to intentionally place an illusion formation inside the Great North Essence lights. If it weren't for my bright sight spirit eyes, it would have proved quite troublesome, Han Li muttered. He turned around and found himself in the rear section of Kunwu Hall. It couldn't be considered large, but there were 2 rows of a dozen variously styled wooden chairs that formed an official affairs hall. At the end of these rows, there was a faintly golden chair between them with a 3-meter-tall table standing to its side. The chair was made from common gold string spirit wood, but the table was made from a single piece of glistening marble. Its entire body was unordinary and filled with spiritual qi. At the moment, a green barrier covered it, but he could faintly see a few items laying on it. These should be the treasures of Kunwa Hall. Han Li raised his brow and looked around to see that the hall was completely empty and void of anything else eye-catching. He then turned around and looked above him. Behind the faint golden chair, an unremarkable painting hung on the wall of 3 men looking at the moon. A Buddhist, a Taoist, and a Confucian stood inside a bamboo forest and were speaking vigorously about something as they gazed at full moon. Because the image was only a foot tall and faded from the test of time, Han Li hadn't taken note of it at first. But now it caught his eye and he looked at the painting with scrutiny. A long while later, Han Li lowered his head and mulled over his thoughts. He wasn't able to see anything strange from the painting, spiritually or physically. His intuition, however, gave him a distinctly odd feeling. How could such an ordinary item exist in a place like this? As his expression wavered, Han Li suddenly swayed his hand with resolution. A 3-meter-long streak of golden light shot out and rend the painting. In a flicker, the painting was torn to shreds and the pieces fell to the ground. Could it just be my imagination? Han Li puzzlingly thought. But since he had already started, he wasn't about to leave matters unfinished. With a casual wave of his sleeve, several fist-sized fireballs appeared in front of him, and he prepared to incinerate the remains of the portrait. "Master, be careful," Silvermoon cried out. In his alarm, his figure blurred into 8 exact copies of himself before he even realized what was happening. Just then, a stone burst from the ground 3 meters behind him. A spiritual light shined behind the rubble and several blinding streaks of gold and silver struck at Han Li's copies from behind. A crisp clang sounded out as one of them were blocked, revealing a gold-silver shuttle. Han Li tumbled from the strike and blurred 20 meters away. He then turned his head around and was face full of furious alarm. Were it not for the silver tail-star shield he had prepared ahead of time, he would have likely been gravely injured. His normally stoic face now held shock and fear with rage burning in his heart. He suddenly flipped his hand and recovered the shining small silver shield into his hand. He flicked his other arm to summon over 30 small golden swords, cleaving at the mound of rubble in front of him. Then, a woman's laugh rang out in a flash of light to reveal a huge gold-silver object. Although so many swordlights moved to attack the object, they all strangely fell to the ground. When he saw this, his heart trembled and a majority of his fury vanished. He immediately looked over. The gold-silver object was actually a 10-meter-tall textile shuttle. Its surface shined like a golden mirror. It was the same shape as what had attacked him earlier, but those shuttles were many times smaller. Fellow Taoist must be quite vigilant for that strike to fail. TCH, could you tell me what techniques you cultivate? The small shuttles that attacked him earlier appeared at the huge one's side. They revolved once around before entering inside. The young woman's voice came from within. Han Li gloomily recalled the flying swords and thoughts quickly flew in his mind. Spiritual light flashed from his entire body and he shot towards the nearby table in an azure streak. Since there were others here, he planned to first grab the treasures and handle the rest later. The longer he was tied down, the more people who would be able to make it past the Great North Essence lights, decreasing his chances of acquiring treasures as well. But just as he took off, he felt that there was something odd and found the woman's voice to be unfamiliar. She definitely wasn't one of the demons or humans he saw up to now. Could it be there were more that entered Kunwu Mountain at an even greater speed than them? The young woman suddenly shouted out in alarm. Han Li was over 60 meters away and had arrived above the table. But then, the air above him suddenly warped and an azure scarf appeared above his head before falling onto him. It was nearly 20 meters wide and appeared right next to him when he least expected it. Even with his vast abilities, he was helpless to act as it covered him. He had become completely trapped. Azure light shined everywhere he looked, and he hastily produced the silver tail-star shield as he cursed in his mind. A layer of white mist then surrounded him. A woman strangely appeared on the surface of the azure scarf, the immortal form sex Lady Mu. Having witnessed the power of Han Li's tri-flame fan, she naturally knew that the scarf wouldn't be able to hold him down for long. But with the success of her attack, she didn't dare to delay and shot towards the table. She raised her hand and produced a silver command medallion. Then in a flash, it struck the green light barrier covering the table with mist. Under the shine of the silver light, the seemingly formidable barrier melted away and revealed the true appearance of the treasures that lay there. For crimson wooden tiles, a small purple sword, a palm-sized monk staff, and a scroll brimming with red light, and a dark green block seal with the imprint of a lifelike five-clawed dragon. Lady Mu rejoiced when she these items and her gaze dropped onto the seal. After a moment's pause, she took all the into her grasp with a wave of her sleeve. Just as Lady Mu was about to seize the treasures, the ground below her flashed bright green and several verdant serpents shot out and wrapped around her at lightning speed. With their prey fully restricted, the snakes immediately struck at her with their fangs. Bang! The woman's sentient treasures formed her a barrier of white light, repelling the attack and revealing their true form as green vines, but they still restrained her nevertheless. Lady Mu expressed the same alarmed fury as Han Li had. She hadn't expected that there was someone following her as well. Having trapped Han Li and cleared the barrier for the treasures on the table, wasn't she being taken advantage of? Who could have closely followed behind her Sun Moon shuttle and remain completely undetected? The reason why she was able to stealthily burrow underground was because she possessed a silver medallion that the three elders of Kunwu had left behind. It allows her to temporarily control a portion of the restrictions in the hall, giving her access to burrow underground. At that moment, a strange tinkling laugh rang clear, and a tall green silhouette silently emerged from the nearby ground. A pair of icy green eyes stared at her, causing her heart to shudder. After clearly seeing the form of the new encounter, she cried out in shock. "A Treant Lord! How can such a monster exist in this world?" Although the green silhouette had a human-like appearance with all the appropriate limbs and head, its body was made of bark skin and more akin to a walking tree. When the Treant Lord heard her cry, it sneered and paid little heed as it blurred towards the table, clearly intending on claiming the treasures for itself. Lady Mu's heart sank. Even if she could escape, it was too late to block the monster. But an unimaginable scene soon followed. Before the Treant drew close to the table, the fragments of the painting Han Li tore up suddenly shined with specks of yellow, white, and red. They formed a tricolor gust that flung the ball of green light over 30 meters back. The ball was dispelled back into its original position and was thrown into an uncontrollable tumble. After several rolls, the tall monster managed to regain control and stood up. It looked at the mists of light with unspeakable terror. The three mists circled around the table and transformed into three indistinct foot-tall silhouettes: the Taoist, the Confucian, and the Buddhist figures from the painting. Their eyes emotionlessly gazed at the tree spirit in the distance as if it was already dead. "The three Kunwu elders," the Treant Lord shouted in terror. Without another thought, its body glowed green and it flew headfirst into the Great North Essence lights, not daring to turn back. Then, the three miniature men silently pointed at the small sword, monk staff, and the scroll on the table. The three treasures hummed and trembled, jumping into the air and forming three streaks of light, immediately disappearing as soon as they appeared. In that next moment, just as the Treant Lord was about to enter the Great North Essence lights, the streaks reappeared and converged together in a single attack. It was too late for the Treant to dodge. A flare of tricolored light ruptured, followed by a deafening explosion. An instant later, the green light drowned it all out as it flared like a sun. When it eventually faded away, all that was left behind was the three treasures. The combined strike had entirely vaporized the fearsome Treant Lord. At that same moment, one of the four crimson wood tiles had combusted into ash. The three treasures used to exterminate the demon circled once in the air before floating down to their original position on the table. As for the three men, they vanished as if they had never existed. These three were threads of spiritual sense that the Kunwu masters had left behind in order to prevent the treasures from falling into the hands of any demons or other evil beings. They were the last restriction that existed in Kunwu Hall. The Treant Lord possessed the greatest cultivation of the 4 demons, but it had been destroyed by the treasures in a single strike. It was completely out of luck to have lost its life in such an abrupt manner. Lady Mu rejoiced at this sudden turn of events. With the death of the Treant, the vines clasped around her immediately lost their spiritual nature and burned to nothing in contact with the white ethereal flames. She took a deep breath and recovered her bearings, only to be interrupted by a muffled bang from behind her, followed by a roar of thunder. "Senior Marshal Sister, be careful," the beautiful female cultivator shouted out. Lady Mu felt her heart tremble and she waved her hand without another thought, commanding all the treasures to rise as they shakily floated towards her. In that mere moment, a clap of thunder called out from above and a silhouette appeared with it. He reached out for the treasures, causing them to cease flying in Lady Mu's direction and towards him instead. Having seen his escape from the scarf's imprisonment and his use of lightning movement, Lady Mu released several glacial needles from her mouth in furious alarm, tearing through the air towards Han Li. At the same time, she flung her sleeve, sweeping up the treasures in a red mist. Han Li's expression sank, and he spat out the snow crystal pearl to face the incoming needles. With one hand, he created a large azure hand and grasped at the treasures. With the other, he summoned the Triflame fan. An ominous glint shining from his eye, he waved the fan at Lady Mu without any hesitation. Although he planned on first dealing with the woman who originally ambushed him from within the shuttle, he was resentful at Lady Mu for having trapped him in the scarf and found himself in a crucial moment in the struggle for the treasures. As a result, the silver needles were blocked by the snow crystal pearl, and the hand of light grabbed a hold of her mist. Then, the fan trembled and a tricolored inferno burst forth in the face of Lady Mu. Having previously witnessed the fan's fearsome might, she knew it wasn't something she could withstand. Helpless, she could only quickly fly backward. When the Triflame fan's strike missed, the attack ruptured and filled the air with a halo of tricolored light and immense spiritual pressure. Even Han Li couldn't help but take several steps back. The large azure hand and Lady Mu's red mist had been on the edge of the attack scope and completely disappeared. With all of the treasures falling out from the red mist's grip, he felt elated. However, it was then that 3 opposing lights emerged from the Great North Essence lights at the front of the hall. A crimson silhouette, a silver streak, and a ball of purple mist. All of these figures immediately fade from sight as soon as they disappeared, in a display of clear skill. Han Li inwardly cursed, but he was quick to react. Rolls of thunder sounded out as he arrived above the treasures. He was only the first one there, and the other 3 each appeared nearby in quick succession and simultaneously attacked him as they attempted to seize the treasure for themselves. Unable to deal with any of the others, he quickly swept up the 2 treasures closest to him with azure mist, a wooden tile and a sparkling red scroll. When he attempted to take the next closest item, the monk's staff, over 10 beams of crimson light attacked him from above along with a series of golden sound waves. With no better option, Han Li could only retreat and evade the attacks for the time being. As a result, the crimson silhouette had seized the monk's staff itself. The purple mist and silver streak cared little for anything other than the 2 wooden tiles that dropped nearby for fear that they would be seized by someone else. When he saw this, he paused in surprise. Then the crimson silhouette reached out to grab the green seal. "Stop, the dragon call crest isn't yours," a woman's voice hastily shouted. A white jade ruler suddenly floated above the crimson silhouette and smashed without mercy. Before the ruler even landed, it released what sounded like a Buddhist chant and summoned countless white lodi into the surrounding air, each of them the size of a bowl. They all radiated with 7-colored Buddhist light, covering not only the silhouette, but the silver streak and purple mist as well. Just as it so happened, Han Li's previous retreat had put him out of range of the ruler's attack. Dumbstruck, Han Li heard the woman shout and the lotus simultaneously rupture, converging together, each to form the petal of a giant lotus. Countless Buddhist scripts flowed out from every petal, and the chanting began to resound throughout the hall like an army. Trapped inside the flower, the 3 figures weren't able to pick up any of the treasures and all began to sway as if they had become drunk. Just as an overwhelming sight bloomed in front of Han Li, the Vajra barrier within his body suddenly began to pulse in size. In his alarm, he hastily concentrated his magic power to the barrier and suppressed it. He then took a deep glance at the lotuses in the distance before beating his wings and disappearing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared at the edge of the Great North Essence Light and flew in as an azure streak. In his eyes, stealthily running away was the wiser action with the sudden appearance of this immensely powerful jade ruler, whose might was no lesser than the tri-flame fan, even if its abilities were inclined to illusions and restriction. It was most likely a divine spirit treasure replica of some kind, and since he already managed to acquire 2 treasures, why should he put himself at greater risk? Although he felt vengeful towards the ruler's master for her initial ambush, now was not the time to settle debts. After all, Old Devil Qian and the Night Fiend wouldn't prove easy opponents. No matter his confidence in his powers, his life would be at risk if he were attacked by them all at once. The beautiful woman stowed inside the huge gold-silver shuttle clasped her hands in an incantation gesture and controlled the white jade ruler with a strained expression. Although she saw that Han Li had withdrawn, she was too busy to pay him any heed. After all, he hadn't taken away the vital dragon call crest. Lady Mu saw her junior martial sister trap Old Devil Qian and the others in the huge rainbow lotus. After hatefully glancing in the direction Han Li had escaped, she entered the illusion. Due to her junior's control, she was free from any influence of its power and easily grabbed a hold of the Dragon Call crest. But when she reached out for the small purple sword next to it, the Buddhist light flashed and a portion of the lotus above her began to collapse. Old Devil Qian and the 2 demons were able to escape the restriction and reappeared to glare at Lady Mu with an ominous gaze. The magic power of her junior martial sister had been exhausted and the 4 skies ruler lost effect. The woman paled. Not long after Han Li charged back through the Great North Essence Light, he ran into the Horned Woman, the human form of the vast cliff tortoise. She was clad in a strange green armor that seemed to completely repel the silver strings. But strangely enough, the Horned Woman walked slowly as if she were incapable of any movement techniques. It was no wonder the other 2 had left her behind and arrived in the hall first. When Han Li appeared before the demon, the Horned Woman glanced at him and paused in surprise. Then with a wary expression she held a pitch-black rod in front of her and began to prudently observe him. Maintaining a calm expression, Han Li promptly flew to the side and walked around her. There was no grudge between them to the best of his knowledge. And while they were restricted in such a dangerous area, there was no reason for them to take action. But he had been mistaken. As soon as he swept past her, her expression stirred and she rigidly turned to watch Han Li with terror. This had greatly alarmed him and he unconsciously came to a stop, bafflingly staring back in turn. "Hand over the items you took from the hall," the woman shrieked. Then she pointed the black rod at Han Li and had it extend 10 meters long. It blurred, producing countless copies itself to form a small mountain above him. The mountain's sudden appearance caused Han Li's heart to tremble, and the woman's crazed expression and words had left him baffled. But he didn't reveal any fear in the slightest. He simply raised his hand and released a black ring to the rods above him. When the woman saw this, she rejoiced. The rod in her hand was something she had refined from the materials around her while she was trapped. Along with continuous tempering for tens of thousands of years, she created a grand treasure. Although the mound of rods appeared unremarkable, each one weighed nearly a ton. She was completely confident this would be enough to crush Han Li. With that thought, killing intent flashed through her mind and she roused all the might in her body to pour copious amounts of spiritual power into the rods, causing them to swell. It wasn't difficult for him to immediately guess what she was doing. Although he didn't know why she was trying to kill him, this inspired him to do the same. He then expressionlessly pointed to the black rods above him. As soon as the ring touched the massive rods, it released a hum, causing all the nearby silver strings to hum in chorus. They immediately trembled and densely weaved together around the rods with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had completely disappeared from sight. "You can control the Great North Essence Lights," the Horned Woman shrieked with complete disbelief. The Heaven-Earth rings were a set of 2. One Yin to protect against the Essence Lights and one Yang to control them. Han Li snorted in contempt. If they were outside the lights, he would be greatly fearful of a late-nascent soul-stage demon as he would hardly be capable of killing her. Their current circumstances, however, was a different story. Since she took the initiative to court death, he decided to spare no effort in fulfilling her wish. Although he couldn't make out what creature she was, her body and soul should prove to be incredibly rare top-grade materials. With that in mind, Hanli tossed aside any intentions of a peaceful resolution and struck the ring above him with a spell seal. It circled in the air and lit up with a hum. It radiated a mysterious dark light and took control of the silver strings 100 meters around it. Then, with a mere mental command, they immediately lined up together to form a huge silver wave and rippled in the horned woman's direction. The woman screamed out in alarm and didn't dare to further tangle with Hanli. She hastily spat out a ball of black-red blood essence and held her hands in an incantation gesture, commanding it to form a mist around her armor and turning to blood red. At that moment, the silver wave collapsed on top of her and completely engulfed her like driftwood before the tide. Green and red light flared from her armor, followed by the deafening clangs of metal. Although she had used a secret technique, the armor could barely resist the Great North Essence light to begin with. Now that there was a great quantity that attacked in full force, her armor was littered with holes in the blink of an eye. The woman screamed with twisted pain on her face, and she pressed her hands on the armor, producing multiple layers of gray light to condense into a stone-like material as an additional layer of defense, and slowing the erosion of her armor from the assault of silver strings. The stone just as quickly turned to rubble underneath the assault, forcing the woman to use her true essence to continuously replenish it. At a glance, it was only a matter of time before it was completely destroyed. However, Hanli was fully intent on killing the demon and promptly struck the yang ring in his hand with several spell seals. The ring revolved once in the air and pulled in the Grey North Essence light from a distance to form another wave with overwhelming momentum. Her face turned as pale as the gray light shining around her armor upon seeing the incoming attack. There was no time for her to react. It struck and her armor was completely shattered. It would only take a moment before it collapsed in its entirety. With complete fright, her eyes frantically darted around her and she shouted, "Stop, fellow Taoist! Please spare my life. I am willing to recognize you as my master and become your spirit beast." The light had penetrated a portion of her armor and mashed her arm to a pulp. Given the many years she's lived, how could she be willing to die in a place like this? Become my spirit beast? Han Li's expression stirred and he temporarily paused his attack. Staring at the woman trapped underneath the silver tide, he calmly said, "Do you believe me to be a child? Soul restraint techniques have no effect on demons of your caliber. How could you possibly become my spirit beast?" If the woman didn't quickly reply, he would immediately kill her without any hesitation. He wasn't about to let her buy time for anything to save her. Seeing that his killing intent had yet to fade away, she fearfully said, "There is no need for me to explain in detail. You acquired a wooden tile from Kunwu Hall, my soul-binding tile. Until I finish cultivating the great Tao, I will be restricted by it." When Han Li heard the horned woman mention the tile, his face betrayed surprise. It hadn't looked particularly special when he acquired it and was skeptical of her words. He slapped his waist and produced the tile in a crimson streak, circling once in the air before falling into his hand. It was the size of a palm, shone intermittently with crimson light, and had a small circle of gray chi on its surface. Han Li quickly looked at it with his spiritual sense and his bright sight spirit eyes. With a trace of happiness on his face, he raised his arm and struck it with azure light. Suddenly, the crimson light from the tile brightly glowed, and the circle of gray chi disappeared to be replaced with an image of a black-white spirit tortoise. After staring at the wood tile for a long while, the blue light in his eyes faded away and he raised his head, calmly saying, "So you were a vast cliff tortoise? It is no wonder you were able to endure the Great North Essence lights for so long." In fear that a misunderstanding could occur, the horned woman hastily explained, "Fellow Taoist should know my words are true. My life soul tile was something that the 3 Kunwu masters had personally refined. There should no longer be anyone in the world that is capable of creating such a high-grade life tile. So long as it's in your possession, my life is in your control." That's true, but it also depends on who is the owner of this tile. If anyone under nascent soul stage wished to refine this and have you become their servant, their cultivation would be lacking and a backlash. What? Does fellow Taoist still feel ill at ease even with the tile in your possession? The horned woman's expression grimaced unsightly. Of course I am. Even if I refine the tile, I will only be able to temporarily control you. If you were to risk everything, it's possible for you to momentarily break free of control and betray me. I have no interest always being on edge. What use would I have in sparing you? His expression fell deeper with every word, and the yang ring above his head began to hum, causing the silver strings surrounding the woman to stir. With a heart full of fright, she flusteredly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, if you still feel uneasy, I am willing to add a portion of my soul to the tile. If I truly harbor any malice, you would be able to immediately sense it." "Oh, that method will certainly do. Since you've said as much, go ahead." He spoke indifferently. She hesitated for a moment, but when she saw his stern expression, her heart tightened and she slapped the back of her head without any further reservation. Black-white light flashed from the crown of her head and a crimson nascent soul appeared on top. It proceeded to open its mouth and spit out a fist-sized ball of green light. While the woman grimaced in pain, the green light trembled before being split into uneven halves. The larger half flew in a circle and returned to the nascent soul's mouth, and the other lingered in the air before slowly making its way towards Han Li. When he saw this, he raised the life soul tile towards it. In a flare of crimson, the green ball was absorbed and the tile let out a clear ring. When he looked down and saw that the black-white image of the tortoise was more vivid, and it looked up at him in a lifelike display, he now felt truly relieved and swallowed it to take it into his body. When she saw this, her heart coldly shuddered. Apart from entering deity transformation stage, she would have no hope of breaking free from his control. Han Li pointed to the ring above him, having the great north essence light surrounding the woman disperse. He then blurred and instantly arrived in front of her, frowning upon seeing the ruined state of her arm. He flickered his finger and had black light shine around them, commanding the Yin ring to form a barrier around them, warding off any of the remaining silver light. He then withdrew the yang ring and casually said, "Be at ease, I don't intend on binding you for eternity. When I perish or ascend to the spirit realm, I will release you. I have no intention of passing you down through a clan or sect. Fellow Taoist, are your words true?" When she heard this, her expression lit up. Caring not for her casual address of him, he simply smiled. "You'll find out in the future. To spirit beasts like you, the lifespan of a human isn't anything noteworthy. So long as you act faithfully and diligently, I won't treat you unfairly. I'm sure you will come to know that becoming my spirit beast isn't such a bad thing. In any case, so long as you hold true to your words, I won't mind following your orders." She wryly chuckled. "All right, enough of that. First, take this pill and recover your magic power and injuries." With a blank face, he raised a small bottle. "Recover my magic power? Could it be?" The woman looked at the small bottle doubtfully and opened the lid to face extremely pure spiritual qi. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely elaborated, "It is a drop of myriad your spirit milk. It should be enough for you to recover your power. I am in need of your service." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." She muttered a few words of thanks before taking the drop down her throat. After circulating the liquid through her body, she felt an abundant spiritual power spread through her. The woman was elated and formed an incantation gesture. With black-white light glowing around her, she looked at her ruined arm and began to chant. Much to his surprise, he saw the light concentrate on the wound and cause new flesh to wildly grow from it. In the blink of an eye, it had completely mended. "An undying body," Han Li exclaimed. This was a rare ability possessed by a handful demon beasts, something he had seen only once before by the flame toad in Devilfall Valley. It was unknown to him how many times stronger her ability is in comparison to that beast. In a single breath of time, the wound had been completely restored. It seems that he only managed to subdue the demon by a fluke. Had they not been in the Grey North Essence Light, and if her magic power hadn't been greatly exhausted from threading through it, it wouldn't have nearly been as easy to deal with her. In truth, he hadn't known that the woman had also been drained from passing through the restrictions of the goal-weight spirit trees, or she would have been able to hold out for much longer. After all, a grade 10 demon beast possessed cultivation deep beyond his imagination. With that done, the horned woman waved her newly grown arm with a pleasant expression. The spirit milk is well deserving of its reputation. It would have taken me 3 days to restore it otherwise. Now what should I call you? Since you were together with the night fiend, you should have heard about me. My name is Gui Ling, the demon beast hesitantly answered. Indeed, I have somewhat heard about you, but only with regards to your ability. Han Li faintly smiled. I will speak more of that during a more suitable time. Fellow Taoist Gui, your abilities and cultivation, on the other hand, are quite astounding. Although I control your life soul tile, I can't control you like a low-grade beast. I will have to befriend you when matters settle down. Then I must thank you. Ah, you mentioned having me do something? When she recalled what he earlier said, her face turned serious. She was somewhat worried that he would have her attack the other 2 demon guardians. Although their relationship wasn't deep, they were still friends. A cold glint flashed from his eyes. In a moment, old Devil Qian will enter this area. When that time comes, you will join hands with me and kill him. Relieved, the woman confirmed. You mean the late nascent soul cultivator who uses devil techniques? That's him, Han Li coldly smiled originally. I hadn't planned on taking action against him now, as his movement techniques are entirely bizarre. Even if I could control the lights here, I will need to take him in alive. This should be possible now that I have your help. In that case, I will assist the best I can. Gui Ling responded with delight. Then I will have to trouble you. When you attack him, make sure to spare his nascent soul. I have questions that demand answers. She glanced at him and hesitated for a moment. Forgive me for being too forthright, but even if we have the advantage, killing him is an entirely different matter. With his techniques, he can pass through here without fear. It may prove easy to gravely injure him, but if he was focused on escaping, the 2 of us could hardly block him. That is true, he said with an odd expression. It would be a difficult task for the 2 of us, but what if we had a late nascent soul cultivator? There is another late nascent soul cultivator? The woman unconsciously looked around her and found no signs of life. She then looked at him with an entirely baffled expression. Near the rear section of Kunwa Hall, a huge textile shuttle was flashing forward like a dragon made of lightning. A silver ball, a purple mist, and a crimson silhouette were closely chasing after it. Various colored light wildly flared as attacks pelted the shuttle, but its surface brightly shined and repelled them all. The Sun-Moon shuttle was well deserving of its title as one of the 3 great shuttles of the cultivation world. For the time being, no attack had any effect. Lady Mu was in the shuttle's interior and driving it at full speed, attempting to avoid the incoming attacks with all her might. To the side, her beautiful junior marshal sister was tightly grasping the 4 skies ruler, but her face was completely pale and her eyes half shut. It appeared that forcefully using the divine spirit treasure replica had taken a toll on her. Fellow Taoist Qian, you truly wish to join hands with those demons? The treasure we acquired is for the purpose of resealing the mountain for the safety of our world. As Lady Mu's cultivation was far inferior to the 3, her magic power was quickly depleted trying to evade them. Old Devil Qian's cold voice chuckled from the crimson silhouette. Cease your rambling. Do you believe me to be a child? Besides, I'm not allied with these demons. I'm merely angered by your attack. A meager sect like yours dares contend against me? If you want to be sensible, obediently hand over the treasures you took, and that divine spirit treasure replica as well. When she heard this, she sighed and spoke little else. After all, their sect's standing was irrelevant in the eyes of the great 10 sections. Under their combined assault, the Sun-Moon shuttle eventually began to dim as it was slowly pushed to a corner of the hall. Old Devil Qian wore a malicious expression and prepared to deal a fatal blow when he suddenly heard a Buddhist chant sound out from the shuttle. Soon after, white lotuses began to blossom and a ruler shot out. Not good. Be it the demons or the old devil, they all backed away as quickly as they could. Having already suffered an illusion once before, they wouldn't dare tangle with its attacks again. With that single moment of delay, the shuttle immediately disappeared as soon as the white ruler returned inside. Then it reappeared behind the 3 and directly shot towards the exit. The white lotuses silently dispersed, only having been empty illusions. Old Devil Qian and the demons were enraged, having realized they were duped, and immediately set off in pursuit. However, they were too late as the shuttle had already charged into the Great North Essence Light. Several of the light's silver strings had shot towards the treasure but had been repelled by the light on the shuttle's surface. As the shuttle continued forward, Lady Mu held her hands in an incantation gesture with a solemn expression. She was controlling a shining silver medallion in her grasp. It released streams of light that covered the shuttle in a silver barrier. Her junior martial sister was now on the verge of collapse. Her use of the Four Skies ruler had left her in a ruined state, unable to even raise her hands. Completely occupied, she could only steal glances at her with deep worry written on her face. The young woman lightly smiled. Senior Marshal's sister doesn't need to worry. With a few years of rest, I will be fine. I hope that's the case. It's too difficult for you to use it so much at your current cultivation, Lady Mu spoke with a helpless tone. It was the only way to take the Dragon Call crest from those great enemies. But if it weren't for that cunning Taoist Han, we would have been able to simply take the treasures and leave. The young woman resentfully said. Lady Mu could only offer a bitter smile in response, but she inwardly shuddered at the thought of the Triflame fan. Then, light streaked behind the shuttle as the other three closely pursued them into the light. Given their poor condition, they would have already fallen were it not for the profound Sun-Moon shuttle. Old Devil Qian and the other two knew this as well and relentlessly pursued them as a result. However, they immediately felt something was amiss after they entered the Great North Essence Light. With the assistance of the silver medallion, the two women were able to activate the illusion restriction within the Great North Essence Light. Although the formation didn't pose much of a threat to them, it delayed them enough for the women to escape. Old Devil Qian was thrown into a fury as a result. As for the demons, they began to take measure of him with unkind eyes. When Old Devil Qian sensed this, he immediately grew wary and returned their leers. What? Do you plan on attacking me? The Night Fiend hesitated. In a brief moment, he came to the conclusion that the two wouldn't be able to easily take him down, and instead replied with a chuckle. Of course not. We wouldn't dare to do something so foolish against someone of your abilities. Afterwards, he called for the Lion Hawk and the two immediately departed. Since they had their life soul tiles on hand, their objective was complete and decided not to needlessly tangle themselves with other matters. When he saw the two disappear from sight, he coldly laughed and had his crimson silhouette fly off in a different direction. The red mass passed through the countless silver strings without the slightest obstruction, weaving left and right until he managed to leave the illusion. Relieved, the old devil was about to make his way out of the area, when he came to a sudden stop and his eyes glistened with deep crimson light. Whoever's there, get lost. As expected of the Grand Elder of the Sifting sect, Brother Qian's cultivation is truly profound. A calm man's voice echoed from a stone pillar in front of him, and he revealed himself in a blur with a barrier of black light surrounded him. Han Li. Old Devil Qian narrowed his eyes. The man's cheek twitched at having seen how easily Han Li blocked the Great North Essence Light. He gloomily said, You must have been here for quite a while. Were you waiting for me? You've guessed it, my business is simple. Could Brother Qian give me a copy of the incantation to dissolve the Soul Seal Curse? The Soul Seal Curse? Old Devil Qian repeated with a trace of surprise. Then, after a moment's thought, he howled with laughter. Although I don't know why you'd want the method to dispel the curse, did you think I'd actually tell you? Han Li sighed and muttered. I knew that was a waste of breath, but I figured I'd give it a try regardless. After all, it would be difficult to remain in the Great Gene for much longer if I were to refine the soul of a Grand Elder from the 10 great sections. When Old Devil Qian heard this, he glared daggers at Han Li. You want to refine my soul? Old Devil Qian calmly asked. Let's see if you have the skill. Call out for whoever is helping you. A lone mid-nascent soul cultivator like you wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. In that case, please come out, fellow Taoist Gue. With that said, a pillar at Old Devil Qian's side flashed, revealing the horned woman in crimson armor holding a black rod. You. The devil quickly shifted his eyes. What did that fellow offer you to join hands together? I can raise it. Gue Ling snorted and pounded the ground with the rod. It'll be enough if you hand over your life to me. Sullen at having no choice but to serve, she wasn't about to humor him. Old Devil Qian was enraged by her words. but his face hadn't displayed the slightest change. He quickly swept his spiritual sense around him and found nobody else nearby, much to his relief. If it was just these two, he wouldn't have a problem escaping. With that in mind, he said little else as his body flared crimson and he flew off in a streak, showing no intention of retaliation. Han Li, having already expected this to happen, produced a black ring with a wave of his hands. Suddenly, the winds began to stir, and the Great North Essence light 100 meters around him let out a clear ring and began to amass, forming a dense wall. The Red Devil incarnation was admittedly powerful and near invulnerable, but when he saw the Great North Essence light densely gather together, he suddenly stopped in alarm. In that moment of delay, Gui Ling waved the black rod and summoned unending copies of it above Old Devil Qian's head. But before the rods fell upon him, he suddenly felt his entire body tighten, as if there was an invisible force holding him in place. The old eccentric felt his heart tremble. At that same moment, Han Li pointed at his yang ring and had countless silver strings form a net around the old devil. Greatly alarmed, Old Devil Qian let out a fierce shout. The crimson silhouette glowed with spiritual light and its abdomen suddenly swelled. With a muffled bang, his body erupted, scattering crimson threads in every direction. The mass of rods and the net of Great North Essence light had both failed to strike. The crimson soon gathered in the air 30 meters away and began to weave back its shape. In the blink of an eye, Old Devil Qian's crimson incarnation returned to its original form without the slightest damage. Although Han Li didn't believe they would be able to kill Old Devil Qian so easily, he hadn't expected how elusive his devilish arts would be. His very body had turned nearly incorporeal, and it wasn't the effect of any ghostly properties but a devil Dao technique that turned his body into that of an undying devil. He had read of such techniques before. In the ancient past, there were many elder devils that took on this form, much to the great suffering of the cultivators at the time. It was truly a marvel to witness it with his own eyes. Han Li was amazed, but he had no intention of ceasing his assault. He opened his mouth to spit out a purple fireball. It surged to the size of a chariot before closely chasing after the crimson silhouette. With one hand controlling the huge net of Great North Essence light pursuing the old devil, he waved his other, releasing a dense bolt of golden lightning with thunderous booms. The horned woman assisting Han Li, Gui Ling, swiped the black rod in her hand several times at crimson mass, and countless copies of the rod swept all around it in a raging storm. As they were in the Great North Essence light, tangible treasures weren't easily used by either side. One mistake and the light could easily destroy it. Old Devil Qian now found himself trapped and saw that several attacks would soon strike him. The tide of the battle was quickly turning against him. Violent fury stirred in his heart, inspiring him to grit his teeth and bite the tip of his tongue. He spit out a ball of gray light wrapped in crimson threads to block the bolt of lightning. The two struck and a muffled bang sounded out, resulting in green trails of smoke lingering in the air. The attacks completely vanished. In that delay, Old Devil Qian had already begun to spin in the air and summoned 5 clouds of white qi around him. They quickly grew to 6 meters, followed by a slender human skeleton emerging from each of them. They all had flawless bones and threads of icy qi pervading them. The old devil had called upon the true bodies of the unbreakable Sync Devils. As soon as the 5 skeletons appeared, they breathed out a stream of green flame. The blaze appeared unremarkable, as if it were only a common ghostly flame, but 2 of the streams had aimed at the purple apex flame's fireball and were able to hold it in a deadlock. The flame streams from the other 3 skeletons formed a green wall, blocking the huge net of Great North Essence light. Like before, the mass of rods closing in on him had tied his body down with an immense and invisible pressure. But this time he didn't combust his body. After all, the method would consume a great amount of his magic power. He could only use it as a last resort. And since he had called upon the true bodies of the Sync Devil incarnations, he had a plan. With a mental command, the 5 bodies appeared around him in a blur and raised their hands, creating a gray barrier that enveloped both him and themselves. An instant later, when the rods struck, violent explosions shook the air around them as black and gray light shined in the air. Each thunderous strike was heart-shaking, When Han Li witnessed the might of the rods, he was amazed. This vast cliff tortoise was truly capable. It appeared that in their earlier battle, she hadn't been able to employ even half of her abilities due to fatigue, or she would have been able to put up a far greater fight. However, the barrier was far more durable than he had anticipated. Once the explosions stopped and the rod copies all disappeared, the barrier was revealed to have stood firm, even against the astonishing assault. Gui Ling's expression sank. She gloomily looked at the barrier and snorted before opening her mouth and spitting out a black-white cloud of essence onto the rod in her hand. With a clear ring, light brightly glowed from it and its shape shifted into the form of a hatchet. With a tremble of his wrist, Gui Ling raised the axe into the air and muttered an incantation as she stared at it. A layer of dazzling silver light radiated from its surface and abruptly took over its color as the hatchet underwent another transformation. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a huge silver axe over 30 meters long. The edge was just as bright as light shining in the darkness, and its handle was as thick as an ordinary person. With the grand transformation, it released an astonishing amount of baleful qi as if it had been released from a seal. Even from far away, Han Li could sense the unruly bloodthirst of the axe's edge. Hostility lingered on Gui Ling's face and her body violently expanded in size. In only a moment, she grew over 20 meters tall. Han Li gasped with an odd expression, muttering, "The giant augmentation technique. To think that you were capable of such great power. It seems that your cultivation has already reached the peak of late nascent soul stage." Meanwhile, he unconsciously glanced at an area of the great north essence light and his expression blanked once more. With an icy glint from his eye, his sleeve trembled and he summoned the triflame fan into his hand. Gui Ling reached out to the silver axe and grabbed it before looking down at old Devil Qian in the distance. Then with both hands she chopped down. A 10-meter-long silver streak shined from the axe and was released from its edge to whistle through the air. It left a white mark in its wake as if it was tearing through space itself. Old Devil Qian was shocked to see this. He was confident in his Sync Devils, but he didn't dare to boldly resist the strike. Without another thought, he suddenly raised his hand, holding onto a short snow-white blade. In a cold flash, the blade fell, chopping down towards his hand. But before it was severed, he spat out a mist of crimson blood onto it. In an instant, the blood essence fused together and caused it to extend into an oddly shaped meter-long crimson saber that was both narrow and sharp. With the blade in the hand and the huge silver crescent approaching him, he waved it with a grave expression and the strange sword disappeared from sight. A moment later, the Sync Devils warped in front of him as if to receive the attack. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, crimson and silver radiance soon filled the air as their attacks clashed without producing even the slightest sound. He saw the slim crimson saber strangely bend at several angles, trembling and on the verge of collapse. But then, the Sync Devils suddenly leapt forward and merged together, forming a giant skeleton on par with Gui Ling. A brittle snap rang out as the long crimson saber snapped into pieces. It was clear to see that the silver crescent had smoothly cut through. The huge skeleton then let out a wild cackle and lifted its skull to spew out a gray mist. The mist wasn't large by any means and seemed to be condensed from essence. When the crescent chopped at it, however, it hadn't cut through but rather slowed down as if swimming through a dense liquid. Soon after, the silver streak let out a bright hum as it was instantly stained gray and thoroughly absorbed. The mist then circled in the air before returning to the skull's mouth. Gui Ling's voice roared, "Corrupting devil qi! Since your devils are capable of this, it seems they were once the bodies of nascent soul cultivators. Ordinary corpses wouldn't be able to produce such an ability." Old Devil Qian coldly laughed. "What I used to refine these united devils aren't something of your concern, demon. But since you know how fearsome it is, let's have you learn of their combined might as well." Then he raised his hand and struck the giant skeleton with several spell seals. The huge skeleton let out a piercing drone and its emotionless eyes shined with crimson light. It began to walk towards Gui Ling, each step causing the ground to tremble. Han Li's gaze flickered and fixed on the huge skeleton. With the triflame fan unfolded, his heart tensed, but soon relaxed. He quickly flung his other hand and released the yang ring above his head. Hums resonated in the air, and the great north essence light above him formed huge silver waves. Specks of light continuously lit up and endless strings of light shot out towards the huge skeleton in a dense barrage. A sharp whistle sounded out from the skull as a layer of gray light shone from within. Many of strings struck its surface, but were scattered and had little effect. Han Li's expression stiffened as he began to pour more magic power into the ring. A massive change occurred. Now the light strings gathered together before striking, condensing into tens of ropes before blurring out of sight. Repeated pops sounded out. A dozen thumb-sized holes peppered the skeleton's body, some even piercing through its skull. The corrupting devil chi wasn't able to block the attack. Willing the Yang ring to condense the great north essence light together had greatly increased their power. But soon, Han Li's faint trace of happiness had instantly turned sullen. After the giant skeleton was damaged from the condensed great north essence light, white radiance lightly circulated throughout its body and mended the holes almost as fast. Han Li frowned. It appeared he would have to deal with old Devil Chen first. While the huge skeleton appeared to be moving slowly, each step traveled a huge distance forward and it quickly arrived in front of Gui Ling. With crimson light brimming in its hollow eyes, it held its hands towards its body and summoned 2 of its rib bones into them, creating 3-meter-long sabers. Then, with a flip of the hands, an inky devil flame lit on each of them. When Gui Ling saw this, she coldly snorted and stepped forward to strike the devil down with her axe. Silver light flashed and filled the air with thunderous booms. The bone sabers immediately surged several times in size as they moved to block the axe in a cross, stopping it from cleaving down on its skull. Gui Ling wasn't very surprised by this. Rather, a vicious intent soon lit up in her eyes. Tiger! Devour! Light flared from her weapon once more, and a giant beast's head suddenly emerged from it, appearing to be that of a single-horned white tiger. The beast gaped its mouth open and quickly lunged forward, biting down on the skeleton's skull. It clearly devoured the head, and the tiger immediately withdrew. The silver axe not only had a fearsome blade, but an artifact spirit as well. Gui Ling pressed the attack and spun the axe like a wheel of death as she slowly ground down the skeleton with cold light. Torn apart from the immense force, bone fragments rained freely around them. Soon into her assault, she stilled her axe and breathed out yellow flames onto the ground, intending on dealing the finishing blow to the Sink Devils. Contrary to the situation, however, old Devil Qian's alarm had disappeared when he saw that the horned woman planned on using demon flame to destroy his devils. He simply muttered an incantation and activated a devilish technique. An icy wind immediately brushed past the raging yellow flames and restrained them. Then, 5 crystalline black strings emerged from the yellow demon flames and shot out from them, leaving an explosion over 30 meters wide in its wake. Several clouds of gray chi burst forth from the ashes, soon fading away to reveal 5 flawless skeletons standing in place. Gui Ling shouted out in alarm, "Intangible devil form! Who would have thought that your incarnations have cultivated such an ability? Do you not have any fear of future backlash? How could I worry over such a trivial thing?" "As if I'd give them the opportunity," the old devil indifferently replied. Then, with merely a thought, a devilish art was quickly activated. The skeletons leapt forward and fused into their massive form once more. Following that, it immediately summoned the 2 bone sabers as it fiercely charged towards Gui Ling. This time, she didn't command the axe's artifact spirit to attack, instead choosing to meet the blade's head-on. An axe glowing with icy light and 2 slender bone sabers wrapped in white mist began to fiercely clash without end, each strike creating a deafening boom around them. The trembles seemed to be affecting the hall itself as if it would soon collapse around them. Han Li looked at the scene with narrowed eyes. Although Gui Ling managed to restore her magic power and turn into a giant, the remnant Great North Essence light nearby was unintentionally damaging her. No matter how durable her crimson armor may be, she wouldn't be able to hold out against the skeleton much longer within the light. As such, he intended on finishing the battle as soon as he could. With that in mind, he looked at the crimson silhouette in the distance. Wearing a stern expression, he stealthily commanded the yang ring above his head. Several silver ropes condensed from the surrounding light appeared behind the crimson figure, like vipers silently stalking their prey. When the silver ropes grew near, old Devil Qian's body immediately blurred as soon as he sensed something. However, the 8 chains of silver rope had completely caught him off guard and penetrated his body. He was momentarily startled, but when he looked down at the ropes piercing through his body, he wickedly smiled. Such injuries were of little consequence to him. It would only cost him a thought to repair the damage. Soon, however, he discovered that there was something amiss, and his expression slowly shifted downwards. The silver ropes hadn't disappeared. Rather, silver light radiated from them as their presence continued. "Restrain!" Hanli shouted. Like pythons, the chains tightly coiled around him and exerted great power, splitting the crimson body into 8 separate pieces. In his furious alarm, the old devil had his body disperse into blood mist and flew a distance away before condensing back together. Despite his desperation, the ropes relentlessly pursued him as soon as he dissolved, and a similar scene occurred, causing his body to resemble that of torn paper. This happened 6 more times in succession, but each time he used the blood mist to escape, it was clearly becoming more sparse. "You're courting death," the devil furiously shouted from the blood mist. It was clear that his current situation was far from good. To make matters even worse, Hanli was able to quickly condense the silver ropes around the blood mist before it reformed as it sped through the great north essence light, preventing any chance of escape. But soon enough, the blood mist stopped appearing altogether and condensed into a flare of light, producing a fist-sized pearl. The orb was as scarlet as blood, shined with a strange demonic light, and filled the air with a gory scent. The blood devil pearl. Han Li's mouth twitched from the shock of seeing it. "Do you think I'd be scared of you? Hand over your life." Old Devil Qian's voice sounded out from the pearl and directly shot towards Han Li in a streak of crimson light as he roiled with furious rage. He took a deep breath and quickly acted, casting several spell seals at the yang ring above his head. Several silver ropes flew out, striking at it in bright flashes. Despite its speed, many of the attacks had landed, but the pearl lit up a barrier with a hum, easily repelling these attacks with flashes of green. Betraying not a trace of emotion from his face, Han Li flipped his hand and summoned a ball of golden lightning in his palm and tightened his grasp of the triflame fan in the other. The old devil had stored his nascent soul into this blood devil pearl long ago. To kill him, one would have to destroy the pearl itself. The treasure was immensely famous amongst the Devil Dao. It was akin to a second body when attached with a nascent soul. It was said that refining the treasure not only required the blood essence of over 100 different spirit beasts, but also required the combined cultivation of several peculiar devilish arts. Furthermore, the refinement method was long lost. It appeared to have fallen in the sifting sect's hands some time ago and had finally been refined by this monstrous cultivator. However, this was also an opportunity. Once the pearl approached him, he would blast it with divine devilbane lightning and trap it within, then striking it with the triflame fan. Regardless of the treasure's abilities, it wasn't something that could withstand the fan's fury. With a plan in mind, he prepared to meet the old devil head-on. But the pearl came to a sudden stop along the way. A foot-tall crimson flame suddenly burst forth, causing the pearl to disappear without a trace. Han Li felt his heart tremble, and he quickly released his spiritual sense, fearing that the old devil would attempt to ambush him. But a moment later, he was stunned. The flaming blood devil pearl reappeared once more, but it wasn't by his side. It was at the edge of the area a distance away. Then old Devil Qian let out a roaring laugh. "Youngster, do you believe me to be senile? Fighting here against 2 high-grade opponents is beyond foolish. I'll be sure to entertain you properly on the outside with some reinforcements." With that said, the blood devil pearl disappeared into the waves of silver light. By the time Han Li realized what had happened, it was too late to pursue. But in spite of his surprise, he hadn't displayed any panic. Instead, he turned his attention on Gue Ling's battle with the Sink Devils. His expression stirred and thunder rang out from his back as a pair of wings revealed themselves. Then in a flash, he appeared at the edge of the Great North Essence Light. Han Li coldly leered in the direction that the old devil has escaped from and raised the triflame fan, but a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. He then spat out a fist-sized object wrapped in azure light, the Heavavoid Cauldron. Having done that, he suddenly heard a huge bang, followed by old Devil Qian's cursing. Then the light around them began to stir as a crimson streak and a silver light came into appearance. The crimson streak was the blood devil pearl, but the flames surrounding it had decreased by nearly half. As for the ball of blinding silver light across from it, it vaguely appeared to belong to a slim silhouette. When old Devil Qian saw Han Li arrive before him, his heart trembled and the blood devil pearl came to an immediate stop. Then the silver silhouette behind the pearl began to take action. It raised a small bow in its hand and drew back a non-existent bowstring to release a dense barrage of red arrows. Right after, Han Li flashed a grin at the old devil and the tri-flame fan he held lit up. With the roar of a phoenix, the fan released a bird of flame towards the pearl. Soon, old Devil Qian found himself between the hammer and the anvil. He was greatly troubled, having seen the might of the tri-flame fan once before. But despite knowing he couldn't afford to block the attack, the barrage from behind him was already incredibly powerful. After all, he was wounded by him at. Helpless, his blood devil pearl let out a piercing shriek and shot backwards. Crimson light surged from the pearl, followed by a manifestation of a gray face, and with it, a cloud of deep black qi suddenly shot out. In the violent gust of wind, a meter-tall banner sparkling with green light stood tall amongst the inky black qi, the ghost-sifting banner. Han Li instantly recognized the item. Apart from the density of devilish qi, the banner was almost identical to the one he had obtained. The banner then unfolded itself in front of the pearl. Keen winds began to erupt nearby, filling the air with a black fog. Malformed ghosts' heads emerged from them and spat wisps of flame at the approaching arrows. As they pierced into the yin qi, an eruption sounded out from within. With the given opportunity, old Devil Qian concealed the blood devil pearl with the banner's power, and the two treasures flew off. But when he glanced back around, he saw that the phoenix was closely following after him. The old devil's heart trembled at the sight, but he soon steeled his resolve. The banner released a bright green light and created a black hole on top of it. Pitch-black yin qi began to rush out and an inch-large ghost shot out from inside. It surged in size as soon as it appeared, capping out at 3 meters tall and holding a fearsome bearing. This ghost fiend was fully covered in glossy black armor and wielded a double-sided trident, making for an impressive display. The ghost seemed to have been under the restriction of the banner for some time. As soon as it manifested, it excitedly shrieked before it even registered its surroundings. But as soon as it did, it immediately became mute. In its alarm, the ghost fiend quickly spat out a fog of pitch-black yin qi in front of it and flusteredly waved its trident in front of the phoenix to block it. Although it couldn't compare to the likes of old Devil Qian or Han Li, it was no less powerful than an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. But after being confined in the banner for several hundred years, it was met with an attack of such fearsome power during a moment of carelessness, only to be treated as fodder. Then, a muffled explosion sounded out when the two attacks struck one another. A halo of mysterious light appeared, pulsing before suddenly expanding over 30 meters wide. In this display of might, talisman characters began to flow through the air, and the ghost fiend along with its surrounding yin qi had completely disappeared. While the nova spread throughout the air, the blood devil pearl was bought enough time to wrap itself in the ghost-sifting banner, protecting it against potential calamity. Old Devil Qian felt lucky to have survived the successive attacks, but when he glanced at the ghost-sifting banner, he felt great sorrow. The banner now barely shined with a faint light as its spiritual nature was greatly damaged. This was due to the main apparition within the banner perishing and a majority of its ghost mist being wiped away by the tricolored attack. The ghost-sifting banner might have been known as the Yin-sifting sect's signature treasure, but this wasn't because of its individual power. Its true strength lay when all 18 of the banners were gathered together. Under those circumstances, he was confident he could defend himself against a deity transformation cultivator, let alone Han Li and the Horned Woman. It was a pity that the Yin-sifting sect ancestor ruled that unless the sect was facing calamity, all 18 banners were forbidden to be gathered under a single person. Ordinarily, the 18 were distributed amongst the highest-ranking cultivators of the sect. Even the Grand Elder himself wasn't able to break away from this provision. Not to mention that one of these treasures had fallen into the hands of his enemy. With that resentfully thought, a ghost face made another appearance from the surface of the blood devil pearl, with the intention of absorbing the damaged magic tool. With the strike from the Triflame fan finished, his fear of Han Li had greatly diminished. Using such a powerful treasure was certain to consume much magic power. Han Li had already used it once before as well. Having launched a second strike so soon after, he shouldn't be able to use the treasure again anytime soon. In any case, if Han Li was able to use the fan in rapid succession, he would have long perished from its might. But at that moment, something strange happened. Thunder exploded from a distance away, and an emerald streak launched out from the cloaked argent silhouette. Not good. Fear was inspired in the old devil upon seeing this familiar scene. When he first escaped Han Li with the Blood Devil Pearl, he was caught off guard and ambushed by this emerald streak. Since it contained divine Devilbane lightning, it damaged much of the crimson blaze protecting him. Having suffered once before, he wasn't about to let this happen again. After the ghost face absorbed the banner, the pearl blurred and became vaguely shaped. 3 meters away, the green streak reappeared, its true form revealed to be an emerald arrow that was several inches long and arced with golden lightning. With a clap of thunder, the arrow eviscerated the image of the Blood Devil Pearl that had been left behind. To avoid another crisis, Old Devil Qian had used a secret technique to move the pearl a distance away, leaving only an illusion behind. 40 meters away, a cloud of blood flame burst and the pearl made a reappearance. But at that same moment, a flicker of black light appeared behind it, an inch-long saber shining like a jet-black crystal. In a flash, it flicked past the pearl in a black line, passing through its defenses as if they had never existed. A sharp crack and Old Devil Qian's wretched scream pierced the air. The exterior of the pearl had shattered to pieces. In a furious rage, he stuttered with disbelief. Impossible! The Blood Devil Pearl can't be so easily. Even the high Zenith Sex Divine Heavenbound Blade couldn't. That flying saber is, and with another muffled crack, the pearl completely shattered, revealing a single nascent soul. The soul, however, appeared truly odd. Not only was there a faint blood mist pervading it, but it was holding a small flag in its hand and had 5 skulls rigidly biting down on its body. The skulls were entirely pitch black and gnawing at the nascent soul as if to feed on its blood essence, making for a soul-chilling sight. Immediately after the pearl had disappeared, Old Devil Qian's nascent soul let out a piercing screech and wrapped itself in the ghost-sifting banner before flying off in a streak of black mist. As for the huge skeleton that was occupying Gue Ling's attention, it echoed the piercing shriek and its body dissolved after leaping into the air, forming 5 gray clouds that launched towards the old devil. Although the pearl was destroyed and Old Devil Qian was no longer able to form the crimson silhouette, he was able to still fuse with the Sync Devils and possess their body. Of course, Gue Ling wasn't about to allow them to easily escape. Her body instantly shrunk back to her original size as she chased after them. If his nascent soul was allowed to escape the Great North Essence Lights, he would then be capable of instantaneous movement, allowing him to quickly arrive next to the Sync Devils and fuse together with them. But now that his movements were restricted to an ordinary speed, he had no way to outpace Han Li's thunderstorm wings. As expected, Han Li waved his wings and appeared in front of Old Devil Qian with a raised hand, releasing a net of golden lightning. The old devil instantly recognized this to be divine Devilbane lightning and spit out a blood mist in his panic to temporarily block the attack, then quickly changed his direction. But then another flash appeared in front of him, a silhouette in silver light. The light surrounding him soon faded away to reveal a middle-aged cultivator with a pale complexion. He wore yellow robes, had a blank expression, and held a small red bow in his hand. He was the human-like puppet that possessed the cultivation of a late nascent soul cultivator. But when the puppet appeared, it didn't attack. Rather, its eyes suddenly shined with a blinding purple light that released ripples into the air. When Old Devil Qian saw this purple light, he instantly became captivated, as if his soul was being drawn into it. His body became warm and his mind grew blank. No, a bewitchment technique. Although he was now reduced to his nascent soul, his well-nurtured spiritual sense was able to quickly awaken. He rapidly turned his head, completely overwhelmed with shock, not daring to look into his eyes. Black chi surged from his body and he quickly took off in a different direction. However, he suddenly felt spiritual chi fluctuations above him and he couldn't help but to look up. It was a small cauldron that shined with a faint azure light revolving in the air. Although this was the first time he had seen this treasure, in his 1,000 years of experience, he instantly sensed that it was beyond strange and hurriedly flew off in a black streak. The cauldron then let out a clear ring and released a dense azure mist, quickly spreading out in the direction he left in. The light appeared ordinary at first, but in a brief flash it had appeared behind Old Devil Qian's cloud of black qi. Under the radiance of 1,000 rays of light, Old Devil Qian roared in anguish. The devilish qi dissolved to reveal the crimson nascent soul and the ghost-sifting banner beneath. A short moment later, countless threads of azure mist tightly bound his soul. No matter how much resistance he raised with violent flashes of green light and roaring crimson flames, he wasn't able to escape them. Rapidly, Han Li arrived next to Old Devil Qian's nascent soul in a flash of silver. He smiled and raised his hand. Spatial fluctuations appeared above the both of them, followed by the appearance of the heaven void cauldron. After it dropped into his grasp, he looked at the captured nascent soul. Old Devil Qian's nascent soul writhed with terror and his heart dropped when he saw Han Li look at him with hostile intentions, but soon a vicious resolve was born in his heart and he bit to the tip of his tongue with a grimace. Han Li's gaze turned cold. With 2 pops, talismans were stuck onto the soul's body, 1 gold and 1 silver, freezing his magic power and dissolving the suicidal attack he was about to launch. Right after, the yellow-robed middle-aged cultivator appeared behind Old Devil Qian in a flash of light. It was the late nascent soul puppet. It had silently arrived there at an unknown time. Han Li wore a mysterious smile following its appearance. At the start of the ambush, Han Li had the puppet conceal itself in the direction of the palace gates. If the old devil was truly as cunning as he believed, he would flee without a thought. And since the puppet wasn't alive, its aura was concealed with extreme ease. Apart from seeing it with one's own eyes, one would be incapable of detecting it. As a result, Old Devil Qian ended up ambushed by the arrow of golden lightning bamboo while he made his escape and was forcibly pushed back deeper in the hall. But because Han Li needed to capture his nascent soul alive, he used divine devil bane lightning to scare him away after he destroyed the blood devil pearl using the dagger refined from the devil essence diamond. Then as he fled in a panic, his puppet sneaked behind him and used its witch eyes refined from the brilliant glow gem to entrap him in a bewitchment technique. Having experienced the fearsome might of its witch eyes for himself, Han Li was confident it would be able to disable the old devil momentarily, no matter how powerful his spiritual sense may be. And when the eccentric lost consciousness as he expected, he used the opportunity to deploy the heaven void cauldron to easily restrain him. Following those thoughts, Han Li turned his attention to the small cauldron in his hand. Because he had only refined the first layer of its artifact imprint technique, he was only capable of commanding it to release a bit of its light. If he truly wished to open the cauldron, it seemed he would have to first reach late nascent soul stage. Fellow Taoist Han, what should I do with these devils? As Han Li was basking with joy, heavy footsteps sounded out from behind him. Gui Ling released a cloud of black-white qi from her hand, containing 5 pure white skeletons that were reduced to a foot tall. Having lost the connection to Old Devil Qian's nascent soul, the Sync Devil incarnations had dropped dead onto the ground, allowing Gui Ling to restrain them. Those 5. Han Li was about to continue when the 5 black skulls biting onto the old devil's nascent soul suddenly released their bite and screamed, turning around and returning to the 5 skeletons nearby. Not only were their screams incredibly loud, but it also inspired a blood-chilling fear that pierced the mind. Then, the trapped skeletons suddenly sensed something and their eyes violently flickered with crimson light, filling the air with the stench of blood. The skeletons all opened their mouths and simultaneously struck a single point in the black-white mist using a deep green devil flame. An explosion sounded out. Caught off guard, Gui Ling's restriction had been destroyed. The 5 shot out in streaks of white qi towards their jet-black skulls. But when Han Li saw this, he coldly snorted and waved his hand at the small cauldron. The azure mist poured out from it and instantly formed a wall to block the 5 streaks. He then commanded a portion of the azure mist to wrap around them, preventing the foot-tall skeletons from reaching the skulls. The The skeletons were then thrown into a crazed frenzy. Although the threads held them firm, their limbs struggled with all their might. They relentlessly spat emerald flame wisps at the azure strings that bound them. When old Devil Qian's nascent soul saw this, a trace of fear plagued his face and he suddenly yelled, "No. You! Quickly release them." When Han Li swept his gaze over across them, he felt somewhat baffled, but he wasn't about to listen to him. The result that followed astonished him. The skulls suddenly let out a sharp hiss and returned back towards old Devil Qian's nascent soul. Right after, the skulls didn't simply gnaw on the nascent soul, but their mouths began to bear down with strength, clearly intending on devouring him. Devil backlash. Han Li's heart jumped when he realized what was happening. Because old Devil Qian's magic power had greatly decreased, he had momentarily lost control and the obedient Sync Devils suddenly turned savage towards their master. However, Han Li had no intention of allowing him to perish. He waved his hand at the small cauldron without another thought. A series of clear rings rang out from within and countless azure threads shot out from the light covering its surface, firmly binding the skulls and forcibly dragged them away from the nascent soul. Even so, the skulls still bit at the air with wild strength born from insanity. He didn't pay the skulls any further heed and instead focused on the old devil's nascent soul. Although it had only taken a moment, the soul's body was reduced to less than half its original size and was on the verge of death. But in his gaze, it made no difference so long as it was still present. Then with a deep breath, Han Li grabbed the ghost-sifting banner at the old devil's side and quickly examined it before placing it in his storage pouch. Soon after, he swept his gaze to a place in the distance. The human puppet stirred and flickered from sight before returning to Han Li with a black storage pouch in hand. It had dropped to the ground when old Devil Qian's blood devil pearl was destroyed. He paid no further attention to the items in the storage pouch and turned his head to Gue Ling, fellow Taoist Gue, deal with the Sync Devils for the time being. I will be handling this nascent soul. He didn't wish for any others to watch while he was in the process of soul extraction. Please go ahead. I'll deal with the Sync Devils, Gue Ling calmly replied. Then she opened her mouth and enveloped the skeletons and skulls in black and white mist, taking over Han Li's restrictions of them. He nodded and reached out to the azure mist, creating a large azure hand that grabbed the nascent soul. A streak of azure light then flew away and disappeared into the great north essence light nearby. As for the human puppet, it remained motionless. When Gue Ling saw him disappear, she began to examine the puppet for a long time. Then, a trace of shock appeared on her face. If she hadn't personally seen Han Li summon it out from a storage pouch, she would have hardly believed that the cultivator before her was actually a puppet. Time slowly moved by and a quarter-hour passed. The great north essence light stirred and parted way for Han Li to emerge. He revealed no emotion and old Devil Qian's nascent soul was nowhere to be seen. When he approached Gue Ling, she pointed to the 5 Sync Devils and asked, "How should we deal with them?" "To the best of my knowledge, there's no other way to vanish them from this world apart from slow refinement from great yang flames." "Refine?" Han Li paused for a moment. "There's no need for that. I have another use for them. I'll just seal them away for the time being." "Then so be it." Despite her surprise, she readily agreed. Han Li waved his sleeve, summoning a dense swarm of talismans from within and instantly covered the skeletons and skulls with various colored balls of light. He then clapped his hands together and flicked a finger, arcing lightning from his hand and weaving it together with golden strings layer upon layer around them. As light flashed, over 10 balls of golden light appeared before them. With an incantation gesture, Han Li released spell seals at the balls, quickly shrinking them to the size of a fist. When Han Li looked at them, he frowned when something came to mind. He opened his mouth and spat out a bubble that glowed with Buddhist light. It was the Vajra barrier that he had been nurturing his body with. He pointed to the item in his hand and a 7-colored radiance swept them all up, absorbing them into the golden orb. With divine devil-bane lightning and the Buddhist treasure suppressing it, no matter how vicious what lay ahead, they shouldn't have any way of escaping. He finally felt at ease and placed the Vajra barrier into a jade box before carefully putting it away. "Let's go. Fellow Taoist Gue should have some hidden locations on this mountain. We'll hide there for a few days and wait for the opening in the seal to recover once more." "A hidden location?" With roused spirits, Gue Ling instantly answered. "I did unintentionally discover a place like that, and there shouldn't be anyone else that knows of it. When Han Li heard about a hidden location that only Gui Ling was aware of, he nodded and said, "Good. Let's go. If we encounter our enemies along the way, there is no need to fight them. We'll just shake them off." After he put away the human-like puppet, he hurriedly flew out from the palace hall. The two flew through the gray north essence light in the blink of an eye, but when the flight restrictions took effect once more, they could only drop to the floor and use body lightning techniques to conserve their magic power. He swept his spiritual sense into the distance and didn't see anyone on the exterior of the great north essence light, much to his delight and surprise. He called out to Gui Ling and calmly emerged from the light with the Tailstar essence shield and Triflame fan in hand. After taking another careful look around, he slowly walked out from Kunwa Hall. It was deathly quiet on the outside, and when he had a clear view of the area, he felt a hint of surprise. In the large plaza past the felled gold-weight spirit trees, the ground was littered with holes and piles of rubble as if a grand battle occurred. When Gui Ling walked up behind him, she looked at the scene and paused. How curious. Could it be they fought amongst themselves? She puzzlingly mused. Han Li regained his composure and sullenly said, "I'm unsure. It is possible they encountered that first group of cultivators. Although I don't know their origins, since they were able to rend open the seal to Kunwa Mountain. Their abilities should be great." Gui Ling sighed. That could be the case. When the seal was broken, I followed them from a distance and noticed that two of them had a similar cultivation to mine. Oh, do you remember their appearance? From the first wave here, he only knew about the square-faced middle-aged man. He had seen him use a powerful treasure to defend himself against old Devil Qian. Gui Ling shook her head. Since their strength was sure to be powerful, I didn't dare to approach. I only viewed them at a distance with my spiritual sense. Han Li was a little disappointed to hear this. He had wanted to know if the Elder Devil was among those here, and if he should plan for an opportunity to seize back his two flying swords. But now with Gui Ling and the human-like puppet, he was confident that he would have more than a fighting chance against the Elder Devil and wouldn't need to flee. His gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment, then concluding, in any case, they shouldn't have been able to easily exterminate those here. They most likely chased them elsewhere. Although he had spoken as such, Han Li knew that something else was afoot. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily departed from their original goals, much like how Grand Immortal Su and the Endless Sky Saintess had come to pursue him. Could it be that the first one here were so powerful that they could force the lot of them to rout? But even that was highly unlikely. If they had such an advantage, why wouldn't they remain and wait for an opportunity to fight for the treasures? With all things considered, he contemplated a moment more and rubbed his chin before dropping the matter. No matter what happened, his objective had been achieved. He only needed to stay safely hidden until he could depart from the brewing storm. He would have to think of a method to reclaim the two flying swords the Elder Devil stole after he left Kunwa Mountain. Having pondered over the matter, Han Li promptly came to a decision. "Fellow Taoist Gui, let's first go to the secret place you spoke of. There is no need to follow them. In a few days, there will be even more cultivators who will enter." Han Li then led the way down the stairs to the main plaza. Gui Ling wryly laughed and followed suit. Along the way, they saw sword scars, scorch marks, and other signs of battle. These cultivators had been pursued when they made their escape. When a huge gorge suddenly appeared before them, Han Li approached and took a look before tensely frowning. The huge split was certain to have been created from the strike of a blade-type treasure. It had rent the stairs in two and created a gap over 300 meters wide and 100 meters deep. He even mused that if he made use of the full might of his giant sword technique, he wouldn't be capable of such a feat. Silvermoon's voice echoed from his mind. It seems those cultivators definitely encountered trouble given the power of the abilities that had been displayed. The battle was much more intense than we imagined. Perhaps, but what does that have to do with us? Han Li casually replied. Soon after, he launched himself from the ground and floated across the ravine. Gui Ling moved closely behind. After he landed, his expression stirred and he glanced at one of the huge rocks in front of him with a cold gaze. Then Han Li's expression sank and he harshly yelled, "You come out from there." A cloud of black chi then shot out from the nearby. A nascent soul could be faintly seen within it. Since the cultivators on the mountain were more likely to be enemies than not, there was no need to be polite and let him slip away. Thunder rang out from his back and he suddenly disappeared from sight. A short moment later, he appeared in front of the black mass in a flash of silver light. He raised his hand, and with a crackle, a massive blue hand appeared and closed its grip. With great alarm, black chi surged around the nascent soul in an attempt to flee. But since it had been greatly wounded in the fight before, it wasn't able to use instantaneous movement from the very start. And with Han Li's rich experience in dispersing nascent souls, he was also quite proficient in trapping them. He simply sneered in contempt when he saw the soul's attempt to escape. Golden lightning began to spark from the large azure hand and 5 bolts of thunder erupted from it, creating a large golden net to trap it. Then the nascent soul's body blurred only to run headfirst in the net of lightning. A large explosion sounded out. The golden lightning had dispersed a majority of the black chi protecting the nascent soul's body. As for the soul itself, its body began to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. The large azure hand then swiftly grabbed a hold of the soul and brought it back to Han Li. He glanced at the terrified being and smiled. It's him. When Gue Ling saw the nascent soul, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Although it had no body, its face clearly belonged to one of the 2 old Yin-sifting sect elders. He had lost his body at some point and his nascent soul had remained hidden behind the huge boulder ever since. With a terror-struck face, the soul pleaded, "We have no grudge between us, fellow Taoist Han. I had no hand in pursuing you." Han Li chuckled with a calm expression. "Why are you so scared? When did I say I was going to attack you? I only want to ask you what happened outside the hall. And you should have also seen 2 women leaving the hall along with 2 other demons." The nascent soul felt relief at his calm attitude and he quickly answered, "Not long after you entered the hall, the Yi clan cultivators had suddenly arrived with the Yi clan grand elder amongst them. When they saw us, they immediately attacked, and we had no choice but to fight under fellow Taoist Su's command. We were able to defend ourselves well enough, but then the devil-suppressing pagoda suddenly began to quake and a majority of the mountain on that side sank as if it was entering the heart of the mountain. Furthermore, the nascent soul paused for a moment, but when Han Li's cold gaze pierced it, its heart trembled and it hastily continued, Furthermore. A light suddenly flew out from the pagoda, followed by loud Buddhist chants that we could all clearly hear. Someone had yelled that it was a sign that a divine spirit treasure had arrived, and soon after, they all gave up on the battle and flew in its direction. The Immortal Form sect elders and the 2 demons had emerged just as this occurred and traveled in the same direction. As for me, I had remained behind to inform the Grand Elder of this matter. "A divine spirit treasure truly appeared?" Han Li exclaimed. "I don't know if it truly is a divine spirit treasure, but changes in the sky to the likes of this couldn't be produced from an ordinary treasure. But since fellow Taoist Su and the Yi clan Grand Elder chased after it without another thought, it should be true." "And how did you die?" The nascent soul gritted its teeth. "That wretch Scatterwind had snuck up on me and used a crimson saber to strike down my body. The saber had completely absorbed my blood essence with the attack. If I hadn't resolved myself to abandon my body early, I fear my nascent soul wouldn't have been able to escape." Han Li raised his brow and doubtfully asked, "What blade could be so powerful?" The nascent soul paused for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure. It was the first time I had seen such a treasure. However, its appearance strongly resembled that of the devil dragon blade of legend, although its color was quite amiss. But if it was a true devil dragon blade, how could I have the opportunity to flee?" "The devil dragon blade?" Han Li's expression changed at the mention of it. Devil blades forged from devil essence diamonds possessed a fearsome reputation. It was said that such blades possessed the vicious ability to kill by absorbing flesh and soul, and in turn, refine them into power. The devil blade's might would then increase with the body count. Many believed that after a certain amount of time and honed with a continuous stream of kills, it would eventually rival a divine spirit treasure and be possible for the wielder to kill a deity transformation stage cultivator. Of course, divine spirit treasures and said blades in particular have long been extinct in the mortal world, so there was no such thing as a true comparison. But when the Yin-sifting sect elder suddenly mentioned this treasure, Han Li's expression turned unsightly. Gue Ling blinked and mused. "The blade can't have been a devil dragon blade, since his nascent soul was given the opportunity to escape. It should be a rare devil Dao treasure of another kind, since the saber only bore a strong resemblance to the weapon. That should be the case, Han Li nodded. Soon after, he looked in the direction of the devil-suppressing pagoda and saw that one of the peaks in the distance was gone. When he thought of the heaven-void cauldron in his hand, his heart stirred and he muttered, Kunwu Mountain was known to be the center of human cultivation. It shouldn't be rare for a divine spirit treasure to be there. With Guiling's help and the human-like puppet, he now had a chance at acquiring the treasure. And with the 8 high-grade spirit stones he acquired from old Devil Qian's storage pouch, he could use his puppet quite freely. Silvermoon's voice suddenly spoke in his mind with hesitation. Master, how about we take a look? For some reason, ever since I left the hall, something has been beckoning me towards there. It seems quite familiar. Perhaps there is something that is related to my lost memories. There is something calling for you? Han Li asked, startled. That's right, I can faintly sense it. If we miss this opportunity, my memories may never be whole. Silvermoon spoke with an earnest tone. Han Li silently mused for a long while. Then he chuckled. In that case, let's take a look. I am also quite interested in this divine spirit treasure. When Silvermoon heard him, she happily replied, Many thanks, master. Han Li then turned to the side and slowly said, Fellow Taoist Gue, since a divine spirit treasure has emerged, it seems hiding away isn't an option anymore. Guiling gave a slight bow and answered, You are my master. I will do what you bid. With the appearance of such a rare treasure, no cultivator could turn a blind eye. Guiling had already anticipated this and wasn't surprised by his change of mind. Then, the nascent soul trapped by the large azure hand shouted, Could you agree to not harm me? I swear that everything I told you is true. I never mentioned sparing you, and you clearly understood that not speaking would only mean having your soul refined. You can only blame yourself for falling into my hands. With that said, Han Li opened his mouth and released a bolt of golden lightning. With a miserable scream, the large hand and the nascent soul disappeared in a flare of gold, only for a faint green banner to fall to the ground. Han Li's eyes lit up and he swept it up with a wave of his sleeve. He quickly glanced over it and found it to be another ghost-sifting banner. After using a soul-scouring technique on old Devil Qian, he came to understand that the banners were no trivial items. If all 18 were combined, they would have unimaginable power. Since he was already the nemesis of the sifting sect, he planned on taking all of them into his possession. Even if they were of little value to him, he couldn't allow them to restore their number. In the past, when one had been destroyed or lost, if the sect wasn't able to recover it, they refined a new one. However, this was only done a few times in the entire history of their sect. No matter how wealthy they may be, these banners weren't easily created. After refinement, it would take quite some time before they were powerful enough to be used. Han Li looked in the direction of the pagoda and muttered, Let's hurry. We don't know if there are cultivators already fighting over the treasure. He then flew down the steps with Guiling closely behind. There were restrictions to either side of the stairway, preventing them from cutting through. Along the way, he spotted no further signs of combat, and soon, they returned to the main white jade plaza, then making their way up to the devil-suppressing pagoda. Farther down the path, there was an area reduced to a mess littered with rubble and holes. Han Li turned a blind eye to this and continued on his way. Guiling let out a gasp and looked at one of the piles of rubble. Surprised, he followed her gaze and found something strange. Below an unremarkable pile of debris, there was a small white object. It was clearly the bones belonging to an arm. He swept his sleeve and blew away the rubble in an azure wind, revealing a skeleton underneath. Shock appeared on Han Li's face. The hair and clothes draped on the skeleton belonged to Old Man Fu. The dark violet pearl was tightly held in his other hand, but it was mostly shattered. Han Li remained silent and began to look around. After a long while, he sighed. To think you put all that effort into refining the nascent cultivating pill only for you to die here. The path of cultivation is truly perilous. Although he didn't consider them to be friends, his sudden death left a rather peculiar feeling in his heart. Does fellow Taoist Han recognize this person? Guiling asked. His death is quite odd. The flesh had been stripped clean and there are no signs that his nascent soul had manifested, and there is only the mark of a single cut from his back. It appears like, Hanli let out a long sigh, this person died from the blade that the Yin-sifting sect elder described, right? Gui Ling solemnly said, indeed, although there are other devilish techniques capable of stripping away flesh, they don't leave a mark like this. Additionally, the Yin-sifting sect elder's nascent soul was able to flee, but this person's simply perished. Could it truly be a devil-dragon blade? How could we explain this difference in strength? After some thought, Hanli shook his head and said, I very much doubt that. The devil-dragon blade might have the power to increase its strength from consuming the souls and flesh of cultivators, but the process should take quite a bit of time. How could its power grow so rapidly? Yes, that does make sense. Gui Ling chimed with a sense of understanding. More importantly, this Master Scatterwind has no fear of consequences. He dared to attack elders of both the Yin-sifting sect and the Nine Serenities sect. Furthermore, he hadn't destroyed their bodies after killing them. Doesn't he have any fear of the two sects joining together to take revenge? Han Li took another glance at the skeleton and puzzlement appeared on his face. Given that his storage pouch had disappeared, the nascent cultivating pill should have fallen into the hands of that character. As Gui Ling had just emerged from imprisonment, she had little understanding of the current cultivation world and thus little to add. Han Li pondered for a moment more and couldn't come up with an answer. Then he raised his hand and released a fireball, burning the skeleton to ash. Let's be careful. That blade will be stronger after consuming a nascent soul cultivator. We'd best not suffer in the same way. With those indifferent words, he led the way ahead but wore a much gloomier expression. Gui Ling's heart trembled upon hearing this, and she grimaced with her unsightly face before following after him with a wry smile. As they headed up, the two hadn't encountered anything else of note and eventually arrived at the end of the stairway, or what remained of it. They found themselves at a cliff that had been cut half in size, and the mountain behind it had vanished without a trace. Han Li peered into the distance and then looked down at the unfathomable depth. He then stroked his chin with a pensive expression. Although Gui Ling had already been expecting this from what the Yin-sifting sect elder had said, she was astonished to see this with her own eyes. It appears that others have already descended and that the devil-suppressing pagoda had truly sunk into the mountain. Who knows what's going on below? Fellow Taoist Gui, do you know what monsters are being detained in the pagoda? After some hesitation, Gui Ling earnestly replied, I'm not too sure. In the past, I was one of the demon beasts used to guard the mountain. Those cultivators hadn't mentioned the matter to me, but before I was moved outside the mountain, I sensed a huge devilish chi that appeared here. Soon after, it disappeared. It should have been sealed in the pagoda. It is a pity that my cultivation at the time had been rather shallow. From how powerful the aura was, I could have determined the true cultivation of the master of the chi. Han Li took a deep look down the cliff and said, It's no matter. Regardless of how powerful that being may be, it should have been immensely weakened after being suppressed for so many years. Furthermore, there should have been many late nascent soul cultivators to deal with it. Soon after, he beckoned to Gui Ling and the two slowly floated down. The darkness was unfathomably deep. After floating down for a quarter hour, they still hadn't reached the bottom. Han Li felt both sullen and bewildered. At this depth, his surroundings had already become shadowed and dark, and his vision was limited. He raised his head and could only faintly see a white dot shining far away. Under the present restrictions limiting one's spiritual sense, a common cultivator would only be able to sense movement within 100 meters. But Han Li had the bright sight spirit eyes, allowing him to clearly see a kilometer around him. As they continued to drop, Gui Ling suddenly shouted, Fellow Taoist Han, below us. Stirred by her words, he looked down. Specks of light glowed not far below them, and they could see the faint outline of a huge building. His expression stirred, and he moved to get a closer look when saw something flash from the corner of his eye. A crimson light was silently sweeping towards him from the darkness. He was suddenly barraged by a bloody scent assailing his nose, which filled him with absolute disgust. Master Scatterwind! Han Li's heart trembled. The crimson light was as fast as lightning, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for his continued vigilance, he feared that he would have been too slow to act. He quickly raised his hand and summoned a sparkling small silver disc, the Tailstar Essence Shield. It violently surged in size, and a sheen of white light emerged from it to cover Han Li. Before an eye could even blink, crimson light cascaded around him, leaving him completely surrounded. Hiss! A 3-meter-long saber suddenly emerged from the light and struck the silver barrier. The saber appeared peculiar, as it was as narrow as 2 fingers and as thin as paper, not to mention the demonic crimson glow on its surface. The barrier swayed from the strike before shattering into tiny fragments. The saber moved on to directly strike at the Tailstar Essence Shield. The shield brilliantly flashed, and its surface turned sleek as a mirror. Crimson and silver intertwined, finding them at a deadlock for the time being. Just as the tension in his heart eased, the blood saber suddenly warped and twisted around the shield with an unbelievable flexibility. Seeing that the saber had snaked around to strike him, he shot backward and flicked his fingers, releasing azure sword streaks to repel it. Clangs of metal sounded out as the saber incisively slid through all of them in a single blow and continued towards Han Li without the slightest obstruction. Han Li's face paled, and he opened his mouth to spit out an object wrapped in azure light. A crisp clang rang as the crimson saber was blocked by not the object, but the light that surrounded it. It was the Heaven Void Cauldron. A surprised yelp came from the distance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li summoned his thunderstorm wings and blinked over 30 meters away. He then raised his hand and had the Tailstar Essence Shield and the Heaven Void Cauldron shoot back towards him. Then, the crimson light surrounding him surged and rushed at him in every direction, filling the air with a disgusting bloody scent. Han Li coldly snorted and held his hands in an incantation gesture. Thunder sounded out, and a barrier of golden lightning emerged from his body, dispersing the crimson that attempted to approach him and held them at bay. Divine Devilbane Lightning. When the hidden figure saw this, he was surprised and knew that they had encountered a fearsome opponent. Han Li looked at the figure in the distance and coldly said, "Master Scatterwind? Is that you?" The person didn't reply. Instead, the saber let out a hum and absorbed all of the crimson light nearby. Then in a blur, the figure disappeared into the darkness along with the weapon. "Fellow Taoist, are you all right?" The ambush had taken place in only a moment, and Gui Ling was caught off guard. She anxiously asked about his well-being, fearing that he would rebuke her afterwards. "Yes. As I expected, it does resemble a devil dragon blade. A common treasure would have been split in 2 by the initial attack, but my shield managed to block it well enough," Han Li calmly stated. Then with a wave of his arm, the Tailstar shield returned to his hand. When he glanced it over, he saw a deep slender cut on the surface. Han Li's eyes widened in surprise, and he frowned. As he poured great amounts of spiritual power into it, silver light began to wander across its surface, and the cut was slowly mended. With a now restored shield, he put it away and absorbed the cauldron back into his body. Did Brother Han clearly see the person's appearance? No, spiritual light masked his body. I wasn't able to see if he was truly Master Scatterwind. However, his cultivation didn't seem very high. With that said, he turned to look at the silhouette of the large building and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Although Gui Ling wished to proceed, she didn't know what he was thinking and simply remained at his side. Without raising his head, he indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist Gui, I will treat your hesitation to act as a single mistake and ignore it. I hope you will not have any further thoughts of this in the future." Then, he flew down in an azure streak before she could reply. Gui Ling felt her heart thump, but was relieved after hearing that he didn't plan on harming her. But for a time, her expression was conflicted. She did have a few erring thoughts a moment ago, and it seemed that the Han Li had sensed this from the portion of her soul possessing her life soul tile. A long while later, Gui Ling let out a wry laugh and helplessly followed suit. Han Li arrived above a huge square platform and began to calmly examine his surroundings. Apart from veiled steps heading downward, there was no other course. "So this is the devil-suppressing pagoda," he muttered. Gui Ling landed behind him. Having heard his words, she quickly explained, "You may not know this, but the pagoda is structured quite oddly. They constructed it so that its peak is on the lowest floor. The deeper one heads in, the more fearsome the monsters it imprisons." "So it was like that?" Han Li nodded and looked around him once more. He acted as if nothing from moments ago had happened at all, causing her to hold him in even more fear. He tossed a moonlight stone into the air and had it float above him. After calling out to Guiling, they began the descent into the pagoda. The first few floors were exceptionally wide and peaceful as there were no ghosts inside. It seemed the cultivators who arrived first had cleanly wiped them out. However, there were many signs of battle. There was fighting to prevent others from heading further inside. When he arrived on the third floor, a scorched corpse lay sprawling at the side of a stone pillar. Han Li examined it for a while before concluding that it didn't belong to someone he could recognize, likely a Yi clan cultivator. However, this one had released his nascent soul before his body perished, but it was unknown if it managed to successfully escape. Oddly, there was nothing of note on the fourth floor, but once he entered the fifth he found two more corpses. One was a shade of dark green, having perished from some kind of fierce poison. As for the other, it belonged to the large man from the band of vagrant cultivators. His head was lobbed to the side and his body was shredded to pieces. His severed head donned a face of disbelief. Although Han Li felt his heart tremble at the sight of this, he didn't slow his stride. After turning the corpses to ash, he solemnly entered the sixth floor. To his unexpected surprise, he found a living person, a palace-robed woman sealed in a huge chunk of ice by Yaoi. Her eyes were shut and she had her hands clasped in a gesture around a crystalline flying sword. If it weren't for the faint spiritual fluctuations he sensed from her, he would have believed her to be dead from her deathly white complexion. However, he didn't immediately free her and instead swept his entire spiritual sense past the floor. When he made sure the area was clear, he softly placed his hand against the block of ice. Then with a crackle, a layer of purple flames ignited from his palm and quickly ate away at the cold chi. In the blink of an eye, the huge chunk shrunk and soon, Bai Yaoi was released. As the last of the ice evaporated from her body, her eyelashes fluttered before she opened her eyes. When she saw that Han Li had appeared in front of her, her tense expression instantly relaxed. So it was Brother Han. I had begun to worry. Bai Yaoi weakly smiled. It was clear her vitality was greatly weakened. Han Li frowned and examined the woman's expression before slowly asking, "If I remember correctly, fellow Taoist, I cultivated an ice attribute technique. Could it be that you sealed yourself in the ice?" With a face still lingering with fear, Bai Yaoi slowly said, "I was heavily injured. In order to repel my enemies, I was forced to release the profound glacial chi I diligently cultivated within my flying sword for many years. At the time, the others were only thinking of entering the lower floors as soon as they could, and I managed to escape death through only luck." "Oh? From your words, you don't seem very familiar with the attackers." "It was someone from the group of cultivators that arrived before us. At the time, I was in a deadlock with someone when I was ambushed, forcing me to seal myself. The ice would have taken a long time to break unless a late nascent soul cultivator was personally bent on destroying it. But since I am heavily injured, I had no way to break free and had to trouble fellow Taoist Han to save me. Had I remained sealed for a long, I don't even want to think of the consequences. Speaking of it, Brother Han is truly powerful to be able to wipe away the glacial chi in only a short time. It didn't take much effort. Could fellow Taoist Bai tell me what happened here?" After fellow Taoist Fu and I departed, we searched a secret pavilion and acquired quite a few gains. We planned to withdraw, but then an abrupt change occurred in the sky above the devil-suppressing pagoda, signifying the appearance of a grand treasure. We were overcome with greed and had joined the fray. Along the way, we encountered many cultivators that were heading in that direction as well. We saw the Sifting sect elders, the cultivators that had opened the seal, the vagrant cultivators, and even the silver-winged night fiend from before. To tell the truth, when we saw so many powerful figures, we immediately felt regret and thought to withdraw. However, they had attacked as soon as they spotted us and we were forced to fight. I had been pursued from the very beginning and fled here. Fellow Taoist Fu had disappeared along the way. It seemed he had an opportunity to escape. As Bai Yaoi explained what happened, she examined the horned woman at his side with an uneasy expression. She clearly sensed the fearsome demonic chi emitting from her body. Seeing that she was startled, Han Li smiled and said, "There is no need to fear, fellow Taoist Bai. Fellow Taoist Guiling has agreed to join hands with me. I wouldn't have dared to come otherwise." Guiling then squeezed out a faint smile. Although Bai Yaoi didn't believe the two circumstances were as simple as he stated, she felt relieved. So it was like that. I did say Brother Han's abilities and wisdom is far beyond the likes of us. Then with a stern expression, he continued. But I have to mention I saw the remains of fellow Taoist Fu. He had passed near the entrance. Truly, Bai Yaoi wore a trace of astonishment. I personally dealt with his corpse, and there are no signs that his nascent soul manifested. Han Li was then reminded of the crimson saber, and a cold glint flashed from his eyes. Speaking of which, did you sense anyone pass by you when you were trapped in the ice? No. Bai Yaoi paused in surprise. Could it that others have entered? Nothing of the sort. Han Li pondered to himself and looked down at the entrance to the bottom floor. Since your vitality is weakened, what do you plan on doing now? What is there to do? No matter how valuable the treasure is within, it would only be a vain attempt on my part. I plan on immediately departing as soon as the seal's opening stabilizes. That will be good. Let's part here then, fellow Taoist Bai. I still hold quite a bit of interest in the treasure, Han Li said, revealing no surprise at her intent to retreat. When she heard him, she chuckled, since Brother Han is confident, I will not try to change your mind. Be careful. Take care of yourself too, fellow Taoist Bai. Han Li saluted her and then blurred in the direction of the entrance to the next floor. Gui Ling silently followed after him. When Bai Yaoi saw the two depart, she sighed and swallowed a fire-red pill she summoned from her storage pouch. Just after he was 60 meters away, Han Li suddenly thought of something and turned around. Fellow Taoist Bai, I've long heard of the fame of North Night Palace. Would it be possible for me to visit it in the future? Bai Yaoi paused in surprise and replied with a sweet smile, fellow Taoist must be joking. Our palace would be happy to receive you. Your words put me at ease. Han Li smiled and departed without any further delay. Bai Yaoi waited for Han Li to disappear before her smile changed to a pensive expression. Although she happily agreed, she felt rather bewildered as to why he would suddenly mention the North Night Palace. On the 7th floor, where the Elder Devil and company had previously fought against the Ghost Fiends, it was completely empty without a soul in sight. The two easily made their way down to a small room that contained a white and a black teleportation formation. When Han Li glanced at the formations, he stroked his chin and carefully mused. Within his mind, he asked, Silver Moon, do you sense anything? These two are both short-ranged and should lead to the next floor. Is there anything about them that beckons you? How strange, Silver Moon slowly answered. I sense something awfully familiar from them both, but the feeling from the white one is far stronger. After a moment of silent thought, Han Li calmly said, Then let's go through that one. I faintly sense a devil chi from the black teleportation formation. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Soon after, he wordlessly stepped into the white formation and Gui Ling followed suit. Then with a spell seal striking the edge of the formation, white light flashed from around them and they disappeared. Just as they appeared on the 8th floor, Han Li summoned the Tailstar Essence shield in front of him and Gui Ling's crimson armor shimmered on her body. After all, they didn't know where the formation would take them, nor if there was anyone guarding it. Given how experienced they were, they didn't dare to be careless. But contrary to their expectations, there weren't immediate attacks. Instead, they heard raging explosions in the distance. When the teleportation sickness faded away, Han Li glanced around, only for his heart to stir. The terrain in front of him was in complete disarray. Up above them, flying swords and other treasures were dancing in the air. Han Li hastily swept his eyes up above and spotted a dozen silhouettes. The silver-winged knife fiend, the lion hawk, the grand immortal Su, the endless sky saintess Lin Yiping, and the two immortal form sect elders were among them. There were also several unfamiliar cultivators that Han Li guessed to be the ones from the Yi clan. However, Gu Tianhao and the remaining Yin sifting sect elder was nowhere to be seen. All of the figures in the sky weren't actually attacking each other at the moment. Rather, they were scattered across the palace at the center of the area. There was a huge spell formation surrounding the palace and tens of altars surrounding it, each enshrined with a white jade statue that was 10 meters tall. The statues were clad in glittering armor and held huge golden blades in their hands. They had come to life and were working in conjunction with the restrictions of the giant spell formation. They faced off against the many high-grade opponents, releasing 10-meter-long sword lights in response to the cultivators' attacks. However, the cultivators weren't entirely focused on the statues. Quite a few would occasionally steal a glance at the palace in between their attacks. Over 30 meters in the air above the palace floated an emerald-green wooden ruler emitting a faint verdant glow. It was half a foot long and styled unoriginally. It only appeared to be a common treasure, however, because every time it flipped in the air, countless lotus flowers blossomed around it and slowly danced in the air. The images of 8 various spirit beasts would appear amongst them and roar at the ruler as if in a show of respect. A horned lion dragon, golden-scaled flood dragon, 8-corned deer. Hanli lost his breath as he named them all off. These spirit beasts were resoundingly famous during ancient times. In her shock, Guiling muttered, "The 8th spirit ruler. I didn't think that the 3 Kunwu elders would leave this treasure behind." The 8th spirit ruler? Han Li's expression stirred. Silvermoon slowly said, "The ruler is a divine spirit treasure. However, it was only used a handful during ancient times, and was lesser known as a result. Nevertheless, its power should be as expected." Han Li's frowned, having heard Silvermoon's voice turn strange. "Are you all right?" "I'm not sure. I originally didn't recognize the treasure, but some detailed information on it had just appeared in my mind. It seems like this was what had summoned me. No, it's not the ruler. Someone close to me was beckoning. Wait, that's not right either. My other half is here." Hanli frowned, but just as he thought to inquire any further, the group of cultivators discovered Hanli and stared at him with bemused and hostile gazes. In his shock, Hanli dropped the matter with Silvermoon. He then walked out from the teleportation formation with a glint in his eye and floated to the sky. Grand Immortal Su coldly laughed and released a silver streak with a wave of his hand, shattering one of the statues. "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Han would dare to follow us. I am truly impressed." Soon after the statue's destruction, the altar flashed with white light, restoring it to its original form. Then it continued to wave its golden blade, releasing cuts of light into the air. Han Li calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? A divine spirit treasure has appeared in front of us. And you still intend on starting trouble?" When Lin Yinping heard this, hostility flared on her face, but just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by the silver-winged night fiend. "Don't forget that we have things to settle as well. Although there is a treasure in front of us, I wouldn't mind settling our debts first." The lion hawk next to him snarled in a clearly threatening gesture. "Oh, is that so?" Han Li replied with a smile. Guiling sighed, stepping forward to stand at his side. The night fiend's expression shifted upon seeing her. "Fellow Taoist Gui, what are you doing? Why are you together with that human?" An ominous glint flashed from her eye, and she yelled, "Do you truly not know, or are you playing the fool? After you made use of me, you only cared for your own life soul tiles and tossed me aside, leaving mine in his hands. If I want to preserve my life, I can only obey him." The cultivators were amazed to hear this. The night fiend wore slight embarrassment, and the roaring lion hawk immediately closed its mouth. The 3 had a friendship that spanned back many years. If it were possible, the 2 would have liked to help retrieve her life soul tile. However, the circumstances at the time were peculiar. They only managed to grab their own tiles due to luck. They truly had no method to grab Guiling's. Furthermore, Han Li had been particularly cunning and immediately departed as soon as he grabbed the tile along with a few other treasures, making a clean escape while the rest had been trapped by the might of the 4 skies ruler. The night fiend's expression returned to normal and he sullenly stared at Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Gui, don't worry. I'll help you take it back." Guiling glared, "Now that we reached this far, there's no point. I have no choice but to obey. If you get in our way, don't blame me for being ruthless." The demon wryly chuckled and said nothing else, but he continued to leer at Han Li. Han Li indifferently ignored him as he began to form a plan of action. If the night fiend truly intended on finding trouble, he would have Guiling contest him. Lady Mu then sweetly smiled, "Fellow Taoist Han, how did you battle against old Devil Chen Fair? Since he's yet to appear, could it be that he's met his end at your hands?" The words came as a shock to everyone present. Han Li raised his brow at her provocation, and turned to look at her and the beautiful young woman at her side. So you were the one who spied on our battle. I've yet to have the pleasure of knowing your name. Since you don't know who we are, you must be fellow Taoist Han. We are from the Nanjiang's Immortal Form sect. We can be considered half of the masters of this place. Brother Han's face is quite unfamiliar. Could it be you aren't from the Great Gene? Lady Mu had a well-bestowed body and a face of ordinary beauty. As she spoke flirtatiously, an icy coldness seeped out from deep in her eyes. My origins have nothing to do with our current affairs. As for my battle with old devil Qian, we merely sparred for a bit before eventually parting ways. Has that old devil still not appeared? It seems I have arrived first. Han Li spoke without a change in expression. At his side, Gue Ling rolled her eyes but remained silent. Lady Mu was doubtful of his words, but she also couldn't believe that he was capable of killing such a famed figure. As such, she silently smiled when she heard his unfriendly reply. The Yi clan cultivators now looked at Han Li with newfound importance considering this new information and exchanged a glance with one another. They then withdrew and stopped attacking the stone puppets in the spell formation for the time being. The white-robed late-nascent soul stage scholar blinked and sent Han Li a voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, it seems there are grudges between you and them. I am the Yi clan Grand Elder, the commanding power of the Great Jin's imperial family. Would you be interested in joining hands? We only need the 8-spirit ruler. All the other treasures in the hall will be yours. What do you say? Han Li was stunned to hear this, but maintained a face of indifference and didn't reply. Seeing that Han Li possessed great power and controlled the high-grade spirit beast Gue Ling, he continued, Fellow Taoist, don't think that we're being greedy. If you manage to somehow acquire that treasure, you won't be able to last long by yourself. Han Li frowned and eventually replied through voice transmission, Your Yi clan is the greatest noble house in the Great Gene. Why do you need the help of an outsider like me? Didn't you have 2 great cultivators when entering this place? Where is the other one? His expression stirred and began to look around at the faces of these unfamiliar cultivators. He felt a bit of relief now seeing that the elder devil wasn't counted among their numbers, but trepidation still lingered in his heart. The scholar's heart trembled and chuckled a bit. I didn't expect that Brother Han would know of that person. To tell you the truth, he should be within this pagoda. Although I have no contact with him, I'm sure he'll come to aid us during our time of need. Perhaps he's already entered the palace. Han Li paused for a moment and replied, Is that so? But if there is nothing else in the palace, I would only be fanning resentment with these people for nothing. Seeing that Han Li was somewhat tempted, the Yi clan Grand Elder hurriedly pushed. That's a simple matter to resolve. We've already searched through other areas of the mountain and acquired many powerful treasures in passing. If you gain nothing from the palace, I am willing to hand them all over to you. If you fear that they would take revenge in the future, we can have you become a guest elder of the clan or even pay you a sum of 1 million spirit stones. Because the large-headed eccentric and some others had disappeared, the scholar felt great apprehension moving forward now that their current situation had fallen out of control. As such, he spared no effort to rope in Han Li swiftly. After a moment's thought, Han Li chuckled and agreed. I will take the offer of 1 million spirit stones. If worst to worst, I will just depart from the Great Gene. Most excellent. Then the matter is settled. Fellow Taoist can act according to his discretion, the scholar said with an exceedingly happy tone. As the artifact spirit linked to his soul-joined magic treasure, Silvermoon was able to clearly listen in on the deal. She couldn't help but ask, What? You truly wish to hand over the 8-spirit ruler to them? Of course not, Han Li leisurely replied. The Yi clan is conscious of their own weakness and I also need their help. With only an oral agreement, neither side is obliged to hold to their terms. Silvermoon sighed. I also think this is the case. When the great formation is broken through, you will have to prepare to acquire the ruler and make use of all your abilities to escape. Han Li smiled and said little else. At that moment, the scholar channeled magic power into his voice and loudly yelled, Everyone, since fellow Taoist Han has arrived, we have a greater chance at destroying this ancient formation. How about we include the fellow Taoist in our previous arrangement? Grand Immortal Su coldly snorted. We're already enough to destroy the formation. We don't need another. We will be capturing him. The scholar's expression sank, and he sullenly said, Brother Su must be joking. I have no objection should you choose to do so, but do you think you'll have the time to play around? That is true. Lady Mu swept her hair to the side and said, The High Zenith Sect's Master Sable and the Heavenly Devil Sect's Taoist Seven Wonders are soon to arrive from the outside. We maybe have a day at most to acquire the treasure. When the greatest sects of the devil and righteous Tao come here, do you believe that the treasure will belong to any of us? Apart from the 3 demons present, all of the cultivators felt great shock upon hearing the names of these 2 sects. The Yi Clan Grand Elder in particular instantly paled. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping glanced at each other, and their previous emotions were nowhere to be seen. Although the Endless Skies Temple and the Heavenly Devil Sect had friendly relations, they definitely wouldn't remotely give them an even share of Kunwu Mountain's treasures. Fine, Grand Immortal Su begrudgingly spoke, let's have him join in breaking the restriction. Once it's destroyed, the Divine Spirit treasure will belong to whoever can take it. The others raised no objections, harboring their own intentions. Han Li's lip curled up when he saw this. He then released a dozen golden swords with a shake of his sleeve and began to attack the statues below. The others were also unwilling to delay any further. As for the statues down below, they immediately began to move again and wave their sabers towards the air, filling the sky with slices of light and thunderous booms. As the others continued to attack the formation surrounding the palace, the 2 Immortal Form sect elders were having a secret discussion. The junior woman sent a voice transmission to Lady Mu with a worried tone, Senior Marshal Sister, must we truly aid them in breaking the formation? Elder Xiang mentioned that the palace was connected with the Elder Devil Ancestor's seal. And how is the 8 Spirit Ruler discovered here? Don't worry, Junior Marshal Sister, Lady Mu quickly calmed, this isn't the place where the devil is sealed or the Dragon Call crest would have reacted by now. As for the reason why we must break this formation, it isn't solely for the ruler. We must reach the 9th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda to re-strengthen the seal as it has the core of the formation. However, there is no opening to the next floor, leaving the palace as the only place it could be. I should have explained sooner. So it was like that. I was wondering why Senior Marshal Sister had dragged me here. But the ruler? Lady Mu interrupted. The 8th Spirit Ruler is a treasure that the ancestors of our sect had left behind. It is only proper for us to acquire it. That is true, but I fear it would be difficult for us to fight for it. The beautiful woman glanced at the cultivators and the demons around them and wore a hesitant expression. Perhaps, but don't forget that you have the 4 Skies Ruler, a replica of that very divine spirit treasure. When the fight for the ruler occurs, activate it and see if it has any impact. Even if it isn't effective, Elder Xiang could come at any moment and they will be forced to hand it over to him. He has a deep relationship with our sect. If we plead with him, he will be certain to give us some benefits even if he doesn't directly hand the 8th Spirit Ruler over to us. A cunning glint shone from Lady Mu's eyes. That's also true. The beautiful woman then paused in thought and worriedly asked, but what about that black formation from the room that we came from? Could it be that is where the Elder Devil is sealed? It is unfortunate that it had lost its effect, or we could have taken a look at it first. It's possible. Our sect records don't mention any specific information on the Elder Devil's seal. As the 2 were continuing their secret conversation, the Elder Devil's sacred ancestor was attempting to break free of its constraints in a hidden space nearby. The Black Mirror, the Jade Lotus, the Ring, the Authority Token and the small black bottle was floating above the huge 2-headed wolf, each releasing a black beam of light down below into its body. This produced a layer of eerie devilish light, pushing the talismans and chains a foot off the wolf's hide. The restraints twinkled with light, activating their restrictions in response to this. But the most notable of these was the yellow mirrors that surrounded it. They all simultaneously let out a drone, and the bright beams of light had been strengthened, turning them several times thicker. The 2-headed and 4-armed Elder Devil was currently floating in the air and striking the 5 devilish artifacts with spell seals. His 2 faces wore grave expressions as they stared at the silver wolf in the air. The black teleportation formation below them was covered in a shroud of gray light, causing temporary disruption and prevent any others from barging in. At the moment, the black wolf head assumed a completely devilish appearance. Not only was its horn several times larger, but black lightning also flashed from its surface, occasionally releasing pangs of thunder. The wolf's eyes were lit with a purple devil flame and began to incinerate the nearby talismans through merely glancing at them. After the infusion of devilish chi from the 5 artifacts, the sacred ancestor's soul fragment had accumulated enough chi and finally began to break free of its constraints. As time slowly ticked by, the wolf head eventually destroyed all of the nearby talismans and let out a series of howls. Black light began to sway across its body, and it grew even larger, as if turning into a world-rending god. The net of yellow light beams managed to barely suppress for a short while, but the wolf's tyrannical expansion had soon broken through, causing all of the mirrors to simultaneously burst into specks of starlight. The originally unremarkable heavenly star chains, however, brightly glowed and expanded, remaining tightly wrapped around the huge wolf without even a second's pause. Furthermore, the chains had white flame ignite across its length. The smell of scorched flesh instantly filled the air as the holy inferno burned through the wolf's pelt, disregarding the devilish light that surrounded it. The wolf head grimaced in agony as it felt the white flames burn it, and a trace of fear even appeared on its face. She quickly muttered, "Pure yang bone fire. I didn't think that those cultivators were actually capable of fusing this demonic flame with the chains. This will be troublesome." Then, the black wolf head suddenly raised its head and deafeningly howled. Black lightning surged from its horn, releasing a ball of lightning to the sky, only for it to burst into countless arcs of black to rain down on the chains. In the blink of an eye, white flames and black lightning raged against one another as if they were 2 pythons coiled on chains and let out strange muffled sounds. The head hadn't stopped there. With purple flame surging from its eyes, it let out a soft incantation and opened its mouth again, this time spitting out a mist of inky light all around it, engulfing the world in a wave of black. Deafening crashes could be heard as it wiped away the dense number of restrictions in the distance. When the felt joy elder devil when he saw this. Although the devil ancestor's soul fragment was trapped for countless years, its abilities hadn't suffered in the least. Outside Kunwu Mountains, as the opening to the seal, there were a few hundred cultivators gathered around, less than half the number that had gathered there earlier. However, Master Sable still remained sitting at the opening and wore a solemn expression. This was due to the dozen nascent soul cultivators that were heads of the crowd. If it weren't for the fame of the High Zenith sect and his high cultivation, he suspected they would have impatiently head inside already. But even so, he couldn't afford to block them for much longer. Many of the nascent soul cultivators present actually belonged to a few great sections. Even the High Zenith sect wasn't willing to provoke them. Eventually, a mid-nascent soul old man with a face glowing red emerged from the crowd. "Master Sable, what are you planning? I didn't come here to waste my time." Master Sable sighed and opened his eyes from meditation. With an even tone, he replied, "Fellow Taoist Luo, didn't I already tell you? The opening is in no shape for people to pass through. I am only blocking you because I don't wish for your lives to be spent in vain." The old man Luo annoyedly retorted. "Then why did I hear that the Sifting sect and Immortal form sect cultivators have already entered?" Master Sable calmly replied. "That was because Lady Mu had the Sun-Moon shuttle and Brother Su had the Keen Spirit Peacock to brave the danger. If Brother Luo also has one of the 3 great spirit shuttles, I won't block you any further. But you can wait a few more days, the passage will stabilize." "A few more days? Then all the treasures will be long taken." Another unhappy voice sounded out, coming from a silhouette shrouded in green light. He floated from the crowd and walked forward. "So it was the Jade Wisp Horizon's fellow Taoist you. You've also come." When Master Sable saw this person, he unconsciously frowned. Although he wasn't someone from the great sects, his poison techniques were well known in the great gene. Even he didn't want to provoke such a difficult enemy. In truth, he didn't actually care about them. He wouldn't bat an eye if they all lost their lives to the unstable opening. But he had previously acquired a secret report that the breach in the seal was the doing of the Yi clan. Just as he was pondering about the nature of the Yi clan's plans, he immediately received an order from his sect requiring him to only enter with the assistance of the Heavenly Devil sect's Taoist 7 Wonders and to prevent anyone else from entering. The one who had given him the order was a peculiar existence in their sect, one who even he didn't dare to disobey. Why else would he exert himself for such a troublesome affair? But since the order called for 2 late nascent soul cultivators, the matter can't be simple. As he had expected, he soon acquired a jade slip not long after he was guarding the opening, detailing the information of what lay inside. When the old man read through it, he felt greatly startled and couldn't help but regret ever allowing old Devil Qian and the others to enter first. But now that matters have reached this stage, he didn't dare to have any more enter the seal as well. If this number of people all entered who knew what problems they could stir, if the sealed entity was released, nobody in the mortal world could hope to stand against it. Furthermore, there were divine spirit treasures that couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Confronted against the 2 impatient cultivators, Master Sable dryly coughed. As he considered what to say to pacify them, a cold voice chimed from the distance. "What? Do you plan on charging through even with both the Heavenly Devil sect and High Zenith sect blocking you?" Suddenly, Old Man Luo's expression vastly changed. A black light shot before them from the distant horizon. It faded to reveal a hook-nosed, middle-aged man in black scholar robes. As soon as he appeared, the old man's bearing turned completely gloomy. "Taoist 7 Wonders," he coldly gasped. It wasn't to say that 7 Wonders was superior to Master Sable, but that he was notorious for his extremely cruel acts as the Heavenly Devil sect's enforcement elder. As Old Man Luo was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he was entirely unwilling to upset him. "Fellow Taoist 7 Wonders must be joking. Since your esteemed sects view this matter with such severity, it seems the passage must truly be dangerous. Waiting a few more days is perfectly acceptable." The old eccentric chuckled and drew back into the crowd. The cultivator in green mist silently withdrew as well. With the appearance of the top sects of both the righteous and devilish Tao joining hands, dissidence stirred in the crowd. As of current, even an idiot would know that whatever being sealed was of grave importance. Why else would the 2 greatest sects be willing to spare such a strong force? But under the pressure of 2 vastly powerful factions, the vagrants and those from smaller sects didn't dare complain. Even those from the larger sects were unwilling to stir up trouble. 8 Heavenly Devil sect cultivators flew in their direction, all at nascent soul stage. As soon as they arrived, they silently took out formation plates and spell flags, quickly erecting a huge restriction in the blink of an eye and creating a dense white mist over the seal's opening. The High Zenith and the Heavenly Devil sect cultivators then disappeared into the formation without a trace. Right after, many of the cultivators that wished to observe them looked at each other in dismay. Inside the restriction, Master Sable sighed and smiled to Taoist 7 Wonders. "Fortunately, you made haste. I fear I wouldn't have been able to ward them off much longer. Your reputation should strike them with fear." The middle-aged scholar put on an insincere smile and said, "Do you wish to yell my name to those outside?" Master Sable dryly laughed. "Perish the thought. All right, let's get back to the matter at hand." 7 Wonders frowned and said, "These orders are not something we can simply disobey. On the way, I heard that the Sifting sect already managed to enter. Did you let them in because Old Devil Qian be among them?" "Before I came, Old Devil Qian and a few vagrant cultivators had already entered. Later on, some Sifting sect and a few Endless Sky Temple cultivators entered as well with one of their grand immortals in tow. At the time, I hadn't known the grave importance of the seal and wasn't resolved to block them." 7 Wonders snorted and gloomily said, "I didn't expect the Yi clan to use their divine spirit treasure replica as a diversion, and use the opportunity to come here and seize genuine divine spirit treasures. If it weren't for the spies we placed in their ranks long ago, we would have been entirely in the dark." Master Sable sighed. "It is a pity. The Yi clan had kept a close watch over their plans. Although our informants had known of this some time ago, they didn't have an opportunity to report it. They were only able to destroy a few of their spell formations before escaping. Had we discovered this information earlier, we would have never given them the opportunity in the first place. What's the worth of a divine spirit treasure if the incarnation of the ancient devil ancestor is released? There will be nothing that can be done if we allow it. Given how long it's been since Old Devil Qian had entered, he should have already found the site where the devil was sealed. He isn't a fool. He won't do something that won't benefit himself. However, those endless sky cultivators are another story. They aren't from the Great Gene. Oh? I heard that your sect had a relationship with the Endless Sky Temple. I didn't expect you'd be wary of them. What relationship? We merely conduct deals in our own interest, Seven Wonders indifferently replied. How can a seal placed by the ancients be so easily broken? So long as they hadn't yet dissolved the Elder Devil's restrictions, we should be able to stop their rampant actions. And even if the Elder Devil incarnation escapes, it will have been greatly weakened after spending so many years imprisoned. With the 5 devil restriction bands I've brought along, we should be able to subdue it. The devil restricting bands? Those ancient artifact passed down from the spirit realm. Master Sable's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Seven Wonders coldly smiled. That's right. When the Elder Devils invaded our world, the cultivators from the spirit realm brought along a treasure specifically meant to deal with the high-grade Elder Devils. With the 5 devil suppression bands, even the incarnation of the Elder Devil sacred ancestor will be helpless. Master Sable's expression calmed and he said, that will be good. I was originally worried that the trip would prove dangerous. I didn't expect you would be able to find these treasures. Who said that I found them? These bands were given to me from the same person who gave me my orders. The one from the High Zenith sect didn't send you a treasure to deal with them. The scholar shot a doubtful glance at the old man. When I left, I was particularly busy and hadn't the time to prepare anything. However, I did bring the heaven-bound blade. I should be able to offer some assistance, Master Sable said with a wry smile. Seven Wonders nodded. That treasure will be suitable enough. However, there is something I still don't understand. Why are we prevented from taking the devil's life unless it's absolutely necessary? Why would they want us to seal it again so it can break out again in the future? Seven Wonders pondered for a moment and seriously replied, who knows? The ancient cultivators hadn't killed the devil either. There should be some extraordinary circumstances behind this. Let's just follow our orders. Master Sable pensively nodded and then glanced in the direction of the seal's opening. It is as you say. Let's save ourselves the trouble and not be so meddlesome. Did Brother Seven Wonders come here on the flying tortoise chariot? Let's hurry inside. Seven Wonders chuckled and shook his sleeve, summoning a ball of light. It circled around them before massively expanding in size, turning into a 10-meter-long chariot. It appeared similar to a huge tortoise shell. Soon after, Master Sable and Seven Wonders gave orders to the cultivators accompanying them, and the two entered the carriage in the blur before shooting into the seal's opening in a streak of black. The Great Pillar Mountain Range was one of the 4 grand spirit veins in the Great Gene. It belonged to the Righteous Tao's number 1 sect, the High Zenith sect. This resulted in over 100 various spirit mountains falling under the control of the High Zenith sect. Ice Soul Valley was an unremarkably small place among these mountains. It was entirely lacking in spiritual chi, and bone-chilling winds haunted the location, coating the valley walls in an icy sheet year-long. This place of seemingly little value was actually one of the forbidden areas of the High Zenith sect that few knew of. What was particularly mysterious was the illusion formation concealing the valley entrance. Outside from these few restrictions, there were no cultivators standing guard. In truth, no one had dared to step foot near the place for several hundred years. Even the high-ranking elders of the sect didn't dare to step inside. They merely stood outside and spoke towards the valley with a respectful tone. Right around when Taoist Seven Wonders and Master Sable both entered Kunwa Mountain, a gray-robed old man with a sickly appearance appeared outside the valley. He glanced at the illusion formation at the entrance with ridicule and let out a cough, then flying inside in a streak of green light. A short moment later, he appeared at the end of the valley and coldly looked at the huge ice wall in front of him with his face sank. He spoke with a soft, cold voice. Old Ghost Bai, I know you're here. There is no need to hide from visitors in your coffin. Soon, his words were repeated with deafening echoes throughout the valley. The ice walls quaked without end as if they were on the verge of collapse. The gray-robed old man didn't seem perturbed by this and narrowed his eyes as he stood in front of the ice wall. A long sigh was carried by the wind, echoing throughout the deep ice walls. Fellow Taoist who, I don't remember inviting you here. Weren't you cultivating at Devil Cliff Mountain? Just what are you doing at Ice Soul Valley? The old gray-robed old man snorted and unhappily said, "You think I want to be here? It's about Kunwu Mountain." A neutral voice echoed back, "Oh, Kunwu Mountain. Didn't we already leave this matter to our disciples? What's left to talk about it?" The gray-robed old man sullenly said, "If only it were so simple. You might not know this, but that old ghost Xian had met mishap on the mountain." "Old ghost Xian? Are you sure?" "Of all the old coots left, he was the strongest among us." The voice shouted with disbelief. The gray-robed old man coldly answered, "I'm not too sure myself, but old eccentric Feng personally reported it to me with his flying sword. You should understand that he had always been good friends with that old ghost and that they exchanged primal soul pearls. Recently, Kunwu Mountain made an appearance into the world and old ghost Xiang happened to be nearby, but not long after he entered, his primal soul pearl fell dim. If he isn't grievously injured, then he must be trapped in a restriction of some kind. In any case, he isn't in a good spot." After a short pause, he continued, "And just as it so happens, a great problem has come to find old eccentric Feng and he isn't able to personally go and assist. As such, he's requested that we go take a look. He said he's willing to give us 2 blood chi pills as compensation." 2? How generous. That pill will lengthen our lifespan for tens of years. But how did eccentric Feng know that ghost Xiang entered the mountain? The voice asked with a cautious tone. That old ghost has always been cunning. Whenever he sets out to do something, he leaves behind a contingency plan in case anything happens. Before he entered Kunwu Mountain, he sent a message to eccentric Feng with a flying sword. It seems his actions had proved fruitful and now we're here to save him. How about it? Would fellow Taoist be interested in taking a look? It would take us quite some time to refine those on our own. The old man spoke enticingly. The voice then paused in thought. Not long after, he then said, "I'll leave it alone. You can go, but I won't follow." "What? Does the blood chi pill really not tempt you?" the old man asked with surprise. The voice coldly replied, "I am indeed tempted, but I fear what I encounter isn't worth the risk." "What do you mean?" "Even if that devil truly escaped confinement, if we join hands, we have nothing to fear." "What is there to fear?" "No matter how fierce it has been in the past, after being suppressed for so many years, its abilities shouldn't be much higher than our own. It can't have been as domineering as it had in ancient times, daring to use spatial tempering stage abilities in the mortal world." "Then why not go?" The old man frowned. "If I hadn't taken the fire essence jujube, perhaps. But now that I am using the fruit to break through my bottleneck, I can't miss this opportunity, no matter how minor the changes may be." The old man's expression revealed alarm. "The spiritual item you acquired was... Did you take it directly?" "Of course. That's the only way to receive sufficient fire spiritual power." A glint flashed from the old man's eye and he sullenly said, "You actually did. Don't you know that fruit's spiritual power is overbearing if you don't refine it into a pill? It is enough to ignite the magic power in your body. Hadn't we become all too familiar with the dangers the last time we met?" "I am well aware. But if I don't take the risk, I could perish within these walls of ice. Or perhaps I will take Ghost Xiang and eccentric Feng's example and let go of my grand abilities to play the fool. Mingle with low-grade cultivators in fear that using too much magic power would take my life," the voice said with a mocking tone. Brother Bai's words are a bit harsh. They are only doing that in order to find the reverse spirit streams that the spirit world cultivators used in the past to descend into this world. Without reaching late deity transformation stage, we will need to use these passages to ascend. After all, the cultivators of the higher realms were capable of suppressing their magic power and forcefully descend onto our world. If we find these passages, we can temporarily raise our magic power and use them to enter the spirit realm. Ever since the world changed in the past, countless of our fellow deity transformation brethren went searching throughout most of the mortal world for any reverse spirit streams. If any existed, they should have been found by now, or they could be located in the far reaches of the ocean, meaning they could hardly be found at all. Perhaps. But in any case, pursuing our only hope of ascending to the spirit realm is better than sitting around dying. The gray-robed old man wore a helpless expression. Rather than looking for reverse spirit streams, wouldn't it be better to cultivate to late deity transformation stage? But if it weren't for the ancient devil realm's wickedness in having our world's strength turning sparse, we wouldn't be stuck at this stage to begin with. The man chimed resentfully. There's no use in cursing them, brother Bai, the old man gloomily said. With the last of the ancients that had ascended, it will be some time until the next cultivator manages to reach late deity transformation stage and ascend, and even then, their numbers will be incredibly few in comparison to ancient times. Recently, the situation has turned even worse. In nearly 10,000 years, not a single cultivator managed to ascend. Not one. It is no wonder eccentric Feng and the others wanted to put their trust into finding a reverse spirit stream. They can do whatever they please. As for me, I'll be cultivating in seclusion. Let's end our talk here. You already know what I intend to do. Either refuse eccentric Feng's request or head out on your own. Forgive me for not personally sending you off. In the future I will be asking my disciples to seal off this valley. I won't be seeing anybody else until I fully refine the jujube. Make sure to inform the others. After that, the voice ceased speaking and silence filled the air. The old man wore a sullen expression and lingered near the ice for a moment more before stamping down his foot. For 2 blood chi pills I only need to risk danger once. The extra 100 years of life should be more than enough to compensate for my loss of origin essence. With that muttered, his body glowed in green light and he shot out from the ice valley. In front of the palace on the 8th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda, Han Li expressionlessly held his hands in an incantation gesture and combined a dozen of his flying swords as they let out a resounding hum, instantly turning them into a 10-meter-long cleaver that flashed down at the palace in golden light. With a huge boom, the sword cleaved through a white jade statue and shattered it to dust. Its remains faintly shook before ultimately lying still. Han Li faintly nodded, then commanding his sword to return. This was the 4th statue that he had thoroughly destroyed. The great formation around the palace seemed to make the statues undying, but in truth, they stopped regenerating after being shattered several times. However, this was only possible with a great number of nascent soul cultivators attacking the formation simultaneously. If it were only a couple, it would take far too much magic power to entirely eliminate the formation. As for the golden sabers the stone statues wielded, they were made from a material unknown to him. Not only were they incredibly incisive, they all also had devilbane properties. But what particularly caught his attention was the blades of light that the sabers released. The cultivators of devil techniques wouldn't dare to approach them as they would be able to penetrate through devilish chi as if it were thin air. As for those that wished to enter, the statues would ignore those on the outside and simultaneously release a combined attack in the direction of the trespasser, forcing them to flee back as the attack seemed to cover every angle. And as it turned out, the spell formation was an overlap of several kinds of restrictions. Even after destroying the main body, they wouldn't be able to rush in. Of course, no one was about to take this risk and simply bore through attacking the statues nearby. After they were finished being destroyed, they would be able to tear down the rest of the formation with less effort. After Han Li struck the statue in front of him, he suddenly frowned and looked around. He only saw a few more puppets that still moved. When he thought that, Silver Moon suddenly yelped from his mind and began to sob in pain. In his alarm, he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Is there something wrong?" His voice carried a tone of concern. "It isn't important. There is something in the palace that has awakened. It gives me an important, strange feeling as if it is familiar." My head. After forcing out those few words, all Silvermoon could do was groan. When Han Li heard this, his heart trembled and he hastily looked at the palace's spell formation center. The building appeared exactly the same as it had before. Confused, he thought to ask Silvermoon another question when an enormous pressure surged from the palace hall, followed by a heart-rattling explosion. Yellow light shot out from the top of the hall, a large hand moving to grab the 8th spirit ruler. All of the cultivators present were shocked by this and several of them even yelped in surprise. At that moment, a sweet, playful laugh echoed from the palace. Then, the space around the 8th spirit ruler began to fluctuate before a silhouette with disheveled hair appeared. He opened his mouth as soon after, releasing a ray of light that flashed like lightning, striking the hand and easily penetrating it. A miserable screech sounded out and the large hand quickly disappeared. Soon after, a silhouette wrapped in yellow light flew up and quickly shot away. The disheveled figure chuckled and flickered in an inhuman blur. It somehow stretched itself over 30 meters away in instant pursuit. The person in yellow light was greatly alarmed, and he released a crimson arrow from his mouth. This was an attack formed from blood essence and was incredibly fast, but the other person simply blurred from sight and the arrow passed through its body as if it were an illusion. A miserable scream immediately called from the yellow silhouette, and soon he employed an unknown secret technique, scattering himself into mist before condensing back together a distance away. At that moment, his complexion was deathly pale and body blood-stained. There were several long claw marks raking his body, and one of his arms was a bloody stump. "Seventh uncle!" The Yi clan elders shouted out with disbelief at his appearance. This sorry figure was the large-headed eccentric. The Yi clan's grand elder was particularly shocked by his sudden appearance. Although Han Li and the others didn't know the identity of this person, a sweep of their spiritual sense revealed that he was a late nascent soul cultivator. As a result, their shock was no lesser than the others. As for the disheveled figure that chased after him, his hair covered his face, but from his appearance, it vaguely matched that of the grand elder of the sacred poison sect, Hua Tianqi. However, the words that left his mouth spoke with the charming voice of a young woman. If it weren't for the vast abilities of those gathered and the presence of the eighth spirit ruler, Han Li would have fled. When the other cultivators saw that something was amiss, they all looked at the disheveled man with baffled gazes. He was able to reduce a late nascent soul cultivator to such a miserable state. Could he be a deity transformation cultivator? As the thought flashed through their minds, they felt their hearts drop. But when this mysterious figure noticed that the large-headed eccentric escaped, he let out a cold chuckle and pursued him no further, and instead turned his attention to the others outside of the spell formation. His gaze was as cold as a sharp blade, inspiring a fearsome awe in their souls as it swept past them. The weakest amongst them swayed and was staggered a few steps back before managing to regain their balance. Han Li inwardly cursed as blue light shined from his eyes, hastily channeling the bright sight spirit eyes to block the effect. But when the man's gaze swept past him, Han Li felt as if was immersed in ice and his complexion paled. You are," a woman's voice yelped from the mysterious figure, and his gaze focused on Han Li. He seemed to be looking at him in disbelief. At that moment, his storage pouch stirred and a white light shot out, circling once in the air before landing in front of him. In a silver flash, the summoned fox took the form of a beautiful young woman in white robes. "It really is you." When the mysterious person saw Silvermoon, his body shook and he raised his head, revealing his true face. Hua Tianqi. The surrounding cultivators were thrown back into an uproar. Apart from his now jade eyes, the rest of his appearance hadn't changed at all. He was also now staring at Silvermoon with an odd expression. When the other cultivators saw this odd scene, they were at a complete loss. With their vast experience, they knew Hua Tianqi had been possessed. As for the identity of the possessor, it was a complete mystery. The large-headed eccentric took this opportunity to stealthily retreat, at the same time quickly swallowing a medicine pill and placing several talismans on his stumped arm. It was instantly restored in a sudden flash of white. Afterwards, he raised his head and took another look at the possessed man. Under the current circumstances, Han Li narrowed his eyes as thoughts rushed through his head. Whatever was possessing him had most likely summoned Silvermoon there. However, he didn't know what relationship it had to Silvermoon. Could it be a friend or foe? The shock on Hua Tianqi's face faded away, and he indifferently said, "Xueling, you should have found this place many years ago. I didn't expect you to arrive now. Why has your aura become so much weaker? And why are you possessing the body of a four-pupiled fox? Don't you believe this to be an insult to our status as heavenly Silvermoon wolves?" Silvermoon brushed away the hair from her face and remained silent for a long while before doubtfully saying, "Are you Ling Long?" When the person heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He stared at Silvermoon for a moment more before letting out a soft and sweet laugh. "I didn't expect that the greatest beauty of our race, the beloved concubine of the divine wolf Tian Kue, had lost her memory. I should have guessed as much. Sacred ancestor Yuancha's incarnation had forced your soul from our body at the time. It is no surprise it hadn't come out entirely intact. My fine little sister, I'm not Ling Long, I'm Long Meng. When this sweet and charming voice spoke from what appeared to be a man, it gave an odd dissonance. Han Li frowned and had a faint feeling that things would develop poorly. Although he didn't know what relation Silvermoon had with this woman, he faintly heard a trace of schadenfreude directed at her. Silvermoon tensely frowned and stared at Long Meng for a long while, her expression wavering as if something had come to mind. Your words had stirred up a few memories, though they are still very vague. If I am correct, then we are the same. Long Meng's voice turned icy. Humph. So you do remember. In truth, we were originally one person named Ling Long, but when our past self dealt with her 5,000-year tribulation, she cultivated the supreme secret technique of our Silvermoon Wolf clan. But she had made a mistake halfway through, and her soul split in two, resulting in the creation of us. However, your primal soul was stronger and you had acted as the master, suppressing me into eternal sleep. But now matters have turned around. With your primal soul being so pathetic, I can finally eradicate you. Silvermoon's face tensed, but her expression soon grew calm. Although I don't remember much, I do recall the Bloodbite soul imprint. You cannot kill me. If I truly die, you will have nowhere to go. Long Meng's expression grew sullen and green light brightly burst from her eyes. Silvermoon immediately let out a yelp, her body trembling as a huge invisible force struck her. Han Li pursed his lips and reached out to the air without another thought. Suddenly, a large azure hand appeared behind her and dragged Silvermoon out from the attack. Long Meng was startled by this and soon furiously glared at Han Li. Not good! Han Li hastily raised his hand and produced the enlarged form of the Tailstar Essence shield in front of him. A huge explosion shook the air. The surface of the shield violently flashed and several inch-large indents caved into it. Han Li felt his breath turn cold. When the others nearby heard their conversation, they felt as if they had been drenched under a waterfall. The scene had caused them to become restless. Ever since Hua Tianqi appeared, the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk were completely perplexed, but after hearing their names, they instantly wore an expression of terror. After briefly exchanging a few words, they stealthily withdrew back in the direction of the exit. When Long Meng saw that her strike wasn't effective, she felt a bit of surprise. However, something came to mind when she thought to attack again. She glanced at him and then at Silvermoon before letting out a smile. Xue Ling, your scent is heavily present on him and you previously emerged from his spirit beast pouch. Could it be you've become his spirit beast? And so what if I did? Silvermoon coldly replied. A dark expression momentarily appeared on her face. Long Meng let out a fit of sweet laughter and sinisterly said, if that's the case, I must congratulate this person. Even the three emperors of the spirit realm wouldn't dare to think of having the beloved concubine of Demon King Tian Kuei become their spirit beast. Silvermoon's figure stood rigid and her complexion turned pale. But after taking another glance at Long Meng, her lips curled in a sneer. You are me and I am you. If you let the others know, you won't be any better off. And that person may have married Ling Long, but he favored me most of all. Did you already forget who had helped me suppress you and forced you to eternally sleep in the body? When Long Meng heard this, the smile on her face faded with every word to be replaced with a malevolent gaze. She coldly chuckled and pressed her hand onto the spell formation. A huge explosion shook the air. The white teleportation formation that brought the cultivators there had collapsed into the ground, leaving behind a 3-meter-deep hole. Having just made their way to the teleportation formation, the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk were appalled and stopped in their tracks. Long Meng coldly glanced at them. Where do you think you're going? You look exactly like that pill scholar Kong Xian, but your body is consumed by corpse qi. And your form has changed, but you should be the lion hawk that Kong Xian raised. If I remember correctly, Kong Xian should have died long before I was sealed. It seems the body he left behind gained consciousness and cultivated until it became a silver-winged night fiend. The night fiend's expression wavered before letting out a wry chuckle. I didn't expect that Fairy Ling Long would so easily see through our identities. In the past, I had seen you several times. Don't say it was not you, but your previous incarnation. I must congratulate the lion hawk, however. It was originally only a grade 7 demon beast. Now it was able to ascend to grade 10. If it managed to return to the spirit realm, it would gain quite some influence. The Night Fiend then regained his calm and said, "No matter how it is spoken, I do remember your breathtaking beauty at the time. Why did you destroy the teleportation formation? Isn't rude to leave so quickly after coming here. Perhaps I'll need to draw on your strength." The Night Fiend's expression turned gloomy. Although he didn't wish to remain, he wouldn't be able to find another way out with the formation in ruins. He simply turned his gaze away and remained silent for the time being. Long Meng paid no further attention to the two demons when she saw this and instead turned her gaze on Grand Immortal Su and the rest of the Yi clan elders. She sneered and said, "Good, very good. I didn't expect there would be so many cultivators present, and their cultivation isn't weak either." The Yi clan Grand Elder then took the initiative to step forward and respectfully said, "Regardless, Senior must be a character of exceptional standing in the spirit realm, and you possessed fellow Taoist Hua's body. Our Yi clan has opened Kunwu Mountain's seal for the purpose of the divine spirit treasure. So long as Senior agrees to hand over the 8 spirit ruler to us, our Yi clan will be certain to assist you in your escape." "How curious. I was going to make the offer first." Grand Immortal Su chuckled with a false grin. The two were both cunning. Seeing that Long Meng was an opponent they wouldn't be able to fight, they intended on winning her over. Long Meng blinked and indifferently said, "The 8 spirit ruler? If you have the ability, then go ahead and take it. I won't stop you." The words shocked the two out of their planning, and they couldn't help but exchange a bewildered look. "What? You seem a bit scared?" Long Meng wore a mocking smile. The two remained silent and still, not daring to take any rash action. Lady Mu, who was sitting on the sidelines, wore a vigilant expression as soon as Long Meng had appeared. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a storage pouch into her hand. Her actions were careful, fearing that the entity would discover her. In the distance, the large-headed eccentric suddenly cried out, "Since Senior doesn't want the treasure, why did you block me when I tried to take it?" Long Meng stole a glance at the beaten man and casually said, "The others can have the treasure, but only you can't." "Why?" The eccentric glanced at his stump of an arm with a resentful expression. "Isn't it obvious? Because you recently met with the incarnation of the devil ancestor Xianxia." "I don't know any of this," the eccentric flatly denied, but his heart was entirely shaken. "Although you were only together for a short time, it's polluted your body with rare devilish qi. I was able to see through it at a glance. Regardless if you concede this, when you saw that my soul box was vulnerable, you held malicious intentions. If it weren't for how quickly I awakened this possessed body, I fear I would have fallen to your hands. Aren't you quite bold to try using a soul-extinguishing talisman on me?" When the clan's Grand Elder heard this, he was stunned, but soon after hastily sent a few voice transmissions to the eccentric. However, the recipient remained silent as if he hadn't heard a thing. The Grand Elder's expression turned frigid. Hanli then asked, "Who is this devil ancestor Xianxia? Are they an elder devil?" Long Meng's expression faintly moved in response, but she soon raised her head and coldly giggled. Hanli frowned. In truth, he felt that if the elder devil from the heavenly south appeared in Kunwu Mountain, it was more than likely that he had some relation to this Xianxia. As he pondered this to himself, the entire area was filled with silence. A short moment later, a soft voice eventually spoke up, "Everyone, please don't be deceived. This woman isn't some demon from a higher realm. She is clearly the incarnation of the elder devil sacred ancestor. If you step forward and take the 8 spirit ruler, the devil will be unleashed, bringing calamity upon the mortal world." The one who spoke was the immortal form sex Lady Mu. She was holding a several-inch large jade seal in her hand. Its surface twinkled with rays of light, creating the illusion of a real dragon. The image caused Long Meng to grimace with rage as if she were seeing something she loathed completely. The dragon call crest. Her expression held vast rage, and she immediately held out her hand to Lady Mu. With a crackle, a huge force tore through the air and attempted to crush her from above. In her alarm, Lady Mu hastily raised the seal. Suddenly, a dragon's roar called out, and 10 dragon phantoms suddenly soared from the crest to meet the invisible force head-on. A huge boom shook the air, white light radiating from the impact. Lady Mu and her junior martial sister made use of this opportunity. releasing a silver and golden streak of light to form the Sun-Moon shuttle, entering it in a blur. Long Meng tensely frowned at this development and spat out a silver beam of light towards them. A shocking scene occurred. The phantom of a strangely scaled huge deer suddenly appeared from the grand formation surrounding them and absorbed the beam of light into its stomach. Afterwards, it disappeared without a trace. The 8-corned deer. In her alarm, she quickly looked at the 8-spirit ruler. While it remained floating in the air, it had begun to shake at an unknown time. Each of its trembles released a ball of 7-colored light, and the 8-spirit beast phantoms began to form around the ruler with distinct detail as if it were on the verge of activating. Long Meng's expression turned sour when she saw this, and her entire body flashed with silver light before shooting into the palace without another word. The 8-spirit ruler suddenly released an ear-piercing drone, followed by bright light flashing from the spell formation. The ground quaked and 9 cracks split open, making way for 9 more altars to emerge. These altars were several times larger than what was originally surrounding the palace, and each had a shimmering golden blade enshrined on them. However, these blades were far larger, spanning over 30 meters in scope as if they were pillars themselves. When the Yi clan Grand Elder saw this, he immediately shouted out the 9 Truths Devil Suppression Formation. Hanli had already predicted that things were turning for the worse and grabbed Silvermoon's arm to pull her back, but when he heard what the Yi clan Grand Elder said, something lit up in his mind. He felt as if he heard the name before, but he didn't have the time to consider it. Black light flickered from the air and countless strands of black devilish chi began to emerge from the earth like evil pythons. With a series of howling cackles, a 4-armed and 2-headed devil emerged from the black chi and floated in the air. Then, 9 of the huge golden blades flared and their edges released a dense barrage of light, leaving behind a golden mist that seemed to fill the air itself and fiercely suppress the figure. The devil's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop and he immediately retreated with a face full of terror. But suddenly, the blades of light flashed and strangely warped above the devil's head and fiercely chopped down to follow him. Golden light and devilish chi met one another, resulting in a huge impact. A fair and seductive figure had appeared just in time in front of the devil and blocked the blades of light with a single finger. A deafening clang sounded out as the blades of golden light was repelled by the flick of a single finger belonging to a black-robed woman of incredible allure. When Silvermoon saw her face, her body trembled and complexion paled. Hanli's attention was first caught by the 2-headed 4-armed devil. The bamboo cloud's warm swords within his body let out a series of cries, sensing the 2 flying swords that had been taken away. He should be the elder devil from the Devilfall Valley. Then, he looked at the gorgeous woman standing in front of it, and couldn't sense even the faintest trace of magic power from her body, clearly indicating that her cultivation was on another realm entirely. Hanli felt his blood run cold. His body blurred several times away, bringing Silvermoon to the edge of the 9 Truths Devil Suppression Formation before releasing her. Guiling had been silently following after him as well, and couldn't help but take several odd glances at his spirit beast. Silvermoon glanced at Hanli with a conflicted expression on her face and softly muttered, "Many thanks, Master." "Be careful." Hanli frowned, now knowing that her identity was by no means simple. Silvermoon nodded and turned to look at the beautiful woman with a sad expression. Grand Immortal Su and the Yi clan elders had also fled to the edge of the formation. Although they were wary of each other, they were mostly bewildered by what was happening to the ground. What is going on? Devilish chi is flaring from their bodies. A voice of disbelief sounded out from the Sun-Moon shuttle. Soon after, Lady Mu's body blurred and she appeared above the treasure holding the Dragon Call Seal's Dragon Phantom in her hand. However, the Dragon Phantom was now giving a far more violent reaction to this newly appeared group compared to when it faced Long Meng. Even if Lady Mu hadn't activated the treasure, the Phantom would have summoned itself regardless. At a loss of the current situation, Grand Immortal Su coldly glanced at Lady Mu. In any case, the conflict had turned chaotic and devils were appearing, each new more vicious than the last. He already made up his mind to flee. With that thought, his lips began to move as he sent voice transmissions towards the endless sky saintess, Lin Yinping. She tightly frowned and nodded, and Grand Immortal Su began to float erratically in the air as he began to look around him. In addition, the Yi clan elders were also alarmed by the appearance of the new devils and let go of any intention of acquiring the treasure. The Grand Elder gave the other two Yi clan members a meaningful glance and they formed an incantation gesture. Their bodies then blurred before stealthily slipping away. When the silver-winged night fiend saw the woman's face, he was stunned. If it weren't for the profuse devilish chi emitting from her body, she appeared exactly like the original fairy Ling Long. However, Silvermoon herself was at Han Li's side, and her counterpart was possessing Hua Tianqi. Just who was the person before them? The night fiend grew apprehensive and his eyes darted around, trying desperately to come up with some plans. As for Lady Mu, when she glanced at the dragon call crest in her hand, her expression wavered. Then with a stamp of her foot, the shuttle blurred and fell to the ground before disappearing into it. Fool! The air and ground have restrictions placed down by the old occupants. There's no point in burrowing away, Gui Ling scoffed, viewing their actions with contempt. That might not be so. Those two were rather mysterious and understand much of the mountain. Perhaps they have a method to break through its restrictions, Han Li said with a flickering gaze. He then recalled the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation, something that had been mentioned in a scroll he read in the past. Although it hadn't went into much detail, it was said to be the most powerful devil warding formation in the mortal world. In the ancient war against the devils, the human cultivators managed to use it to great effect. With that thought, he hurriedly turned his attention back to the sky. Ever since the gorgeous woman appeared, the 9 huge blades released countless streaks of light, filling the air like a violent storm. However, the woman was able to flick them away, displaying not even the slightest effort. But as he observed with complete awe, he was able to see the truth. The woman was actually fearful of the spell formation, and was lingering at its edge. Additionally, she looked at the cultivators and demons with indifference. Only the 8th spirit ruler near the palace had captured her attention. Ever since the second devil appeared, it began to hum and flash without end. The black-robed woman then muttered a few inaudible words to the elder devil at her side. Silvermoon, is that woman the incarnation of the devil ancestor Xianxia? Having just recovered a significant portion of her memories, she shortly explained without a doubt. That person took form from the devil ancestor's soul fragment. She was one of the 3 commanders of the elder devil's invasion. At the time, she had slain countless humans. The devil ancestor's soul fragment? I heard that person say that your soul had been expelled from your body at the time. Could it be that she is using your body to, with gritted teeth, Silvermoon said, although I don't remember how she came to possess it nor how I turned into an artifact spirit, there is no doubt that is my original body. Han Li looked at the black-robed woman and said, oh, do you think you'll be able to reclaim it? After all, you are the true owner of the body. Master, don't forget that I've already used the soul-devouring technique. After occupying this body for such a long time, how could I have the power to take back my original body? This isn't something that I would be able to accomplish in the mortal world. I would have to first return to the spirit realm. Furthermore, my spiritual sense is damaged and my cultivation has dropped down to its lowest stage and I've forgotten a majority of my abilities. How could I possibly fight that demon apart from? Silvermoon trailed off with hesitation. Apart from? Han Li closely followed up. Silvermoon sighed, apart from joining hands with Long Meng. As you are well aware, I couldn't agree with this. She would likely seal me away after she expels the devil from our body and take control. Han Li grew silent when he heard this. At that moment, the 4-armed and 2-headed elder devil shouted out to the large-headed eccentric, Brother Yi, why are you hesitating? Since you aren't able to kill the wolf soul, so long as you restrain the 8th spirit ruler, the sacred ancestor is willing to infuse your body with devilish chi. Since your cultivation art isn't devilish, the masterless divine spirit treasure shouldn't harm you. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and turned to look at ruler floating above the palace. The eccentric wore a conflicted expression, but after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and shot towards the ruler in a yellow streak. As a result, the eccentric arrived before the treasure in the blink of an eye and the ruler hadn't reacted in the slightest. He was relieved and overjoyed to see this and attempted to take it into his grasp. You are truly quite bold. A cold snort sounded out from the hall. When the eccentric heard this, he shot to the side with an expression of shock. Then, a huge force ruptured the air where he originally stood, tearing apart the top portion of the palace. The large-headed eccentric's expression turned ugly. Long Meng's voice coldly chimed, "Old devil, you don't need to use these juniors to pull some fast tricks. With me guarding the ruler, no one will be able to take the treasure without my permission. I didn't expect that you'd be able to break free of the black wind flags. Now, the treasure that originally suppressed me has turned into a weapon against you." The black-robed woman smiled and replied, "Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't have the mind to continue playing with you much longer. Do you think a meager spatial wall can block the likes of me?" Afterwards, the woman suddenly shot over 30 meters away and was tangled up by the golden blades of light for just a moment before suddenly reaching her hand out into the air. The mist of black devilish chi in the air suddenly began to form and condense together. It instantly disappeared, only to appear was a glossy black flag. The flag circled once in the air before falling into the black-robed woman's hand. "See the black wind flag? Impossible, you haven't cultivated its treasure imprinting arts yet. How are you able to control it?" Long Meng shouted out. "Don't forget that I am the incarnation of a sacred ancestor. Even if it is a divine spirit treasure, I can temporarily command it if I infuse it with my devilish chi." The black-robed woman sweetly smiled and then waved the flag. A muffled explosion sounded out and caused the entire air to tremble. Han Li and the others suddenly felt the nearby space tense as if it had turned solid. Han Li felt his breath turn cold. This battle now exceeded the realm of nascent soul cultivators. It wasn't something that they could interfere with. While his mind was now occupied with planning, a glint flashed from Gui Ling's eye. She hesitated but eventually burrowed into the ground in a yellow streak. Soon after, Han Li began to float erratically about, but something soon caught his attention. In the space behind the two devils, there was an intact black teleportation formation shrouded in flags. That is, Han Li was immediately reminded of the other teleportation formation from the previous room. Right after he found it, he met Grand Immortal Su's gaze and they both turned away. The two had the same idea in mind. As for the black-robed woman wielding the black wind flag, she wasn't standing idle during all this. She waved the banner down at Palace in the center of the formation. The four-armed elder devil stood closely behind her and took out 4 common treasures of his own. The two devils' actions naturally incurred the wrath of the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation, violently engulfing the air in huge amounts of golden light. The woman sneered and clasped the flag with both her hands. As it wildly sparkled with black light, an inky barrier emerged from it, covering both of the devils. When the overbearing barrage of golden light touched the black barrier, they disappeared entirely from sight without damaging the mass, as if they had been swallowed in the barrier's depths. Inside the barrier, the black-robed woman pushed forward and arrived within the boundaries of the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation. The 9 huge blades unanimously trembled and suddenly clear rings filled the air with mysterious talisman characters. The huge blades quickly shrank to a foot in size in the blink of an eye. The blades then dazzlingly shined, filling the air with what seemed to be giant, brilliant suns. The woman's expression fell solemn appeared on her calm face. The black light barrier then increased several times in thickness and the surface became far smoother. After a tense moment, the 9 golden blades began to spin in the air as they made their way down. With a brilliant glint, 9 thin sword threads pierced the air and completely disappeared. Suddenly, golden circles erupted from the devil's black barrier. Golden light magnificently shone and completely enveloped the black light in every direction. But what was most astonishing was that everything happened in complete silence. Han Li took advantage of this chaos to observe at the others. Seeing that everyone was focused on what was happening, an odd expression momentarily appeared on his face, and he secretly slid a pouch into his sleeve. He held his hands behind his back as golden glitters fell down his sleeve and sank into the ground. In just a moment, he had released several thousands of his gold-devouring beetles and had them set up in preparation, with no one having discovered him. He then felt some small relief. Back at the scene, the black-robed woman spoke with an indifferent tone. "Collect." A 3-meter-wide black void appeared at the center of the golden lights. When the anomaly appeared, the light poured into it like streams to a lake and none of it remained. Then with a soft sigh, the void trembled out of existence, revealing the two devils once again. The woman was holding the black wind flag with a single hand. When she saw the golden sabers flash again in the distance to launch another attack, She spoke in the direction of the palace with a raised brow. Fellow Taoist Long Meng, it's foolish to think that the Nine Truths formation will exhaust my spiritual qi. You should know that the Black Wind Flag is a rare spatial-type divine spirit treasure. No matter how vicious the attacks may be, if they don't have the power to tear through space, you won't even touch me. If you are wise, then obediently come out. If you force me to charge in after you, you will not be let off lightly. Long Meng's sweet laughter chimed out from the palace. What will you do then? Could it be you've changed your mind and would like us to become one? That's right. In truth, I wish to fuse back our souls. Long Meng scoffed. What did you say? Devil, do you think that I'll believe you like some naive child? Of course it wouldn't be the same as before, the black-robed woman said indifferently. I'll first be placing you under a few restrictions, guaranteeing that I will be the main soul. Then, she gently waved the flag, effortlessly creating a huge black circular void and devouring the attacks that the golden swords launched at her. However, she was forced to stop her advance for the time being to prevent any further restrictions from activating the golden sabers. Are you dreaming? How could I agree to something so foolish? You think I'll come out to have you be the main soul after you've already taken hold of my body? What are you scheming? Say it. Long Meng bewilderedly shouted. The black-robed woman coldly explained. Since we've fused souls several times, you should know the truth. Regardless if I am the master of this body, I won't be able to display its great powers. It is only when we were fused that we were able to deal with the deity transformation stage cultivator that entered. If you remain inside, you'll be sealed by the cultivators of this world once more. It should be better to be rejoined with me. Long Meng paused before breaking out into a sneer. Kiki, I didn't expect that the Grand Commander of the Elder Devil Invasion would fear a few trifling deity transformation cultivators. How laughable, the black-robed woman calmly said. At that time, there was a passage between the Holy Realm and the Mortal Realm, and we could regularly return to restore our devilish qi, allowing us to use our grand abilities with wanton disregard. Times have changed, along with the world's origin qi. No matter how powerful I may have been, I can't do much as I am now. I am at a loss of how to handle these fearsome deity transformation cultivators. Don't you feel the same? Weren't you originally a late deity transformation demon from the spirit realm? Can you even use even a fraction of that power in your current state? I cannot agree to your delusions of being the main soul in my body, Long Meng resolutely declared. Even if you are able to escape entrapment, what difference will it make for me? You may be able to forcefully control the Black Wind Flag for some time with your devilish qi, but you can't even exert half its power. If you want to fuse your soul with mine, I will be the head. There is no alternative. When the black-robed woman heard her, malice slowly crept onto her face. It seems you are quite confident in the 8 Spirit Ruler and the 9 Truths Devil Suppression formation. Since you've refused, it seems I'll have to personally restrain you and draw out the power from your primal soul. Not the most effective option, but I'll make do. Having finished her threat, she glanced at Han Li and muttered a few commands at the Elder Devil. The devil nodded his head in response and shot out of the perimeter of the spell formation, instantly arriving before the black teleportation formation. He motionlessly floated above it as if he were guarding it. The cultivators inwardly cursed at this. Their original plan to stealthily slip away had collapsed. Han Li had expected this though, so he felt more at ease than the others. But to his surprise, the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk faded to smoke in a series of blurs. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping began to converse with voice transmission, each wearing a sullen expression. The Yi Clan Grand Elder, however, he remained silent and idle. Han Li frowned and his gaze fell onto the white-robed scholar's face, sensing that there was something amiss. After investigating for a moment more, he discovered that the man was actually an illusion formed from white light. As his heart trembled, he hastily looked around for him, but to his relief, he soon spotted him. At the same time, the black-robed woman began to resist the onslaught of golden sword threads, then fully unfolding the black wind flag and tossing it high into the air. With her hands clutched in an incantation gesture, she began to utter an extremely strange spell. A huge explosion sounded out, followed by the appearance of a ball of black wind. The wind wildly expanded and coiled, turning into huge tornadoes reminiscent of the pillars of heaven itself. At the same time, countless dark yellow clouds began to coalesce in the sky. Bolts of lightning leapt across the clouds and soon struck down to the ground below. The black tornadoes then roared as countless wind blades condensed together, filling the entire sky with scattered sand and stone. Blinding azure light coated his body in a dense barrier, protecting both Silvermoon and himself. But when the strange yellow winds blew past him, his protections began to violently shake like a small boat in a raging storm. Han Li tightly shut his mouth and his complexion blanched. Under the control of the black-robed woman, the Black Wind Flag's fearsome power was unfolding. Han Li now witnessed winds as fierce as blades overturning both heaven and earth. Although this was only a fraction of what the Black Wind Flag was capable of, his senses were completely overwhelmed. All he could hear were whistling shrieks. His vision was flooded with yellow mist. His spiritual sense couldn't see a half-foot past him. All that was between him and evisceration was a single barrier. The Triflame fan was modeled after one of the weakest divine spirit treasures, but was still capable of display 40% of the Seven Flame fan's power. However, the power that the Black Wind Flag displayed was immensely different. Fortunately, with his bright sight spirit eyes, he was able to grasp a vague image of his surroundings 30 meters around him. He had no idea how the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation was dealing with this massive attack. He could only see various tremors and sense an intense struggle taking place. When he raised his head to the sky, all he saw were overwhelming chaotic winds that blinded him. The barrier protecting him then began to hum even louder, forcing a pained expression from him. It was taking even more magic power to sustain. The might of the Black Wind Flag actually increased as time passed. Han Li took a deep breath and began to look down below him, as if he were considering burrowing in the ground. But just as the idea sprang in his mind, a foot-wide pillar of black wind suddenly surged forth from below, spinning with ceaseless momentum. With the sudden appearance of this huge attractive force, Han Li was quickly devoured by it. Frightened, he quickly condensed the magic power in his body and his barrier grew even brighter, forcibly halting the absorption for the time being. Soon after, a dozen golden sword lights shot out from the barrier and spiraled around the newly formed pillar of wind, breaking it apart into black chi. However, it immediately condensed back together in a spiral and reformed the tornado in the blink of an eye. He could only sullenly call out to Silvermoon and fly backwards. It seemed these wind pillars were truly nefarious. He wouldn't even be safe if he burrowed underground. After the two carefully avoided several tornadoes, they arrived at the edge of the area to find a dim gray barrier. As he had expected, he found some brief respite. The winds were far weaker here, much to their relief. However, the seriousness on his face had yet to disappear and he looked in the direction of the palace hall for a moment before a glint flashed from his eye. He shook his hand, and a foot-long golden blade cleaved through the gray wall. A crackle resulted from the impact along with a meter-deep slash into the wall. But in a twinkle of white light, the damage was mended as fast as it was dealt. The barrier didn't appear very sturdy and was easily cut by his flying sword, but it was unknown how thick it was or if it was able to mend damage inexhaustibly. If he couldn't break through in a single strike, he wouldn't be able to escape. With that thought, Han Li began to move his arm and pressed it against his storage pouch. In a flash of light, the Triflame fan appeared in his hand. As he carefully channeled spiritual power into it, the fan emitted a halo of tricolored light. He took a deep breath, then gently waved it towards the wall with a single hand. A cloud of tricolored flame rushed out from the fan and silently melted the wall, leaving a deep meter-wide hole. However, his expression was far from happy. Although the strike cut over 30 meters deep, the flames had been extinguished and the entirety of the damage had been mended just as fast as before. While he hadn't made use of the full power of the Triflame fan, the thickness of the wall caused him to pause. Despite the attack's power, the strike had little effect. Even with a stronger ability, he doubted it would be able to break through the wall. The full power of the Triflame fan would likely cause a great scene and attract the attention of those ancient monsters. And if that still didn't break through the wall, he would find himself in a perilous situation. Furthermore, he suspected it contained other restrictions lying in wait. If he were to break through and other restrictions were to lash out, He might as well have died right now. With those considerations, Han Li relaxed his grip on the fan and his expression wavered. Having remained somewhat dazed after seeing Long Meng, Silvermoon finally collected herself and said, "This place isn't so simple. It'd be best if Master didn't take such risks." Han Li smiled and moved to ask her something when his expression suddenly sank. He quickly turned around to face the raging winds and coldly said, "What are you doing sneaking around? Don't blame me if I decide to attack." With that said, he tightened his grasp on the tri-flame fan, and a glowing light began to crawl across its surface. "Fellow Taoist Han, please wait. I know of your fan's power, and I don't wish to receive such a strike without reason." A man's voice sounded out, and two white silhouettes appeared from the raging yellow winds, Grand Immortal Su and Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yiping. Han Li raised his brow and made no effort to conceal his surprise. But with an apathetic tone, he said, "Oh? You want me to believe that you didn't come here with the intent of pursuing me?" With that said, he took a casual glance in the direction of the palace. Storms of wind and black tornadoes had gathered around there, but there were cracks of thunder that could be faintly heard amidst the howling wind. Golden flashes also occasionally broke through the yellow winds. It seemed the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation was as formidable as one would expect. Even under the relentless assault of the Black Wind Flag, it still managed to persevere. It was also unknown if the Eight Spirit Ruler would participated in the battle. But when he saw that the black-robed woman wasn't looking in their direction, he felt somewhat more at ease and turned his attention back to the two in front of him. Having already anticipated his hostility, she opened a soundproofing barrier and calmly stated, "There is no need to be like this. We didn't come here this time to find trouble but to discuss a plan for survival." "What's your plan?" Han Li's heart stirred, but his face remained blank. "Why ask a question you already know the answer to? That flag isn't something that we would be able to compete with even if we all joined hands. Wouldn't it be better for us to escape while they're distracted?" Because time was short, Lin Yiping cut to the chase. Han Li narrowed his eyes. "So you don't intend on acquiring that divine spirit treasure? You must be joking." Grand Immortal Su firmly stated, "What's the worth of a treasure if you don't have a body to use it? The Elder Devil's sacred ancestor has been trapped in the pagoda for countless years, and it should be weakened from captivity. Our nascent souls will be the ideal treat for restoring its strength. With only a casual attack, she will capture us without fail. Then what do you suggest?" Han Li had a faint guess on what they were going to say. Grand Immortal Su bluntly said, "We will join hands, of course, and ambush the Elder Devil guarding the teleportation formation. Then we will make our escape. With just us." Han Li scoffed, "Do you know how fearsome that two-headed Elder Devil is?" Lin Yiping smiled in surprise and asked, "Could it be that we won't be enough to take the devil down?" Stroking the fan in his hand, Han Li slowly said, "In the past, 3 grand cultivators and a dozen more nascent soul cultivators pursued it, and it still managed to escape. Are you still confident after hearing that? This Elder Devil was the one that escaped from your heavenly south?" Grand Immortal Su spoke with alarm. "That's correct." Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yiping exchanged a glance before sharing a trace of hesitation. "Then we will join in. That should be enough to push that devil back." A cold voice suddenly spoke from above them, and the three's expressions vastly changed. Then, 2 flashes lit up from the yellow winds to reveal the silver-winged Night Fiend and the Lion Hawk. The 2 demons' spiritual light wrapped around them, completely protecting them from the harmful winds. Their wind movement abilities allowed them to move as smoothly as a fish in the water through this raging storm. "So it's you. That means you wish to join." After clearly seeing them, Han Li regained his calm. The Night Fiend bluntly said, "Of course. We may not be of the same race, but the Elder Devil's sacred ancestor won't care about that. It will be disastrous if we do not escape. Good, with your assistance, we should be completely safe. There is no time to lose. Let's set off." Who knows how much time the spell formation and the 8 Spirit Ruler will buy us. Grand Immortal Su then turned his head to look at Han Li with grimace. The 2 demons had done the same. It was clear their alliance would only succeed with Han Li's agreement. He silently bit his lip as he pondered and eventually nodded. The 2 demons then took the opportunity to land at their side. Having come to a decision, Han Li no longer hesitated and immediately held his hands in an incantation gesture. Then Gui Ling's life soul tile began to tremble within him before shining with weak light. A short moment later, a bright yellow light flashed at his side and Gui Ling emerged from the ground. When Gui Ling appeared, she wasn't surprised in the slightest when she saw the humans and demons gathered together. But when she glanced at Han Li, her lips moved to send him a voice transmission. A trace of surprise was betrayed from Han Li's initially calm face. When Lin Yiping saw his expression, she asked, "What, has fellow Taoist Gui discovered something?" "It's nothing," Han Li said with regained calm. "It's just that the two fellow Taoists from the Immortal Form sect had the same thoughts as me. They wanted to find a way out from below." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yiping spoke with a mysterious smile. It was clear she hadn't believed him, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. Although the others were also suspicious of him, they prioritized their shoddy alliance and didn't pursue the matter. They then began to discuss their plan of action. As they were all rich with battle experience, the discussion was brief, so they quickly took action. Their bodies glowed with light before disappearing from sight. Han Li nodded at Gui Ling and she burrowed into the earth once again. He gave Silvermoon a command and she flew back into his sleeve in the form of a small fox. Han Li gazed at the black teleportation formation and stroked his chin before slapping his storage pouch. In a flash of silver light, a silhouette appeared in front of him. The human-like puppet. He flicked his hand at it. Silver light wrapped around the puppet's body before it faded to an unremarkable yellow. Afterwards, the puppet's eyes brightly shined purple and disappeared into nothingness. This battle would be critical with mortal consequences. He couldn't afford to spare any strength. With the puppet at his side, he would feel more at ease. Given the puppet's superb concealment techniques, the elder devil likely wouldn't discover it before it's too late. But the black-robed woman, on the other hand, was a devil whose abilities he had yet to fully witness. As he tightly held the tri-flame fan in one hand, he formed an incantation with the other, summoning the thunderstorm wings from his back. He disappeared in a flash of silver light shortly after. At the other side of the perimeter, there lay the teleportation formation floating in the air that was now covered in a barrier of gray light. The two-headed elder devil was floating above it with his arms casually hanging behind his back. One of its heads was staring in the direction of the palace with a focused gaze. The other was vigilantly looking around. His four arms were holding onto a pair of violet rings, a blue halberd, and a scarlet brick. Although the vicious winds of the black wind flag was relentless, they didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. A strange look appeared on the face of the head looking in the direction of the palace. A ray of golden light suddenly flashed from the center and cleaved away a portion of the dense mist with tremendous power. The whistling of the wind came to an abrupt halt. The elder devil raised his brow at the sight and felt some hesitation about standing around. He wanted to offer his support, but he felt greatly conflicted. However, he soon felt at ease. The astonishing golden light flashing in the distance had been swept away by a wild tornado that spanned over 30 meters. It was like a dragon of black wind, whipping across the air in an instant. It even distorted the nearby space as if the world itself was twisting to its will. The elder devil could only briefly relish relief, as its other head widely opened its eyes and waved one of its hands forward. A red streak of light tore through the air and transformed into a 10-meter-wide brick that fiercely smashed down. But before it landed, a scarlet flame blazed from the top of it and several vicious fire serpents leapt forward with fangs bared. A cold snort sounded out. "To think you'd be so vigilant." Two silhouettes then appeared from the fierce winds. One of these figures casually raised their hand and a blue streak was released, expanding into a 3-meter-tall jade umbrella. Explosions sounded out. The icy mist covering the umbrella's surface blocked the fire brick. Blue light and scarlet flame clashed against one another for a time. Although the fire serpents were vicious and intense, they were subdued by the umbrella's ice attribute and were helpless. The two figures belonged to Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yiping. They coldly leered at the elder devil while floating motionlessly in the air. The devil's two heads shifted and simultaneously watched the two down below. "I recognize you. You should be cultivators from the soaring sky plains. It is a pity you can't be buried there." One of the heads spoke with a deafening voice and a smirk. Grand Immortal Su wordlessly slapped the storage pouch. Phoenix cries echoed and light wildly flashed, summoning a rainbow peacock in front of them. It rolled out its wings and spread out its feathers as soon as it appeared. Its presence made for an amazing sight. Rainbow light cascaded from its body and kept the vicious winds around them at bay. "A keen spirit peacock," the elder devil shouted. "You actually have a bird from antiquity." "Humph, but its skills are far too shallow. Were it older, I might actually be afraid." "Is that so? Then let's have you first test the viciousness of its rainbow light." Grand Immortal Su then let out a whistle, and the peacock raised its head before spanning its wings. Brilliant radiance surged out. The elder devil coldly snorted. He clapped together the two hands holding the purple rings and to produce a deafening drone that dazed one's spiritual sense. Soon after, the two rings shot out and blurred, leaving behind copies of itself in its wake and filling the nearby air with tension. The devil then held a hand in an incantation gesture and covered its body in black devilish chi as if preparing for an attack. In response, Grand Immortal Su and Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yiping each summoned a magic treasure of their own and raised their hand. A ball of azure light smashed down, and a scarf with an embroidered silver silkworm released countless silver strings. At that same moment, purple and azure mist emerged from the wind and silently arrived above the elder devil. The movements lacked any presence, a clear showing of superb concealment techniques. The purple ring's illusion and the rainbow light collided, producing dazzling embers across the air. Several pythons condensed from the devilish chi in an instant, launching forward as a counterattack. Meanwhile, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the azure and purple mist, and two silhouettes suddenly leapt down, arriving right above the devil with two sharp talons and a cloud of gray threads. At nearly the same instant, the magic treasures that Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping released were just about to arrive in front of the elder devil. The timing of the attacks had practiced precision. Such an ambush had come as a shock to the elder devil, but he soon regained his calm and mentally commanded one of the black pythons condensed from devilish chi to coil around him. Then, he raised both heads to look at the incoming attack of the endless sky cultivators. The dense barrage of argent strings and the ball of azure light. In a burst like a dark blaze, a streak of black light flashed away. But just as his attention was focused on the incoming attacks, golden light flashed at the side of the formation covering the teleporter. Thunder rang as a huge sword shot out from the underground. At such a fast speed, the elder devil could only sense the huge sword as it arrived before him. In the brief moment he saw it, he noticed purple flames and golden lightning roaming across its surface. "You!" The elder devil instantly recognized the sword, but due to the overbearing speed of the sword and the other attacks tying him down, he was left with no choice but to confront it. He hurriedly waved his four arms, tearing through space itself as he released a net of crystalline claw streaks towards the weapon. Of course, it wasn't possible for him to truly block the strike in his given time. With immense ease, the huge sword shred through the claw streaks in an instant. In the mere moment this delay bought the devil, he created a layer of black devilish around him. A series of explosions boomed, and a huge ball of light erupted in front of the elder devil's body, producing a blinding radiance. Silver lightning then flashed from the surface of the ground, followed by Han Li's emergence. He raised his head to examine the air and frowned. Although the huge sword had struck, it didn't actually cut through the devil's body. It was as if the attack had casually slid past the devil. Just as Han Li was bewildered by this, something within the blinding radiance in the air began to stir. In a gust of piercing wind, a black figure shot down towards Han Li, blurring away from sight before appearing right on top of him. "Drop dead!" A thunderous roar shouted out, and a huge pitch-black blade cleaved down upon him with lightning speed. Although Han Li was alarmed, he had the thunderstorm wings already prepared. He disappeared without a trace, and the black saber missed its mark. A muffled echo sounded out, and a meter-deep cut appeared in the ground. Thunder rang 60 meters away, and Han Li reappeared, staring at where he originally stood. This huge deadly figure was the Elder Devil, but at that moment he was clearly cut into a sorry figure. One of his arms had been reduced to a stump, and there was a fist-sized hole in his shoulder. He also carried several thick claw marks on his stomach as if they attempted to disembowel him. With their combined alliance, the devil was unable to block all of the attacks and suffered. Seeing that Han Li had escaped from him, a malevolent glint appeared in his eyes, and he fiercely leered at Han Li. In a flash of light, he pulled his hands apart and his huge saber ripped in two, releasing slightly smaller glowing blades that let out a shrieking pierce as they whistled. The elder devil swung his newly split sabers and released countless palm-sized black crescents in a dense barrage towards Han Li. He took no notice of the other cultivators and was hell-bent on pursuing him alone. This came as no surprise. Among the enemies that faced him, Han Li and Lin Yinping were the easiest to eliminate, but the endless sky saintess Lin Yinping had grand immortal Su with her. Of course, the elder devil only concluded this because he never had an opportunity to fight Han Li at full strength. When Han Li saw the devil's overbearing assault, he maintained complete calm and waved his sleeve. Out produced a small shield that moved in front of him, quickly expanding to protect his front. He then glanced at the devil and let out a sigh. The elder devil looked at his expression from a distance and shortly paused in surprise at his reaction. But then, he immediately sensed a strange spiritual pressure from underneath him. Before he could glance down, he heard a slash and a silhouette wrapped in yellow made an abrupt appearance from the ground 10 meters behind him. Soon after, the figure let out a shout and swung down the huge silver axe she held in her hands. This was the horned woman Gui Ling who had remained hidden underneath where Han Li originally stood. Before the blade of the axe even fell, its fearsome spiritual pressure shook the nearby ground, causing the earth to quake with foot-deep holes. The elder devil's face fell and no longer moved to assault Han Li. He hurriedly turned around and sliced his swords in a cross. Two huge blades of light surged out to meet the silver axe just in time. Black and silver light erupted as the attacks collided. A shockwave of both icy and searing air bloomed in every direction. The black light blades managed to temporarily stop the huge axe's descent for just a second before disappearing. During that delay, the elder devil clasped two of his hands in an incantation gesture. With the sounds of cracking bone, his body surged in size. His clothes tore away to reveal a layer of sleek armor made from foot-wide black scales. Inky devilish chi covered his wounds and his flesh squirmed beneath, quickly healing itself. After turning in the air, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes and he took a deep breath. He opened his mouth to release a wide shockwave at the axe. When they collided against the huge silver axe, the sound seemed to become solid and blocked the axe from falling any further. The devil suddenly let out an ancient incantation and the black scales covering his body brightened, igniting in a dense layer of impressive black-purple flames. Gui Ling's heart trembled at the sight and she jumped back. With a loud shout, her body ferociously expanded and a layer of green armor fitted around her. The silver axe grew alongside her, glistening with a brilliant glow. She chopped down with even greater strength. Her sudden growth had surprised the devil. Although his own form was larger than hers, he had no choice but to stop his incantation as he raised his blades to meet the axe. Upon impact, the both weapons let out a resounding boom, shaking the air around them. Already on guard, the elder devil suffered no damage. Rather, he used the momentum of the attack to quickly fly backwards. But as he retreated, he wore a mocking smile. The azure halberd in one of his hands lit up with black flames and he launched it towards Gui Ling's body. It traveled with an immense speed matched only by a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it struck Gui Ling's armor and flashed. Before the elder devil regained stable ground, he began his incantation once more in preparation to employ even more vastly powerful techniques. The halberd alone wouldn't be enough to exterminate that tenacious horned woman. But at that moment, something entirely unexpected occurred. A faint black light burned 3 meters behind the devil. An inch-long crystalline black blade appeared silently in the air. Then, with a flicker, it disappeared without a trace. The elder devil suddenly gained a terrifying premonition and was about to fly away. But before he could even try, one of his heads felt as if it had been stabbed through and his spiritual sense cut with agony. No matter how powerful his was, the surprise attack halted his movements. In that short delay, a nearly indiscernible red line appeared at the neck of one of the heads. Soon after, it tumbled to the ground without any warning and a fountain of blood spurted from its vacant neck. A distance away, Han Li was holding his hands in a strange gesture, and his complexion was pale and exhausted. The pain from the elder devil's spiritual sense was from his great development technique's Soulfright Thorn, though it was a simplified version. Although he hadn't cultivated the last few layers of the Great Development technique and its power was far less potent than the true sulfite thorn, it had a great effect on anyone caught unaware. As such, he called this attack the Spirit Stun Thorn to differentiate the two. Although the technique was much weaker, it still left him completely dizzy after using it once. The Elder Devil's remaining head wore an expression of disbelief and howled with pain and rage. Devilish chi soon entirely coated his body. The devilish chi burst all around him before he disappeared from sight. 16 meters away, an astonishing change occurred. A cloud of black chi made a sudden appearance, followed by the maimed Elder Devil tumbling out from it. Although the loss of one of his heads hadn't killed him, it severely injured him. Gui Ling swinging down her axe, the beheading of the Elder Devil, his escape afterwards, all occurred in the blink of an eye. The scene left the others completely dumbstruck. Things had gone vastly awry to their original plan. They had intended on only distracting the devil so they could wait for an opportunity to use the teleportation formation to escape. The thought of killing the devil hadn't even occurred in their minds. But now that it was a distinct possibility, how will their plan change? In truth, Han Li actually planned on slaying the devil all along. As for the strange blade that beheaded the devil, the cultivators up above hadn't detected any signs of its appearance. When they wondered if the same could happen to them, they felt their hearts drop. But in any case, the Elder Devil was out of luck. With so many cultivators attacking him at once, he had no opportunity to reprieve and was unable to make use of any of his greater abilities. Bafflingly enough, he was also gravely injured. Had the devil been able to make use of his secret abilities, it would be impossible for him to suffer in such state in a short amount of time. The Elder Devil shot a hateful glance at Han Li on the sidelines before fleeing in the direction of the black-robed woman in a surge of black chi. Under his current conditions, he had no further intention to risk his life to continuing the battle. Han Li had different plans though, and a trace of derision smeared on his face. A ball of silver light flared near the Elder Devil, followed by the sudden appearance of a silhouette. Greatly frightened, the devil recoiled and prepared for the worst, binding himself in layers of boiling devilish chi. But when he met the gaze of the newly appeared cultivator, his body was enveloped in an entirely different world. He could sense nothing else apart from a pair of attractive purple eyes. A bewitchment technique. With a spiritual sense comparable to a peak late nascent soul cultivator, he was able to quickly recover. However, it wasn't nearly fast enough because an emerald streak suddenly appeared in front of him in a roll of thunder. He could clearly see golden lightning flashing from it too. Divine Devilbane lightning, the Elder Devil cried out. Had he not been injured, he would have been able to deal with it well enough, but he could no longer afford to confront such an attack. The devil waved his hand and devilish chi condensed in front of him. Very rapidly, a small black shield moved forward to block the green streak as he blurred away, intending on arriving 10 meters away. But on the way, thunder called from his side. Not good. The devil's heart trembled. Before he could take action, Han Li appeared in a spark of silver lightning. He waved his sleeve and released dozens of small golden swords and a purple flood dragon at the devil. The timing of Han Li's attack was superb. The devil wasn't able to dodge in the slightest. Helpless, the devil's head strangely twisted around in Han Li's direction. Then, he opened his mouth and released a surging black shockwave. Two devil arms blurred, bringing forth his black blades to meet Han Li's attack. But when the devil least expected it, a small black dagger appeared in front of where he originally faced and flickered out of sight. The Elder Devil's attention was so focused on Han Li that the black dagger escaped his notice. By the time he discovered it, it was too late. A red line flashed from the Elder Devil's neck and its last remaining head was cleanly lobbed off. Han Li rejoiced, but before he could celebrate, the headless Elder Devil raised his two sabers and swung, flinging two black streaks towards him. Soon after, the headless body of the Elder Devil ruptured into dense clouds of devilish chi. Han Li felt surprised, but he had no intention of letting his prey escape. He clasped his hands together in an incantation gesture without hesitation and detonated the purple flame flood dragon that he previously released. Blazing purple embers spread throughout an area of 30 meters like falling rain. Several dozen small golden swords sliced through the two black streaks and scattered them. The flying swords then dispersed in every direction, shortly sparking golden lightning between them to create a giant net around the purple flame. A huge crackle sounded out. The majority of the devilish chi didn't make it very far and were frozen solid in a huge chunk of purple ice. The remaining black chi was caught by the lightning net, evaporating them with huge bolts of lightning. When Hanli saw this, he clasped his hands and solemnly uttered, "Rupture." Countless thin arcs of golden lightning leapt onto the purple ice as the net dissolved, completely rending it to dust and wiping away the soul of the elder devil concealed within. Several treasures fell out from the extinguished devilish chi as well. When he glanced at two of the items there, his eyes lit up. He flicked his finger and two arcs of golden lightning shot out and immediately scattered the black threads surrounding them. They were the two bamboo cloudswarm swords Han Li had lost back at Devilfall Valley. He rejoiced and quickly tested them with a mental command. The two blades leapt into the air before launching back into his hand. The worry that had been plaguing his mind was now put at ease. Fortunately, he would only have to shortly temper them before they returned back to fighting form despite having remained seal for such a long while. At that moment, the others blankly stared as Han Li slayed the elder devil with clean efficiency. Even its soul didn't even have the opportunity to escape. The spectators couldn't help but look at each other with fear. His human-like puppet, however, had left them completely baffled. They had no idea how Han Li called upon such a powerful cultivator. They hadn't spotted this person ever since they arrived. Could it be his concealment techniques were at a level where he could hide in plain sight from the best of them? With that thought, their hearts were thrown into further turmoil. However, they weren't ordinary people and were able to quickly calm themselves. Rather, they all made a tacit agreement to begin striking at the barrier protecting the teleportation formation. The gray wall isolated the formation from the world and was produced from several flags surrounding the formation. There was also a restriction that was disabling its use. Several attacks whistled through the air and crashed down. Spiritual light flashed and rumbles shook the space. Much against their expectations, the barrier held firm against the assault. Be it the demon's fierce attacks or grand immortal Su, their strikes had only caused faint ripples. They naively believed that they would be able to immediately leave following the elder Devi's defeat, but now their hearts tensed. The lion hawk in particular was upset by this and wildly flailed its talons to no effect. Then, with an ominous glint shining in its eye, it unleashed golden shockwaves from its mouth towards it, leaving a deep depression in the barrier and visibly putting it under great strain. Grand Immortal Su's mind stirred at the sight of this, and he commanded his keen spirit peacock to spread out its wings and rainbow release a gust of rainbow light as well. To the side, Lin Yinping followed suit and repeatedly spat out silver light to strike at the same spot. The silver-winged night fiend condensed countless ghost fiend threads into a huge python to add on to the relentless assault. They all knew that breaking through would be key to escaping, so they spared no effort. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing spiritual light completely enveloped the barrier. Sounds of cracking had finally begun to ring. By then, Hanli and Guiling had arrived in several blurs. The human-like puppet had disappeared from sight along the way. Hanli appeared entirely calm when he arrived, but his presence inspired fear in the others. And with his timely arrival, the formation flags finally howled and split in two, dissolving the barrier to the teleportation formation. The cultivators immediately made a mad rush inside. But before anyone actually reached it, several balls of light ruptured and the cultivators fell to the ground. Following that mutual attack, the others backed away from one another. Grand Immortal Su held an azure pearl in his hand and furiously glared at Hanli. "Fellow Taoist Han, what are you doing?" "I should be asking you that," Hanli replied with a mysterious smile. There were several golden swords floating in front of him, and he was holding the fearsome tri-flame fan in his hand. With his wings wrapped around his body, the knife fiend glared at Hanli and coldly said, "The first one to leave will be me. I don't trust any of you humans." "Haha, that will be difficult." Hanli's smile disappeared and he spoke with an icy tone. "This small formation can only move two people at once. If the formation is destroyed from the other side, where are we to go?" With that said, the others began to slowly encircle the formation. The three parties stared each other down in a standoff. When they finished the circle, an overly sweet voice sounded out from the direction of the palace. You killed one of my brethren in front of me? Don't even think about escaping. Despite how far away the voice spoke from, everyone could clearly hear her cold and furious tone. In the instant her subordinate was slain, devil ancestor Xianxia sensed it. By using nearly half of the Black Wind Flag's power, the woman managed to completely overwhelm the Nine Truths Devil Suppression formation. Even the Eight Spirit Ruler was completely ineffective against its power. It had summoned the 8 Spirit Beast Phantoms to besiege her, but the Black Wind Flag's supreme power kept them at bay. The woman originally planned on first dealing with the formation before subduing the ruler, but now that her only subordinate had unexpectedly perished, her ire was raised. The black-robed woman's expression turned icy, and she spat out several crimson flags into the air. Afterwards, she flicked her fingers and struck them all with spell seals. Blinding light flared from each of them and they surged in size, growing 30 meters tall in the blink of an eye. These giant flags had purple incantation characters and black chi roaming across its surface. With the appearance of the flag, the nearby tornadoes surged with power and twisted viciously, slowly scraping away at the altars establishing the Nine Truths formation. The golden blades of light were launching attacks into the winds with fervor, but it was clear that the formation was nearing its limits. When the black-robed woman grew closer to the palace, the 8 Spirit Ruler wasn't able to exhibit most of its power and could only attack her with its 8 Beast Phantoms. However, the Black Wind Flag blew them astray and their figures grew unsteady. The cultivators and demons' hearts trembled with the sudden and violent surge of wind following the black-robed woman's threat. The 3 parties then glared at one another, fearing that they would leave through the teleportation formation first. With rumbling from the direction of the palace and dark clouds blocking the sky, a dozen black tornadoes converged together and caused the air itself to tremble. Han Li felt an immense sense of dread from this and immediately said, "Let's first have fellow Taoist Gui and fellow Taoist Lin teleport through. Gui Ling is a demon beast and old friends of the Night Fiend and the Lion Hawk. Fellow Taoist Su should be more at ease once fellow Taoist Lin crosses over. For our second group, the Lion Hawk and fellow Taoist Su will cross over. Then lastly, I will cross over with the Night Fiend. Let's hurry before we all die." Grand Immortal Su and the others also sensed that something terrible was on the verge of creation. But even so, they had misgivings about the plan, but with no better option they couldn't afford to delay any further. After exchanging a glance with one another, they nodded. Gui Ling immediately followed Han Li's commanded and stepped into the formation with Lin Yinping. But unbeknownst to anyone, just as the two stepped in, it lit up with white light and a silhouette appeared within. The others were left completely baffled. At that moment, the black-robed woman's cold voice sounded out primal chaos rend the heavens. A pillar of pitch-black light erupted from a distance, but soon it came to a sudden stop midair and split the sky into two. One half was completely clear and shining with sunlight. The other was engulfed in a curtain of black and soon grew to cover the entire sky. In nearly an instant, it spread above Han Li and company. Before anyone could respond, the black-robed woman coldly laughed. The bright pillar of light disappeared in the distance, and now everything was being immersed in darkness. This devil ancestor Xianxia actually used the Black Wind Flag's spatial abilities to seal them away. Grand Immortal Su and the others betrayed shock from their faces. "Run. Where is the person who just arrived? The formation isn't working. We can't leave." A series of furious voices fired out in succession. Panic had begun to set in. Han Li felt his heart sank. He also lost sight of the person who just used the teleportation formation. He also hadn't caught sight of his appearance. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. He blurred and reappeared in front of the formation. Lin Yinping and Gui Ling were standing in front and were examining it from every direction with anxious expressions. "Let me look," Han Li sullenly shouted. He then raised his hand and struck the edge of the formation with a spell seal. It weakly lit up but had no other reaction. His expression sank. At that moment, Grand Immortal Su and the silver-winged Night Fiend arrived next to him, but they were unfamiliar with the workings of spell formations. When the Night Fiend saw Han Li's expression, he asked, "Is there something wrong with the formation?" "There is no problem with the formation. It's the Black Wind Flag that is blocking us. Unless the seal goes away, neither will we." "How exactly can we manage that?" Do you want us to kill that devil ancestor Xianxia? If we had such abilities, why would we bother to leave? The knife fiend shouted. Hanli glared back at him and bluntly retorted, why bother asking? You should keep your complaints to yourself. Fortunately, the devil is currently focused on dealing with the person inside the palace. Now that she's trapped us, she won't be paying us any heed for some time. Let us take this time to come up with a new plan. Angered, the knife fiend wore a hostile expression on his face, but something soon came to mind and he suppressed his anger with a snort. Then his eyes wandered as he brooded. To the side, Grand Immortal Su was lost in his thoughts as well. Lin Yiping and Gui Ling both tightly frowned in disappointment at failing to leave. But just as Han Li and the others found themselves helpless in the face of crisis, outside the formation, the black-robed woman was enveloping herself in a black tornado and looked at the huge flag with a sneer on her face. Apart from the several tornadoes at her side, the violent winds had gradually begun to still, making the carnage visible. Although maintaining the spatial seal used up by the black wind flag's capacity, the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation is now completely destroyed, and now she only had to deal with the masterless Eight-Spirit Ruler. Although it was immensely powerful, it couldn't command many of its own abilities using what intelligence it had. With that thought, she began to glance around her. The Eight-Spirit Ruler's spirit beast phantoms were continuously torn away by the tsunami of winds, only for them to reform a moment later. Although they weren't able of reaching her, she wasn't willing to leave the protection of the wind. The black-robed woman expressionlessly turned her gaze back to the person floating above the palace, the large-headed eccentric. Ever since the battle started, he remained completely still. Although the baleful winds summoned by the black wind flag were formidable, he was completely safe at the center of the palace. A strange delight glinted from her eyes and she said, "Fellow Taoist, go ahead and take the Eight-Spirit Ruler. Don't worry. I'll watch over you and prevent Long Meng from attacking you." When the eccentric heard this, he wore a hesitant expression. "What? Do you fear that I won't protect you?" The black-robed woman chuckled and brushed away the hair from her face. Then she raised her arm towards the Yi clan cultivators in the distance. Those cultivators were accompanying the Grand Elder's doppelganger illusion. When they saw her act, they were greatly frightened. She simply flicked her finger at them as if she were brushing the air. The cultivators were baffled and the large-headed eccentric was as well. Then several muffled pops sounded out. A small blossom of crimson blood appeared on the foreheads of the Taoist nun and the old man at her side, their empty bodies promptly plummeting to the ground. The treasures and light protecting them had no effect. As for the square-faced middle-aged man, the bone bracelet in front of him brightly flashed with yellow light and blocked the attack of a translucent pearl. The gem was only the size of a thumb and exploded after being blocked. The mirage of the Yi clan Grand Elder had its forehead struck and the pearl disappeared without a trace. Ha! The shining moon band? No, a replica. The black-robed woman muttered with a trace of surprise. Sacred ancestor, what are you doing? The eccentric wore a gloomy expression. What? Since you don't trust me, I needed to let you witness my abilities. She shot a glance at him and casually asked, "Could it be you still have a relationship to those people?" The eccentric snorted and felt somewhat annoyed, but he didn't air it. Instead, he looked at the mirage of the Yi clan Grand Elder with a bewildered expression. At that same time, the two Yi clan cultivators' corpses ruptured forth and two nascent souls flew out towards the square-faced cultivator in a panic. With an icy expression on his face, the square-faced man briefly put away the bone bracelet and allowed the two souls to enter his sleeve before he released it once more. As this happened, he was staring at the black-robed woman in fear that she would attack him. Feeling it beneath her dignity to launch another attack and believing that she had already displayed the might of her abilities to the eccentric, she paid no further attention to the square-faced cultivator. Instead, she turned to the eccentric and said, "So long as you help me in taking away the Eight-Spirit Ruler, I will consider your task fulfilled. After I manage to escape, I will infuse your body with devilish chi and extend your lifespan. When I deal with the demon in there, you won't need to attack. Could it be that you can't perform this simple task?" With that said, the black-robed woman's expression turned icy and her black and white eyes bleed a shade crimson. The eccentric's quickly expression moved. When he heard that Yuan Cha's tone became displeased, he knew that he would have to take on this risk. He gritted his teeth and flew in the direction of the eight-spirit ruler. As the eccentric moved forward, a cold snort sounded out from the palace below. Suddenly, the space above him began to distort, and a 30-meter large fist instantly appeared, smashing down on him like a falling mountain. The huge fist carried a dense spiritual pressure and deeply shocked him. He immediately wanted to retreat, but at that moment the black-robed woman let out a chuckle and flicked her hand in the direction of the palace. A huge explosion bloomed out, followed by the fist shooting to the side. It then scattered into specks of white light. The eccentric felt great relief towards this and flashed forward without any further hesitation, flying towards the eight-spirit ruler in a yellow streak. But when he arrived around 30 meters away, he heard a nearly inaudible sigh. Soon after, a strange light flashed, followed by the appearance of a streak of black-red sword light sweeping towards him. The black blood blade, the eccentric shouted out with a breath cold from surprise. He instantly spat out one of his small yellow swords and had it expand to 3 meters long. It circled in the air, forming layers of sword images around itself. Then, the eccentric flipped his hand to produce a small white bottle and pointed its opening towards the blade of light. A mist of white shot out from the bottle and blurred to block the incoming attacking. When the two sides collided, the black-red blade faintly stirred before chewing apart the mist. Soon after, the light shined brighter and expanded 10 meters long before cleaving down at the eccentric. The eccentric wore a panicked expression. He clutched his hand in an incantation gesture and willed the huge yellow sword to block it. At that same time, he released a pitchfork from his sleeve and had it fly up in a silver streak. The black-red blade cleaved down upon the sword illusions, pausing for just a moment. A low hum then sounded as they were torn apart like paper and moved on to the huge yellow sword. The weapon wailed and its body began to crack from the impact. The eccentric's face paled and he spat out a mouthful of black blood on the blade. Fortunately, the flying pitchfork he had released earlier quickly assisted the huge sword in blocking the blade's downward momentum. But despite this, the two treasures wouldn't be able to defend against this blade of light for much longer. The eccentric's entire body flashed with light as he prepared to shoot away. When the black-robed woman saw this, her expression sank and she casually flicked her finger in the direction above the palace. A muffled snort sounded out and a faint white silhouette staggered into view. It was a white-robed scholar, the Yi clan Grand Elder who had earlier disappeared. However, he wore an expressionless face and there was a small hole in his chest. It was positioned right above his heart, and it wasn't bleeding. At the same time the Yi clan Grand Elder was forced to appear, the black-red blade of light was weakened. With a flash, it dimmed and exerted less force, allowing the large-headed eccentric to block both the huge sword and the silver pitchfork. He used this opportunity to fly out of the range of the blade's attacks. Paying no attention to the wound on his chest, he glared at the eccentric and sternly said, "Where do you think you're going?" The black blood blade is the legacy treasure of the Yi clan, used to execute traitors. Since you've colluded with this elder devil and abandoned our clan, don't blame me for being ruthless. When the eccentric heard him speak, his complexion turned red, then white, and soon he simply sneered. He didn't appear to take his words to heart. Resentment was clearly visible on the scholar's tense frown. The sheer hostility of his appearance made for a stark contrast to his originally elegant bearing. The black-robed woman felt somewhat surprised that her earlier attack hadn't killed the man. Now seeing where the scholar firmly stood, she frowned and grabbed at the air. This indifferent action was performed without the slightest effort. A crackle snapped through the air. 5 half-foot-long crystalline beams shot out from her hand and streaked towards the scholar at an immense speed. The Yi clan Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, but strangely enough, he didn't make any attempt to dodge. Instead, he spat out a fire-red disk that swiveled in the air and immersed him in blinding red light. The 5 claw streaks were intercepted by a large white hand that appeared in front of him nearly instantly, capturing the streaks in its grasp and crushing them into non-existence. The black-robed woman could only watch with a solemn expression. Longmeng's cold laughter danced from the palace. Yuan Cha, if you can make alliances with the humans, then so can I. Did you think that you will so easily break the 8 spirit rulers' restriction? I want to see those devil abilities that dominated the mortal world in the past. How will they fare against one Buddhist attribute ruler? And even if you somehow manage that, I still have a bit of residual devilish chi I can make use of. The black-robed woman's face fell hearing the jeers, and her gaze grew cold. No matter how much devilish chi you have, you are still a soul without a body. My victory is all but assured. And with the many spiritual medicines on this mountain, using a little bit of power is of no consequence. Spiritual medicines? Long Meng paused, and then her tone of voice changed. Old devil, you think dash before she could finish. The woman strangely smiled and flicked at the huge form of the black wind flag in the air, striking it with a green spell seal. The flag trembled and the tip of it fluttered with black light wildly shining from its surface. A pillar of wind shot out from the banner and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, it appeared in front of the square-faced cultivator. Bits of black light scattered around, and the pillar of wind engulfed him without a moment of delay, catching the cultivator off guard. The funnel howled loudly and released countless blades of black wind, violently chopping at everything within it. The square-faced man was greatly alarmed by the ambush and began to pour his body's spiritual power in the bone bracelet without any restraint. The bone bracelet quickly formed a layer of dazzling yellow light around him. But there were too many attacks, and they seemed to possess strange abilities. When each wind blade struck true, they completely disappeared, only for palm-sized openings to later appear in the barrier, emerging one after another until the shield completely disappeared. Against such strange attacks, the durable and tenacious light barrier completely scattered. Soon after, the man wore an expression of great disbelief as the black windstorm grew even more intense. The bone bracelet attempted to maintain its protective barrier against the endless horde, and the bracelet began to crack. The square-faced cultivator had turned completely pale, but he soon gritted his teeth and spat out an azure sword. He yelled and flew out right after, riding on the sword. The bracelet was left behind as it was clearly already on the verge of destruction. He understood that it would be a death wish to remain. He could only take the risk. No. When the Yi clan elder saw this, he shouted in a panic but was already too late. As soon as the person entered the black windstorm, the azure light protecting him began to violently flash, only for it to rupture and a miserable scream to sound out. His body was immediately ripped to shreds. With the bits of his body scattering in the wind, 3 balls of various colored light were left behind, inch-large nascent souls. The 3 were joined together and flew off in the same direction, fearing for their life. However, the wind surrounded them and they weren't able to escape. Just as the blades were about to shred them apart, a black light flashed from the wind pillar and the black blades came to a sudden stop. The 3 nascent souls immediately rejoiced and resumed their attempt to escape, but the black-robed woman sneered when she saw this. She flicked her fingers and slowly reached out to the gusts of wind. White light suddenly lit up around the nascent souls and solidified until they were rendered completely immobile. At that same time, countless specks of black light gathered around them, completely sweeping them into 3 small balls. With her hands grasped in an incantation gesture, she then began to chant cryptic words. Black light flashed and the balls disappeared without a trace. A moment later, they fantastically came into existence in front of her. Devil! Stop whatever you're doing. When the Yi clan Grand Elder saw this, he quickly pointed to the black blood blade and had it immediately sweep towards her. It's already too late, Long Meng uttered. As soon as she said that, crimson light flared from the woman's eyes and she engulfed the nascent soul in the same wave of light. The nascent souls wore terrified expressions on their faces and their bodies quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the light swept back into the woman's mouth. These actions appeared quite complex, but were performed with practiced ease. The scholar's face had turned completely pale. The black blood blade's bright light was now faintly trembling. A short moment later, the Grand Elder managed to suppress his fury and returned the blade to normal. What is Senior Long Meng doing? The scholar harshly shouted, it should have been possible to save my clansmen with your abilities. Could it be that your proposal for an alliance was only empty words? Long Meng coldly snorted, why would I want to save a few mid-nascent soul cultivators? Although they had a spirit treasure replica on them, its power was pathetic and couldn't even produce 1/10 of the originals. And don't be mistaken, I didn't make an alliance with your clan, I made it with you. Even so, aren't you afraid of the devil recovering her strength after she's consumed the nascent souls? The scholar continued with an unsightly expression. What do you know? Devouring the nascent souls will admittedly raise her magic power temporarily, but she will need to consume a large quantity of devilish qi in order to refine them. It appears she plans on using the abilities of my body as a silver moon wolf instead of her own. Isn't that right, Xianxia? Absolutely. You of all people should know your body's great power. Originally, I thought of preserving a bit of strength to destroy the 8 spirit rulers' restrictions, but that would have taken far too long. To avoid anything unexpected, I will be using your late deity transformation stage abilities and do my utmost to destroy you all. Xianxia sighed and clasped her hands in an incantation gesture. Silver light wrapped around her and flared, turning into a small silver sun. Within the light, the wolf howls continuously sounded out, and soon after, an astonishing pressure descended onto the world. Under the strain of this sudden weight, the world began to violently tremble as if would soon crack. The silver light then pulsed and wildly expanded, disappearing to reveal a huge 2-headed wolf the size of a mountain. There was a silver head that had its eyes shut, but the black one raised its head with gritted teeth and possessed fury in its eyes. The wolf's claws appeared incredibly incisive, and its heads were the size of small buildings. But the sheer gargantuan mass and spiritual pressure caused everyone who glanced upon it to feel their blood run cold. Following the huge wolf's descent into the world, Han Li and the others slowly surrounded a silhouette glowing in red light. The 4 stared at the person with unrestrained hostility. Both the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk observed from a distance, not willing to involve themselves. Fellow Taoists, why are you surrounding me? I haven't done anything to offend you. The silhouette was a man about 50 years of age with a kindly appearance. Master Scatterwind. His eyes were wildly glancing at each cultivator that surrounded him. Why are you acting so stealthy after just arriving? If you don't have any sinister designs, you should have come with some other scheme in mind, Grand Immortal Su said. Fellow Taoist must be joking. I only risked coming in knowing that there were so many experts here. Since I don't know who is friendly, it is only natural to be careful, Master Scatterwind jabbered. Is that so? Then why did you hide by my side? Fellow Taoists' movement techniques are truly wondrous. If it weren't for the keen spirit peacock's light sweeping past you, I fear you would have remained undiscovered. Lin Yinping raised her brow with an unsightly expression. You were mistaken? That's... Master Scatterwind smiled and thought to give an explanation, but Han Li cut him off with a cold voice. Before I entered the pagoda, didn't you attack me? I caught a glimpse of you from behind when you felled. Furthermore, the malevolent blood qi of that vicious blade is faintly present on your body. It must have devoured many nascent soul cultivators. On the way, I spotted all those who entered with you, all dead. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping felt their hearts tremble. Scatterwind's smile froze and he immediately shook his head, refuting. Fellow Taoist Han, don't joke around. There is no blood qi on me. Why would a vagrant have a heaven-defying treasure that could kill cultivators of the same grade? How can you accuse me so casually without any evidence? Evidence? That's hilarious. Those dead bodies are enough. Han Li's expression turned cold and his voice harsh. He then spat out an inch-large golden blade in a direct attack towards Scatterwind. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping exchanged a glance and made no attempt to block him. Mercy, please. This is a misunderstanding. Scatterwind was alarmed and he continuously uttered refutations, summoning a blue flying sword with a shake of his sleeve to block Han Li's attack. The 2 weapons fluttered in the air as they battled, filling the space with violent eruptions and flashes. Han Li sneered. He clasped his hand in an incantation gesture and golden light flared from his sword. The blue blade cried out, falling to the ground in broken shards. In his fright, Master Scatterwind raised his arm and summoned an azure shield in front of him, but it too was shredded by Han Li's sword light without any resistance. Even Grand Immortal Su raised his brow at such power. After all, auric essence was a rarely seen material in this world. Han Li's incredibly incisive sword inspired deep vigilance in him. The golden streak took this opportunity to chop down at the head. Master Scatterwind's expression wavered and white light suddenly flashed from beneath him as he shot away. But in a similar flash of black-white light, Gue Ling blocked his path, much to his alarm. He could only twist his body and change direction. Strangely enough, Immortal Su assisted to block his way as well, forcing Master Scatterwind to come to a stop. After a short moment of delay, golden light arrived above his head and hummed, splitting into copies of itself. Master Scatterwind found it was too late to dodge, and a trace of fury appeared on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, crimson light streaked out and attacked the golden sword lights, scattering them and pushing back the original sword 10 meters. The crimson light trembled and quickly duplicated itself a dozen times before giving chase. Repeated clangs pounded out as crimson light immersed the golden sword, filling the air with the stench of death. Even well-experienced cultivators such as themselves still found the scent of blood unpleasant. Han Li narrowed his eyes as this unfolded, but his expression remained calm, as if he wasn't concerned for the sword in the slightest. Grand Immortal Su looked at Han Li with astonishment. Wasn't that his soul-bound magic treasure? Master Scatterwind also sensed something amiss and pointed at the air with a sullen expression. The crimson light withdrew and spun around his head before revealing itself to be a half-foot-long blade. It was scarlet, and a faint mist of blood enveloped it. So it was you. Han Li examined at the short blade and asked, "That's a replica of the Devil Dragon Blade, isn't it?" When Han Li mentioned the name of the Devil Dragon Blade, the others felt shaken. Even the demons couldn't help but look at the blade with surprise. Master Scatterwind didn't reply and instead looked at Han Li's golden sword with amazement. Although Han Li's sword endured so many strikes, not even a single mark scarred its surface, much to the astonishment of Scatterwind. "Don't waste your breath. My flying sword is quite special. Even if your blade were stronger, destroying it is an impossible task." Han Li faintly smiled and raised his hand in the air, recalling it back towards him. "You don't intend on killing me?" Master Scatterwind was utterly bewildered when he saw this. "Kill you? Why would I do that?" Han Li grimly smiled. "You haven't killed anyone I was close to, and I don't intend on taking revenge on behalf of the others. If you truly aren't the person I suspect, there is no point. Rather, since you possess such a powerful treasure, we can form an alliance." Fellow Taoist Han means. Grand Immortal Su stirred as he faintly guessed Han Li's intentions. "If we want to leave, we'll have no choice but to rely on brute force," Han Li sullenly said. "Although the Black Wind Flag is a genuine divine spirit treasure, the Devil Ancestor is distracted and incapable of using its full power. If we forcefully attack a single point in the seal, we should have an opportunity to shatter it." After experiencing entrapment in the Spirit Ether Garden after the events of Devil Fall Valley, he had some grasp of their situation. However, his proposal would only work if he could find a weak point, but on the other hand, there were many nascent soul cultivators trapped together. If they joined hands, it should be possible to break the seal without a weak point. After a moment of thought, Grand Immortal Su said, "Fellow Taoist Han's words are reasonable. What does Night Fiend think?" The silver-winged Night Fiend looked at Master Scatterwind for a time, and an odd expression appeared in his eyes. "This cultivator's blade does appear quite powerful. If it can break us out from here, then let's at least give it a try." Han Li faintly nodded and turned to Master Scatterwind. "You heard us. We still don't have your stance on the matter. If you help us in breaking the seal, you'll be helping yourself as well. You don't want that devil to consume your nascent soul after all." Master Scatterwind's expression remained calm, but his eyes stirred as he considered Han Li's proposal. Eventually, Master Scatterwind asked, "After we depart, we'll head on our own way, right? You won't use this opportunity to settle accounts?" Grand Immortal Su coldly snorted and disdainfully said, "In the past, we've suffered much at the hands of the righteous Tao. So long as you don't intend on acting against us, who would bother to find trouble with you?" Master Scatterwind smiled. "Agreed. If those fellows from the High Zenith sect were here, I'd hesitate, but I have no reason to refuse now." Han Li felt somewhat surprised that they had come to an agreement so quickly. Then they promptly discussed their plan of action. In order to eliminate the seal trapping them in, they would need to produce the greatest amount of attack power, but this didn't mean a simultaneous attack. After all, with their various types of attacks muddling together, it could produce an opposite result. After the discussion went on for a moment, Immortal Su turned to Han Li and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I recall that you have an ally hidden nearby. Won't you have him join us in our talks? His flying saber is quite powerful." The Night Fiend and others turned to look at him. Han Li inwardly cursed at that clever Immortal Su, but maintained a calm exterior and coldly replied, "Don't worry, that Taoist will naturally help us. It is too late to call him out. Because of his techniques, it is inconvenient for him to make an appearance." Grand Immortal Su was displeased by his reply, but after he saw Han Li exterminate the two-headed elder devil with his bizarre abilities, he didn't dare to force the issue. He could only end the matter with an annoyed snort. Master Scatterwind wore a giggling smile ever since he agreed to the plan. But when he saw that Han Li and Grand Immortal Su had many disagreements, a cold glint shone from his eyes. At that moment, his expression faintly changed before he slowly lowered his head to hide his face as if he were pondering about something. In truth, Master Scatterwind's lips were faintly stirring as he sent voice transmissions to another person present. A short moment later, he raised his head to the sky and wore a beaming smile, but no one seemed to notice. He then stretched his hand behind him and grew dense several-inch-long white fur from it, each one as hard as a needle. The white fur grew from Master Scatterwind's arm and withdrew all in an instant. Afterwards, he continued his discussion with the others as if nothing had happened, mostly everyone ignorant of what had happened. Meanwhile, none had noticed Han Li sending a thread of spiritual sense into one of his spirit beast pouches. As he calmed his riled soul-weeping beast, thoughts quickly churned through his mind, but he still maintained his bearing and calm voice. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li and the others finished discussing their plan of action. Then they blurred quickly and set off, taking out their own sets of formation tools and setting down spell formations to boost their offensive potential. Han Li and Grand Immortal Su were simultaneously setting down a grand attack formation known as the Windfire Dragon Formation. Although it can't compare to other grand formations, it was the most powerful offensive type they could place down on short notice. It was said once the formation was activated, it could produce attacks on the level of a full-powered strike of a late-nascent soul cultivator using a common magic treasure. A half-hour later, the formations were finished being placed down one after another, and they began to take charge over them. Han Li and the Grand Immortal Su decided to take joint charge of the Wind Flame Dragon Formation. It was a laughable situation. The two were irreconcilable enemies, but they were quickly forced into such a ragtag alliance. Grand Immortal Su stared at the gray mist barrier sealing them and raised his hand, releasing a ball of white light and pounding against the wall. However, the ball didn't rupture. It simply floated in the air and sparkled, indicating a clear marker. He then bluntly said, "In a moment, everyone will attack this point." The others remained silent in tacit agreement. Grand Immortal Su then shot a glance at Han Li and nodded. He gave a faint smile in response and cast an incantation gesture without another word. He flicked his fingers around him and began to launch spell seals. In the blink of an eye, several tens of spell formations began to light up and hum. Grand Immortal Su took a shallow breath and a fire-red light sparked from his hand. He pressed it against the ground, and in the glow of red light, he activated a few formation plates buried deep into the ground. The space suddenly trembled before a dozen pillars of crimson flame shot up from the ground. Each pillar was a foot thick and emitted a scorching heat as if the very air was being lit aflame. At the same time, Han Li flipped his hand and produced a faint azure formation plate. He slapped his other hand on top of it and it began to flicker with light. The spell formation immediately glittered, releasing hums as a dozen flood dragons condensed from the blue winds inside. Following an incantation, they all charged towards a different pillar of flame. Wind and fire merged together to form a dozen wind flame flood dragons, combining the intensity of fire and momentum of wind. As soon as the dragons took form, Grand Immortal Su's face lit up and he harshly shouted, "Attack!" Then he spat out an azure pearl, and the keen spirit peacock circling above its head flapped its wings, releasing a wave of rainbow light, bursting with astonishing speed. The others then activated their contributing spell formations and released their own abilities and attacks in an unreadable sequence. World-shaking explosions shattered without end. Bursts of light repeatedly flared with gigantic momentum, causing the entire space to tremble. Han Li flung his sleeve and released several tens of flying swords into the air. Soon after, they duplicated themselves to create a swarm of several hundred swordlights. When the others saw the force that they carried, they were reminded of the sharpness his swords originally carried, and their expressions faintly shifted. Their fear towards him had grown a tad heavier. Not caring of what the others thought, Han Li commanded the swordlights with a spell seal, and they instantly condensed into a huge sword that was over 30 meters long. After it was struck with another spell seal, a layer of golden lightning arced from its surface and thunder rang out. Despite the huge sword's completion, Han Li didn't immediately set off on his attack. With a soft shout, he flung the formation plate up into the air. He clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and then pointed at several different spots on the plate, causing it to tremble each time before rapidly eroding in a muffled burst, raining down azure light that was quickly absorbed by the formation. With the newfound power, the spell flags flared blindingly, and the dozen huge wind flame flood dragons began to rage. With roaring cries, the dragons surged several times in size and charged forward with brandished claws and fangs. The wind flame flood dragons arranged themselves in a line during the charge and struck the seal wall in succession. This time, the gray mist violently quivered from the attacks and soon began to warp. When the last wind flame dragon exploded against the wall, the residual energy of the attacks concentrated into a huge ball of wind and fire. In a crimson flash, it was stained red and transformed into a huge blade slicing at the same location. The brittle sound of breaking glass filled the air. A 3-meter-long crack appeared in the wall that was a foot deep. But with its appearance, black light flashed from the wall intent on mending itself. When the other cultivators saw this, they immediately rained down a mad barrage of attacks, forcefully slowing down the rate of the wall's recovery. It was then that Han Li took action. The huge golden sword struck down at the crack as a bolt of lightning. Golden light ruptured from the breach as if a golden sun had been born within it. The fissure instantly expanded and sank several times deeper. The strike of this single attack produced several times more power than all their previous strikes combined. Even Han Li was stunned by the outcome. It appeared that the divine Devilbane lightning was able to restrain the wall for the moment. Could it be that the Black Wind Flag was a Devil Dao spirit treasure? Although Han Li felt apprehensive, the light faded away to reveal a thin barrier of white light past the seal. When they saw this, they rejoiced, but before anyone could launch an attack, an inch-large blade silently appeared in front of the crack and blurred out of sight. With one final bang, the thin white wall flickered with black light and shattered to pieces, producing a 10-meter-large hole that led to a familiar scene. They felt instant relief at the sight, and in a silver flash, a silhouette appeared in front of the opening in a strange fashion and passed through it first. It was Han Li's human-like puppet. The others that were originally hesitant turned flustered by this. Without much more thought, they used their various teleportation techniques to follow through. A pair of silver wings also appeared behind Han Li, but he didn't immediately follow through. Instead, a strange expression momentarily flashed from his face and his lips stirred. Gui Ling came to a sudden stop with a bewildered expression on her face when she saw this. She had already arrived in front of the opening in a white-black streak. In that short moment of delay, Grand Immortal Su and the others rushed through. However, a crimson light suddenly flared from outside and countless black threads ripped through the air as they tore into the opening. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yiping let out deafening shouts in their alarm. In a loud and abrupt explosion, dense blood chi suddenly surrounded Master Scatterwind, who was now wearing a sinister smile. "Go!" Han Li shouted without any hesitation and directly shot through the opening in a spark of silver lightning. Gui Ling felt complete bewilderment but quickly followed him out regardless. As soon as he appeared outside the seal, his surroundings were completely engulfed in blood chi, but as he was already prepared for this, arcs of golden lightning from his body kept the blood chi at bay. He then stopped and looked in the direction of the opening with a raised brow. The breach in the seal was quickly shrinking, and there was a sea of dense blood chi roiling around it, filling the air with a sour stench. There were also a few figures floating in the air above the seal, the silver-winged knife fiend, the lion hawk, and a giant white-furred monster. The monster wore the same clothes as Master Scatterwind, and his body stank of profuse corpse chi. He turned his head to reveal eyes lit with a green blaze, sharp fangs, and a shriveled face covered in white fur. At that moment, the monster was controlling the blood sea and his crimson blade to suppress a single person from escaping. This person's body had lost one of his arms and legs and was desperately using an azure pearl and silver hook to block the crimson light and corrosive blood chi surrounding him. He was Grand Immortal Su, who now wore a hateful expression. Not far from him was the keen spirit peacock. It was trapped by a purple mist that was rigidly produced by the lion hawk. It was fully occupied with preserving its own life. As for Lin Yinping, she was caught in a barrage of countless ghost fiend threads by the night fiend. Were it not for the grand abilities of her embroidered silkworm scarf, matching thread for thread, she would have long been captured. But it was only a matter of time before she would fall. Because of Han Li's warning, Gui Ling also managed to make it out. Then, her eyes focused on the white-furred monster and astonishedly shouted, "It's him! What? Do you recognize that corpse?" Han Li asked without turning around. After a moment of deliberation, Gui Ling sincerely replied, "For the time being, I do." Han Li then cocked his head around and asked, "The time being?" Before he turned into a refined corpse, he was a spirit beast, Gui Ling explained. "We were somewhat acquainted in the past. His master was a human cultivator that descended from the spirit realm, but I haven't seen him after Kunwu Mountain was sealed. I don't know how he ended up like this." Han Li's expression stirred. "You mean to say he was originally a demon beast from the spirit realm?" "That's right," Gui Ling sighed. "In the past, cultivators and demons that descended into the mortal realm had restrictions on their cultivation. Any accompanying spirit beasts that descended with their masters, like me, had their original memories erased." "Then you mean to say you don't remember anything?" Han Li's heart trembled, and he soon felt disappointed. His brief hope of having her explain a bit about the spirit realm was extinguished. "Apart from knowing my origin, everything else is blank." Gui Ling spoke with a sad expression. Han Li remained silent in thought before Silvermoon came to mind. As her identity was quite important, she could have memories of the spirit realm. As his heart began to stir, he immediately stifled his curiosity, as it was hardly the time for this. His gaze quickly swept to the area below. His cursory search discovered that the surroundings outside of the seal had changed. The area was barren. Not only did the 8-spirit ruler floating above the palace disappear, but the restriction created from the black wind flag also left. It was no wonder why they had easily broken through the seal. Giant holes and 10-meter-deep claw grooves littered the ground, and half of the palace looked as if it had been shredded. Han Li's spiritual sense had already swept past the ruins of the palace, but he wasn't able to discover anything as there were restrictions warding off spiritual sense. Regardless, he still felt relieved. The pressure that devil ancestor emitted was truly too great. If he directly encountered her, he wouldn't last long. However, the soul teleportation formation in the area was still sealed by the black wind flag. He would have to think of another way out. With wandering eyes, he began to ponder on a way to escape. His train of thought was soon interrupted by Lin Yinping's anxious voice. "Fellow Taoist Han, if you agree to rescue us, I will personally resolve the hatred between you and our endless sky temple." Han Li bluntly answered, "How could this hatred dissolve after you pursued me for so long? I have no interest in helping." "Brother Han, don't forget that we still have 3 other Grand Immortals. Will they let you go if Grand Immortal Su and I were to die here?" When Han Li heard this, he chuckled and looked back at the sea of blood. Lin Yinping was currently using a shining silver embroidered cloth to forcefully repel the assault of ghost fiend threads for the time being, but her face was deathly pale. It was clear that she was using a secret technique to forcefully raise the power of her magic treasure. Grand Immortal Su was also in dire straits. Because of the injuries he sustained from the ambush and his entrapment in that sea of blood, he was on the verge of collapse despite the formidable resistance he raised with his magic treasures. The keen spirit peacock found itself in the best situation of the 3. Although the bird wasn't able to escape from the purple mist, the lion hawk also wasn't able to harm it in turn. Its formidable golden shockwaves were completely restrained by the peacock's golden light. With a calm expression, Han Li continued, "Even if your words were credible, I would still not act. To tell the truth, if you weren't on the edge of calamity, I would have thought to take advantage of the situation as well. As for your 3 Grand Immortals, let them come. I wouldn't mind comparing our abilities." After slaying the Elder Devil, Han Li was able to approximately gauge his own abilities. With the human-like puppet hidden nearby and Gue Ling obediently following his orders, he shouldn't find himself at much of a disadvantage against 3 late-nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention that it would be impossible for the 3 to all travel there at the same time. If the Mulan discovered that there were no soaring sky grand immortals in the plains, they would mount an invasion in an instant. With that in mind, Han Li paid no mind to Lin Yinping's threat. The white-haired refined corpse was somewhat worried that Han Li would interfere, but he relaxed. He let out an inhuman laugh. Fellow Taoist Han is truly sensible. As I have no intention of attacking him, why would he come to the aid of rabble like you? You should give yourselves up. Han Li remained expressionless, but he felt disdain in his heart. Inside the seal, the refined corpse disguised as Master Scatterwind had stealthily released a thread of its corpse chi, immediately alarming the weeping soul beast. He then discovered that the silver-winged Night Fiend and Master Scatterwind were exchanging voice transmissions. As his spiritual sense was stronger than even one belonging to a common late-nascent soul cultivator, he was able to eavesdrop, but he couldn't closely listen in as he wanted to avoid detection. But from what he gathered, he understood that the white-haired refined corpse planned on joining forces with the other 2 demons and ambush the human cultivators when they escaped the seal and left their guard down. Regardless of who it was, it made no difference. As such, Han Li deliberately stayed 1 step behind and had those 2 spring their trap. In any case, Han Li wasn't about to play along with their show. Although he hadn't seen the white-haired refined corpse before, from his appearance and cultivation he was clearly the venerable corpse Xiang. He was a renowned character in the great Jin demon clans, said to have lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated into a spirit. As Myriad Demon Valley rivaled both the High Zenith sect and the Heavenly Devil sect in power, it was rather odd for him, the faction leader, to appear here disguised as a vagrant cultivator. Now, there was a mystery of whether there ever even existed a vagrant cultivator by the name of Scatterwind, or if this demon had created that identity from the very beginning. The concealment techniques that this refined corpse used were truly miraculous. Even Han Li wasn't able to break through. But as a result, his cultivation had been greatly limited, allowing a nascent soul of the Ing-sifting sect elder to escape when he was ambushed by the Bloodblade. When Han Li looked at both the Blood Sea and corpse Xiang below him, he expressionlessly pondered for a moment and a cold glint flashed from his eye. Although he had no intention of saving the other 2, he couldn't easily allow that crimson blade to absorb the blood and soul of a late-nascent soul cultivator. If he allowed that treasure to become stronger, it would be used against him. Even if the blood blade quickly absorbed the power of its kills, it should need some time to process them. That delay will be the prime opportunity for him to seize it. Han Li resolved himself. It would be far safer for this wicked treasure to be in his possession. Maintaining an indifferent expression, Han Li's lips began to stir. At his side, Gue Ling's eyes shifted a bit, but her expression remained calm. At that moment, Grand Immortal Su finally broke his silence. He took a deep breath and harshly shouted, "Brother Han, if you assist me, I am willing to present you the secret to developing the gold-devouring beetles to their final form of maturation." Han Li instantly paused and his expression turned odd. When Lin Yinping heard this, she quickly refuted in alarm. "No, that secret doesn't leave our sacred temple under any circumstance. How can we so easily divulge it to outsiders? What use is a secret among the dead? Don't tell me that you would rather be devoured by that blood blade and lose your ability to reincarnate. If we die here, the Milan will use this chance to counterattack. What does a trifling secret mean in the face of our people's prosperity?" When Lin Yinping heard this, her face grew deathly pale and she remained silent. When Corpse Xiong saw Han Li's pensive expression, he knew that things would turn for the worse. The demon spared no effort as he clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and wildly poured magic power into the crimson blade. Crimson light surged from it to form a giant ghost face. It widely opened its mouth downward to the blood sea and moved to swallow Grand Immortal Su. Meanwhile, the blood sea surged all around and the repeated waves of crimson collapsed against one another to create a whirlpool of blood, forcefully sweeping Grand Immortal Su into it and leaving no path of escape. In Grand Immortal Su's alarm, he inwardly cursed and could only wield his azure pearl and silver hook to strike at the ghost face in desperation. But crimson light flashed from its mouth and a crimson thread shone out, firmly binding the two treasures in the blink of an eye, much to his shock. The ghost face opened its mouth once more, this time revealing its fangs as it sinisterly laughed, and it plunged its head into the sea of blood. Grand Immortal Su grit his teeth when he saw this, and his nascent soul opened its eyes in preparation to escape. A bolt of lightning suddenly crashed from the sky and ruptured in dazzling golden light, dispersing half of the ghost face in an instant. The face let out a miserable scream, but the attack only provoked it further. Just as Grand Immortal Su rejoiced from the assistance, the ghost bit down on his neck. Endless layers of crimson light engulfed him in an instant. He sensed his body quickly eroding within the crimson light. Frightened, he hastily chanted a strange incantation and surrounded his body in a layer of golden light. It briefly shrunk before exploding. Golden light flared, scattering the crimson around him, followed by a nascent soul flittering out from it. It used instantaneous movement to blink over 30 meters away. "You want to run?" Corpse Xiong coldly snorted and fiercely grabbed at the air. A cloud of black chi suddenly condensed above the nascent soul, creating a large hand that swept down towards it. Its very appearance seemed to suppress an area of 30 meters around it with its vast pressure. Immortal Su inwardly cursed at the sight. If it were before the ambush, his nascent soul would have been able to easily teleport farther away and even have the power to break past the Black Wind Flag's restriction. After all, the nascent soul congealed from his cultivation was immensely powerful and had the ability to fight without a body. As he had already exhausted most of his spiritual power inside the Sea of Blood, he stood little chance at resisting this technique. Meanwhile, Hanli was standing 100 meters with his hands behind his back, wearing an indifferent expression. He appeared to be unwilling to take any further action after releasing his earlier bolt of lightning. With no other option, Immortal Su could only run with all his might. He channeled his remaining magic power and had his nascent soul open its mouth to spit out a metal medallion in preparation to use his soul-bound magic treasure to escape. But then, silver light flashed and a man appeared above the black hand. He raised his arm and a dragon's cry sounded out. In a bright flare, a green streak glowing with golden light shot out, striking the large hand. A huge hole instantly exploded in the hand, and countless thin arcs of lightning wildly raged through the air, collapsing the black chi. The silhouette in the silver light then blurred, arriving over 30 meters away and quickly moving to Immortal Su's nascent soul. He rejoiced in his escape of death and instantly glowed as he flew farther away. Although the silhouette in silver light had saved him, he wasn't about to trust his life in the hands of another. The silhouette ignored this gesture and instead turned to face Corpse Xiong and the others. The keen spirit peacock had received an order from Immortal Su, and its body trembled, launching several of its long tail feathers towards the lion hawk. Rainbow light surged from the attack, forcing the lion hawk to withdraw. The purple mist was dissolved by the rainbow light, creating a large opening. The peacock took advantage of this opportunity to wildly flap its wings, strangely warping its body like smoke as it twisted its way through the mist and rushing to the side of Immortal Su's nascent soul. The nascent soul rejoiced and the two immediately converged. An inconceivable scene followed. The peacock opened its mouth and swallowed his nascent soul. It soon let out a clear cry, and the peacock flared its feathers. Suddenly, blinding rainbow light then submerged and hid the bird's body. At nearly the same time, a cloud of black-white chi suddenly warped close to the silver-winged Night Fiend and Lin Yinping's battle. Gui Ling appeared and the Night Fiend's expression froze as soon as he saw her. She expressionlessly glanced at him and simply sent him a few voice transmissions before taking any further actions. His expression faintly shifted and he pondered to himself for a brief moment before drawing out a long sigh. He waved his hands and released Lin Yinping from the assault, having his Gosfiend threads returned to him in a dense and massive wave. Lin Yinping rejoiced and thought to escape, but Gui Ling had other plans. Her figure blurred and suddenly arrived at Lin Yinping's side with the huge silver axe raised. She swung down without any hesitation, light flaring from the weapon. In her fright, Lin Yinping pointed to her embroidered cloth, desperately wishing for it to block the attack. But in a strange flash of light, a huge tiger phantom appeared from the axe and pounced towards her. A rip sounded out as the embroidered cloth was split in two, and the tiger phantom immediately covered the woman in a ball of yellow chi. A fishy scent enveloped her and she inwardly cursed. Her head drooped and her body soon plummeted through the air. Gui Ling then formed an incantation gesture and had the cloud of yellow qi firmly constrict her. Black-white qi surged and Lin Yiping disappeared from her original location. She reappeared at Han Li's side in a flicker. As this all happened, Corpse Xiong hadn't yet to take action. He simply observed with a cold indifference. With their orders accomplished, the human-like puppet and Gui Ling blurred, reappearing behind Han Li. Rather than taking even a glance at his new hostage, he wore an odd expression as he looked in a different location. The rainbow light shining from the peacock was brilliant and only grew more intense with time. "Fellow Taoist Han, what are you scheming?" A thunderous voice rumbled out from the blinding light. The voice resembled Immortal Su's but was much harsher and carried a furious and violent tone. "Didn't I help you by saving fellow Taoist Lin?" Han Li replied with indifference. "Oh? So it seems I've been overly suspicious." The voice from the rainbow light softened and the light faded to reveal the keen spirit peacock. However, it was much larger than before and there was a shining white face on top of its head. The face was hollow and transparent, but it was clearly Immortal Su. But when he saw that Lin Yiping was unconscious, he wore a worried gaze. "Relax, I don't do anything to her. But I have a few things I must ask of you. I hope you won't disappoint me," Han Li calmly said. "Are you threatening me?" The face's expression sank with faint anger. "I wouldn't dare, but don't forget what you said. Fellow Taoist Lin is by my side only so that you don't do anything unbecoming of your position. You're not going to turn back on your promise, are you?" Han Li sneered and his expression turned sinister. Immortal Su's expression remained unwavering and turned his gaze. "How about we settle this after we deal with the demons before us?" Han Li stroked his chin and said, "That's fine. I had the same idea." His indifferent attitude came as a shock to the Grand Immortal. He found himself at a loss of what to say. Han Li faintly smiled and gave a command to Gui Ling. After, the two flew forward along with the human-like puppet. When they arrived near the Blood Sea, they stopped and Han Li glanced at Corpse Xiong, saying, "As the overlord of Myriad Demon Valley, you should have come to Kunwu Mountain on important business. So have I, and these two are useful to me, so I'll be taking them for the time being. I hope you don't take offense." Han Li's words were gentle, but his tone was unyielding, much to the fury of the Night Fiend and the Lion Hawk. Corpse Xiong suddenly broke his silence. "Fellow Taoist, you are named Han Li, correct? And you also come from the heavenly south." Han Li paused and he cautiously answered, "That's right. Do you plan on seeking revenge?" "Not at all. I can turn a blind eye to your actions this time, but only once. The next time you meddle in our affairs, you'll never see the heavenly south again." A green flame surged from Corpse Xiong's eyes for just a moment. When Han Li heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he simply wore a silent smile. Corpse Xiong grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed to the crimson light in the distance. The light flickered and turned into a huge crimson blade. It then descended towards the Blood Sea. The ghost face previously scattered reappeared from the blood blade and sneered. Then the sea combined into a pillar of blood and flew into the ghost face's mouth, soon disappearing in the blink of an eye. While the blood blade appeared no different than before, the stench of blood was far more putrid. Corpse Xiong then beckoned to the two demons before flying in the direction of the palace. In the blink of an eye, the three disappeared without a trace. Corpse Xiong seemed to have another objective in mind, and seemed to have persuaded the two demons to follow him. Han Li narrowed his eyes to a shining cold glint. He then turned around and said, "All right, Brother Su should have no trouble answering my questions now." Now reduced to a face of light on the keen spirit peacock, Grand Immortal Su glanced at both the puppet and Gui Ling, who held Lin Yiping in her grasp. He hesitated for a moment and could only wryly smile. "What does Brother Han wish to ask?" The puppet shined with silver light before disappearing. Han Li then blurred several times and arrived at Gui Ling's side. "From your tone, nurturing the gold-devouring beetles to their final stage doesn't seem to be something I can do on my own. Quite strange. To the best of my knowledge, exotic insects during ancient times were able to naturally mature to their final stage and prove to be a grave threat to ancient cultivators. Your gold-devouring beetles should have been passed down from then as well. If we followed ordinary methods, it would have been possible to slowly mature them over tens of thousands of years, but cultivators don't live that long. Even if they were passed down from generation to generation, few clans or sects could persist for that time. Gold-devouring beetles in particular take an exceedingly long time to mature, and later generations would lose heart in nurturing them. As a user of these beetles, you should understand the gaps in power between the last two forms. It's almost like they are entirely different species. That's true. And my beetles haven't shown the slightest sign of progress after reaching their current stage. There should be some technique that your temple uses to nurture them. How much time does this save? It can reduce the time needed to a third. If you were to use a few rare materials and only nurture a select few, you would be able to shorten the process even further. That effective? Then my efforts haven't been in vain. So then, are you not afraid I will turn my beetles on you after I've matured them? Fellow Taoist must be joking. I have heard of your gold-devouring beetles before. They haven't even begun the process of their final evolution. With our technique, you'll need thousands of years of effort, and even then, success isn't guaranteed. When the time comes, it'll be neither of our problems. Grand Immortal Su spoke bluntly. You're quite calm about this. In several thousand years, those beetles could fall into the hands of my descendants. Perhaps your hall will have come up with a counterplan by then. Hanli spoke with a mysterious smile. That could be true. Are you saying you do not want the technique? I'd be willing to agree to other conditions. Hanli pursed his lips and held his hands behind his back. I never said anything of the sort. Even if I can't mature them in my lifetime, it can be passed down to others. I've always been interested in cultivating insects. A trace of surprise appeared on Grand Immortal Su's face. Then just wait a moment. I will give you a duplicate of the technique in a jade slip. Fellow Taoist should have already nurtured the beetles for many years. You'll be able to tell if it's genuine at a glance. After a short delay, white light flashed and Grand Immortal Su's face of light entered the peacock's body. Hanli faintly smiled and used this opportunity to examine the state of the palace. After the three demons entered it, it had been deathly quiet. He frowned, having expected at least some kind of action, and asked Gui Ling a few questions through voice transmission. She paused in surprise from what he said, but she promptly answered him. Hanli nodded, but his face turned sullen. It's done. The peacock opened its mouth and spat out a white streak. Hanli's eyes lit up and he brushed his sleeve towards the air, catching the streak with an azure mist. The white beam faded to reveal a palm-sized jade slip. Hanli then took the paper up to his head and softly pressed it against it as he immersed his spiritual sense inside. As he continued to read, more surprise was revealed from his face, and he soon came to a realization. He was able to immediately comprehend the slip's contents. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Hanli eventually withdrew his spiritual sense from the item and he sighed. He looked at the keen spirit peacock and said, Fellow Taoist Su, what was the name of the tribe elder who created this method of nurturing the beetles? I truly hold them in high esteem. Who would have thought one would be able to forcefully channel world chi into the beetles as elemental chi? This isn't something that an ordinary person could discover in one lifetime. And it must have taken an immense effort, going through countless failures until the correct method was proven. Ever since our temple acquired the gold-devouring beetle eggs, we have gathered elders skilled in insect techniques specifically to research a method to nurture these beetles. It took well over 1,000 years before this method was finally created. It is a pity that the number of eggs were too few and the materials too rare. Else we could have matured these beetles on a larger scale. Hanli nodded and felt little surprise. If it weren't for his small bottle and the miraculous effect of rainbow skirt grass, he wouldn't have been able to mature so many beetles to their current stage as well. All right, I've saved you too, and you gave me the technique as well. Our agreement is completed. You can now end yourself and I'll allow your soul to head on the path of reincarnation. Or if you prefer, I can destroy your soul along with that bird. Hanli's expression turned sullen, and he stared at the keen spirit peacock with open hostility. As soon as that was said, thunder rang out from behind him and the silver-white wings emerged. He held his hands in a fist and an eruption sounded out as his body was covered in a layer of dancing golden lightning. At the same time, Silver light flickered from behind the keen spirit peacock, along with the appearance of his human-like puppet. Red light flickered from its hand and a small bow flared green. The peacock trembled in terror and unfolded its wings, covering itself in a layer of golden light. It opened its mouth and a ball of golden light was released. Grand Immortal Su's nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the peacock's head and stared at Han Li as he coldly laughed. Fellow Taoist, stay your hand. Your relation with our temple has yet to reach a reconciliation. We can make peace. Even if you don't personally fear the pursuit of our 3 grand immortals, do you not care about the feud between your sect and our future tribesmen? Han Li's expression turned stern. Do you want to force me to kill all of your grand immortals during my lifetime? Seeing that Han Li gave him an opportunity to speak, he felt somewhat more at ease. What do you mean? We only pursued you as a matter of preserving our status. You were only a mid-nascent soul cultivator and you killed so many of our nascent soul immortals. We were forced to apprehend you and even then you seized the incarnation of our holy beast and invoked the temple's ire. We had no choice but to chase you into the great gene. But now it is different. You control 2 late-nascent soul stage beings and your own skill is equivalent to 1 as well. You now have equal standing to our endless sky temple. As we don't wish to end this conflict in mutual destruction, words will give a far better result. Furthermore, the path ahead is extremely dangerous. If we join hands, we will be able to more easily preserve our lives. Are you finished? Han Li expressionlessly asked. Grand Immortal Su felt his heart drop and he cautiously asked, do you feel that I wasn't telling the truth? I'm not opposed to letting you go, but how can I trust a few trifling words? Han Li said with a sneer. Of course not. Grand Immortal Su hurriedly shouted. Our temple's saintess is here. She can use a secret technique to call upon the true spirit of the endless sky holy beast. That will imprint their marking on you, inviting you to become a guest elder of our sect. As such, so long as you return the holy beast incarnation to us, we can finish the transaction when we return. The temple will no longer pursue you in the future. The holy beast's marking? Han Li muttered in surprise. I have heard about when I traveled in the plains, that only core members of the temple are marked. Those that hold it cannot hold feelings of hostility for one another, or the marking will activate and the offender will be subjected to a strange curse. Their spiritual sense will be subjected to torture, a fate equivalent to death. Seeing that Han Li was somewhat tempted, he eagerly continued, so you do know about it. We are only pursuing you for the holy beast incarnation. The immortals that you've killed is only a trifling matter given the strength that you've displayed. Han Li tightly frowned and his expression wavered. Grand Immortal Su tacitly kept silent. He could only wait for him to come to a decision, but he couldn't entirely hide the unease on his face. He clearly understood that if Han Li truly wished to kill them, their nascent souls wouldn't be given the chance to escape. He could exterminate them with a single thought. With his life at another's mercy, he felt completely panicked. Han Li stared at Grand Immortal Su's nascent soul and calmly said, although I don't fear your endless sky temple and I don't want to provoke any powerful enemies, that doesn't mean I'm willing to take the marking of your holy beast and become a part of your temple. I also don't know if the marking has anything strange behind it. It'll be fine so long as your temple doesn't seek me out anymore, but don't blame me for being ruthless if you continue to bother me. Grand Immortal Su hurriedly agreed that is only natural. Given your current abilities, we wouldn't do something that would harm ourselves. Could you now release the saintess? Han Li snorted and bluntly said, why the rush? I still haven't finished raising my conditions. Then, please continue. Grand Immortal Su felt his heart sink. An odd expression appeared on Han Li's face. I can give back the holy beast incarnation, but not immediately. It will take a few years. I can at least guarantee that the beast won't suffer any harm. Grand Immortal Su replied with a hesitant tone. This will be hard to agree to. This is only the first condition. Secondly, I will place down a few restrictions on both your nascent souls as well to prevent you from breaking your promise. Don't worry, it isn't a soul restriction technique. At our level, such tricks are hardly effective. But I happened upon an ancient refinement technique for something called the soul burn mine. You will need to swallow one of these, and they each contain a thread of my spiritual sense. Grand Immortal Su's heart trembled, and he shouted, "A soul-burn mine! You might as well kill me right now." Han Li calmly stated, "If you aren't willing to agree, then I will head to the soaring sky planes after I'm done with you too. I imagine the Milan will be very excited to know that all of your Grand Immortals are dead. When the time comes, it is likely your people will become extinct from this world." Grand Immortal Su felt an icy chill spread down his back, and he furiously shouted, "You dare? Why wouldn't I? When you were just trying to bind me with that marking earlier. I detest the idea of entering the control of others. To avoid that, I would need to use another method, and this is the only one I have. If you are unwilling to swallow the soul-burn mine, I'll be taking this opportunity to rid myself of you. This is your last chance." Without any intention of delaying the matter further, Han Li raised his hand and bent his thumb, counting down 5. In a panic, Grand Immortal Su hastily rattled, "How do I know you won't use the mine to deal with us at a more opportune time? How would I ever find a more opportune time than now?" Han Li sneered and folded his index finger. 4. But the nascent soul began to mutter to itself, and its eyes wildly wandered as if it were looking for an opportunity to escape. But at some unknown time, Guiling had already flown above the peacock's head and was watching the nascent soul with a cold expression. 3. Startled, he felt his heart drop. With the 3 surrounding him, escape was only a vain delusion. 2. Han Li now only had one finger standing. Guiling and the human puppet released an astonishing spiritual pressure in a threatening gesture. Guiling raised her hand and summoned the silver axe into her grasp. The puppet also summoned the thunder firebow, and the small golden arrow in its hands flared with light, aimed directly at the keen spirit peacock. Han Li flipped his hand and summoned the triflame fan into his grasp. With a gentle wave, talisman characters rolled across its surface and tricolored flames flashed, releasing the clear cry of a phoenix. When Grand Immortal Su saw that light that flared from the fan, his skin turned completely pale and he tightly shut his mouth. A glint as cold as sword steel shined from Han Li's eyes as he uttered, "1." Seeing that Han Li was willing to carry out his threat, Grand Immortal Su could only grit his teeth and yelled, "Fine, I agree." When Han Li heard this, he nodded and held one hand in an incantation gesture and chanted ancient words. After a short while, Han Li's complexion paled, and a white ball of light shot out from his forehead and floated towards Grand Immortal Su's nascent soul. Han Li still held the triflame fan in his other hand. It was obvious that he wasn't going to allow Grand Immortal Su the opportunity to escape. Guiling and the puppet also stayed on guard. Grand Immortal Su even felt the pressure they emitted become even stronger as they focused on his nascent soul. He could only inwardly sigh as he looked at the tiny white ball with fear. It had a white misty layer that covered something faintly signed with rainbow light. It matched the description of the soulburn mine, known to be a legendary technique during ancient times. It soon arrived before him and was being kept at bay by the rainbow light that covered him. He still hesitated, but Han Li's glare left no room for discussion, and he could only allow the white ball to pass through his barrier. In a flash, the ball entered his nascent soul, leaving no trace. Then Grand Immortal Su hastily used his spiritual sense to examine his soul. He found nothing out of the ordinary, as if the mine wasn't there. This was only cause for greater fear. This legendary technique was something that was created from a cultivator's spiritual sense and was undetectable. It was exactly as the legend said. It wouldn't be possible to rid himself of something he couldn't find. Han Li indifferently interrupted his search. Fellow Taoist shouldn't think about forcefully expelling it. It isn't something that can be removed with magic power. So long as you hold true to our conditions, I will not activate the mine. Grand Immortal Su wore an unsightly expression in response. Han Li then turned his sights on the unconscious Lin, Yiping, and frowned. After some hesitation, he shook his head and placed a mine on her too. Still unable to find the mine, Grand Immortal Su resentfully said, "Since you placed us underneath this restriction instead of killing us, do you plan on coercing us?" "Coerce you?" Han Li said indifferently. "Don't worry, so long as you obedient follow me here and lend me your aid, we'll go our separate ways when we leave. You'll still be members of the Endless Sky Temple, and I'll return to secluded cultivation in the heavenly south. As for the mines, they should disappear in just a few hundred years. Just a few hundred years. Grand Immortal Su was at a loss for words. We've wasted enough time. Let's move. Han Li glanced at the unconscious Lin Yinping and waved his sleeve, covering her in an azure mist. Her eyes soon began to stir and she slowly roused. When she saw Han Li at her side, she blurred away without another thought, moving over 30 meters away. She then spat out a silver flying sword in her vigilance. Fellow Taoist Lin, please don't act rashly, Grand Immortal Su shouted out. He then began to quickly send her voice transmissions. Han Li calmly observed with his hands behind his back. Gui Ling returned to his side and the human-like puppet once again disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, the endless sky saintess Lin Yinping came to realize what had happened to her, and her complexion instantly paled, her eyes unable to conceal her terror. Han Li thought to say something, but then a huge explosion sounded out, shaking the entire space that contained them. A huge sword streak pierced through the walls of the sealed space that had previously trapped them, creating a large hole 3 meters wide. 2 streaks then shot through, circling once in the air before dropping down near Han Li and the others, revealing a man in Taoist robes and one in a scholar's. Taoist 7 Wonders. Lin Yinping saw a black-robed scholar amongst them and wore a trace of joy. The black-robed scholar had a hook nose and a harsh appearance. With a tone of surprise, he asked, how did Fairy Lin end up here? This person was the Heavenly Devil Sect's 7 Wonders. Because the sect had some trade agreements with the Endless Sky Temple, Lin Yinping had friendly relations with the Old Devil, which led to him allowing her to borrow the clear sound mirror at the Gene Capital, a treasure that could see through illusions. The white-haired, red-faced Taoist at his side was the High Zenith Sect's Master Sable. When he saw the woman, he called out to her with a beaming smile. But when he saw the others, he wore an astonished expression. The old Taoist's smile faded and he bewilderedly asked, Fairy Lin, who are these 2 fellow Taoists? Fellow Taoist Su's peacock is here, but I don't see him. When she heard Master Sable's question, Lin Yinping glanced between the keen spirit peacock and Han Li with a hesitant expression. Just then, white light flashed above the head of the peacock and Grand Immortal Su's face appeared in the air. As Taoist 7 Wonders and Master Sable looked on with amazement, he wryly smiled, "There's no need to look for me. Since my body has been destroyed, my nascent soul is currently residing in my bird." Alarmed, Master Sable's complexion paled. "How can that be? You were a late-stage cultivator. Could it be the ancient devil ancestor has already escaped?" Grand Immortal Su's expression sank. "It seems you already knew about that devil." Master Sable chuckled and reassured him, "Fellow Taoist Su, don't misunderstand. I only recently learned of this when my master sent information about what laid here. This matter was so important that I was hoping that you could give us some more insight." Grand Immortal Su felt doubtful of his words, but since he was reduced to a nascent soul, he couldn't question him. Instead, he sighed and said, "The devil ancestor escaped its prison, but my body was not destroyed, not by the devil. We were ambushed by the myriad Demon Valley's ancient corpse Xiong." Master Sable blinked and said, "Myriad Demon Valley? That's impossible. I've been guarding the entrance to the mountain this whole time. How could old corpse Xiong slip past?" "He had to have entered before us." "That's right. Not only did he enter before us, but he also used some sort of technique to mask the corpse chi from his body and disguised himself as a cultivator. He felt great heartache, having suffered so much to the power of the blood blade." Taoist 7 Wonders frowned. "Then the result isn't surprising considering that corpse Xiong ambushed you. It sounds like he used the strange treasure that the Myriad Demon Valley has called the Form Enchantment Pearl. It is said once the pearl is consumed, one can not only change their appearance at will, but also conceal demonic, corpse, or any other odd aura. Common cultivators wouldn't be able to see through it. I doubt that even my clear sound mirror wouldn't be able to break their concealment." Something sparked in Master Sable's mind, and he said, "Now that you mention it, I heard that after one swallows the pearl, their magic power is greatly reduced for the pearl's effects to work. When corpse Xiong ambushed you, his true appearance must have been revealed." "Fellow Taoists, you are correct. Corpse Xiong did appear in his true form when he ambushed me. Immortal Su wore a resentful expression. Seven Wonders, the middle-aged scholar, examined the keen-spirit peacock and smiled, saying, "It's still fortunate that your nascent soul was able to escape Corpse Xiong's attacks. Furthermore, you haven't fully possessed another body yet. So long as you find a suitable replacement, you'll be able to restore your cultivation with only 100 years of seclusion." Immortal Su sighed. Brother Seven Wonders is quite wise. Although I've temporarily attached myself to the keen-spirit peacock, it will be better for me to find a suitable body as soon as I can. Seven Wonders said nothing more and turned his gaze to Gui Ling with an odd expression. "This fellow Taoist is quite unfamiliar to me. Could you tell me your name?" Seven Wonders asked. At his side, Master Sable also began to closely examine the horned woman. After all, Gui Ling wasn't capable of concealing her identity as a grade 10 demon beast in the face of these two similarly ranked grand cultivators. Gui Ling remained expressionless, but Han Li smiled and said, "This fellow Taoist is Gui Ling, and I am Han Li. We were delivered to this mountain after we had mistakenly activated a teleportation formation." Master Sable appeared quite surprised that Han Li was speaking on the horned woman's behalf and began to look at him with greater importance. He smiled and replied, "That is quite unusual. Could you tell me what sect you came from, fellow Taoist Han? I don't believe we've met." Although this was Han Li's first meeting with Master Sable, he could faintly guess that he was an elder of one of the 10 great sections. As such, he politely replied, "I am only a vagrant cultivator. It is only natural that you wouldn't know of me. But since you are here together with the heavenly devil sect's Taoist Seven Wonders, this matter must be of grave importance. If I may boldly ask, how did you enter the pagoda's 8th floor? The teleportation formation wasn't activating for some reason." Master Sable casually answered, "I've been quite careless and have forgotten to introduce myself. I am the High Zenith sect's Master Sable. As for how we entered, we didn't need to use any teleportation formation. Rather, we used the High Zenith sect's Worldbreaker talisman, and forcefully entered by breaking through the walls of the 8th floor." Han Li doubtfully said, "The Worldbreaker talisman? Would it be possible for that to break through?" It wouldn't be with the talisman itself, but it was paired together with a specific secret technique and the heaven-bound sword. But I didn't think that we'd be trapped in a sealed space right after we entered. With that said, Master Sable glanced around him and clicked his tongue. Lin Yinping sighed in admiration. "I've long heard of the grand reputation of both the High Zenith sect's Worldbreaker talisman and the heaven-bound sword. What we managed with great difficulty was easily accomplished by the two of you. It is no wonder why your sects are among the greatest of the righteous and devilish Tao in the Great Gene." Master Sable twirled his beard and politely answered, "Fairy Lin praises us too highly. The powers of your temple's treasures are by no means small. It just so happens that we had more suitable methods to tear through space." She couldn't help but wryly smile in the face of his modest remarks. The Endless Sky Temple had about the same number of high-grade cultivators as the two of them, but they couldn't possibly compare in terms of treasures. The two sects had legacies that stretched back to ancient times. Seven Wonders then glanced around him and puzzlingly asked, "Where is that old devil Qian?" Master Sable mentioned that he entered this mountain earlier. When Immortal Su and Lin Yinping heard this, they couldn't help but glance at Han Li. Lady Mu had previously mentioned that old devil Qian and Han Li had fought once before. They originally hadn't believed that Han Li would be capable of slaying the old devil, but after witnessing his current abilities, they couldn't help but be suspicious. When Master Sable and Taoist Seven Wonders saw the two strange actions, they exchanged a glance of surprise and focused their attention on Han Li. Han Li inwardly sighed but maintained a calm exterior and said, "Fellow Taoist Qian and I parted after we left Kunwa Hall. He is probably searching for treasure elsewhere. I also don't know where the other ink-sifting sect elders are." Immortal Su sternly said, "Fellow Taoist Han doesn't need to ponder much about fellow Taoist Gu and the others. On the way, they were ambushed by the Yi Clan Grand Elder and have already perished. Their nascent souls are no more." "So it was like that," Han Li said with realization. Having realized something, Master Sable gave Han Li a strange glance and said, "Kunwu Mountain is truly perilous for so many to have perished here. Seven Wonders glanced at the ruins of the palace in the distance. They solemnly said, "It is good that the sifting sect elders are gone. It has saved us some trouble. Fellow Taoists, please tell us about the ancient devil ancestor." "Yes, let us hear it." "I won't hide this from you. We came here for the matter of the ancient devil ancestor. Since this matter concerns the stability of the entire cultivation world, I hope you will join us." Master Sable gave Han Li and company a beaming smile. Immortal Su and Lin Yinping didn't immediately reply, and wore odd expressions as they remained silent. Now that they were placed underneath restrictions, they didn't dare to speak carelessly without knowing what Han Li planned. From the very start, Gui Ling hadn't spoken. Han Li continued to appear calm and collected, and he glanced at the two grand cultivators with a towering gaze. Master Sable and Taoist Seven Wonders glanced at one another with a trace of astonishment. It was clear that Immortal Su and Lin Yinping held Han Li in fear. "Since you wish to know about the devil ancestor, I will explain," Han Li indifferently stated. "Good, in that case dash." As Master Sable started with a smile, a world-shaking explosion erupted from the direction of the palace, followed by the eruption of a dozen pillars of white light. The entire space around them wildly shook and a loud and shrill cry sounded out. The ground slowly split, emitting white light into the air and distorting space itself. "Not good. The devil ancestor has begun dissolving the seal on the 9th floor. To think that she could have recovered enough in such a short time." Taoist Seven Wonders shouted out in terror. "The seal on the 9th floor?" When Han Li heard this, he saw the space surrounding them begin to collapse. Without another thought, his body flashed with light and released the tail star shield, covering him in a silver barrier. Before he could perform anything else, the pillars of light suddenly faded and turned pitch black. Afterwards, they surged in size and curved off in every direction, rending apart space wherever it brushed past, producing clashing white and black light. Spatial tears. Han Li could no longer maintain a calm appearance. Without another thought, he summoned a fire-red talisman into his hand and slapped it onto his body, summoning forth a crimson flood dragon which soon disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Han Li turned into half-flood dragon, half-human form. Lin Yinping shouted out as a black crevice suddenly appeared in the air before them. When Han Li looked at this black streak, he sensed an insatiable abyss, an inexhaustible darkness that released none who entered. Having experienced what it's like to be devoured by a spatial tear, Han Li was greatly fearful of them, but still managed to collect himself. With the power of the spirit subjugation talisman, his magic power was forced to the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, and his tail star essence shield became blindingly bright as he poured in his newfound power. He apprehensively thought, "Against a tier this large, so long as I don't skirt past its edge, I should come out of this relatively safe." As the spatial tier enveloped him, he felt darkness embrace him and he suddenly grew dizzy. Then, light shined around him and he found himself in a new space. Fortunately, Han Li had experience with this and instantly cleared his mind, hastily looking around him in a state of caution. "The 9th floor," he gasped. He was clearly in an isolated space of mostly empty area a couple kilometers long. It was surrounded by a ravenous yellow mist that repeatedly lit and dimmed. It was unknown how broad it stretched. Underneath him stood a huge altar that was hundreds of meters tall, but was rather narrow and had steps down on every side. It was made from an ethereal jade of impeccable majesty. Surrounding the altar was a circle of huge stone pillars that formed a giant spell formation. They blazed with radiance as if showing the formation was active. At the very top of the altar lay a giant two-headed wolf along with several silhouettes. There was an ongoing battle of great intensity as the wolf's black head blew out an endless stream of inky black chi. These silhouettes must have been the cultivators and demons from the 8th floor. Long Meng, still in possession of Hua Tianqi's body, was fluttering her hands in the air, producing two giant white hands to smash down on the black chi repeatedly. The Yi Clan Grand Elder, Corpse Xiong, the silver-winged Night Fiend, and the others were standing farther away, trying to avoid being drawn into the exchange. Only the large-headed eccentric was missing among them. But what astonished Han Li the most was that the younger elder from the Immortal Form sect stood at the wolf's side. At that moment, her eyes were lifeless and black chi engorged her face. She was controlling a sparkling silver textile shuttle and was fighting a furious Lady Mu. The others were also using various techniques to attack the huge wolf with all the power they could muster. Additionally, the surrounding yellow winds rolled on the surface of the huge wolf where a black flood dragon was concealed. It spat out black torrents, blocking a huge silver lotus and 8 demon beast mirages. The silver lotus was motionlessly floating in the air and shining brightly, producing an unending stream of ancient palm-sized talisman characters across its surface. When the torrents made contact with it, a fierce explosion would form and the black wind was scattered. It was the Black Wind Flag and the 8-Spirit Ruler. Han Li was astonished by the appearance of the 2 Immortal Form Sect Elders. Previously, Gue Ling reported that they had placed some sort of spell formation underground and were scheming. Had they not been rushing towards the black teleportation formation, he would have stealthily observed them. In any case, it appeared that one of the women had succumbed to the influence of the Elder Devil. But what astonished Han Li in particular was how the huge wolf still held the advantage despite having so many highly cultivated opponents. Her attackers were even being pushed back. The black chi that the huge wolf released was as dense as oil. Apart from Corpse Xiong's crimson blade wildly slashing at it, the others were keeping themselves and their treasures a fair distance away, not daring to touch it. They could only launch various ranged attacks to strike at any of the approaching black chi pythons. If it weren't for Long Meng and Corpse Xiong receiving most of the attacks from the huge wolf or the lotus form of the 8-Spirit Ruler occupying the huge wolf's attention, everyone else would have been wiped out. The silver-winged Night Fiend's Ghost Fiend threads and the Lion Hawk's golden shockwaves didn't seem to have any effect on the black devilish chi as well. After all this examination, Han Li noticed something rather strange about the battle. The 2-headed wolf wouldn't leave the altar and continued to fight as if it were guarding the top of it. Then he heard a furious voice shout out from a distance. Not good. How did the Elder Devil gain the magic tool to open the seal? Han Li turned and looked in the direction of the shocked voice. It belonged to Master Sable, who stood a 60-meter distance. Taoist 7 Wonders was at his size with an equally gloomy air. Han Li then discovered that everyone else had all appeared within the space of the 9th floor and none of them appeared to be injured. The spatial tier's appearance wasn't an accident then. Probably was caused by an activated restriction teleporting everyone on the 8th floor to this one. However, Lin Yinping's complexion was bloodless. The recent surprise had left her completely in terror. Han Li then followed Master Sable and 7 Wonders' gaze to the altar. After closely examining for a moment, Han Li yelped in surprise. He saw 2 huge 10-meter-tall stone tablets behind it. They appeared unremarkable. As soon as he saw those, a glimpse of astonishment crossed his face as the name of Flexile Spirit Jade appeared in his mind. This jade is the same as the stone tablet he saw in the depths of the devilish chi whirlpool in the heavenly south. However, the stone tablet he saw in the past was shattered. These 2 were still intact and one had a dark green block seal embedded within it, causing the stone pillar to tremble and shine with a faint black power. Han Li's expression stirred upon discovering that the pillar's light was causing a reaction in the spell formation surrounding the altar, displaying that the pillar was a core part of the formation. His thoughts became more fervent the longer he looked. When Lady Mu saw the arrival of the others, she happily shouted, "Master Sable, Brother 7 Wonders, you've come at the right time. The Devil Ancestor is currently using the altar to remove the sealing restriction. Although I don't know what is being suppressed, it cannot be good. We meet again. Fellow Taoist Sable, let us act quickly or suffer the consequences." Taoist 7 Wonders' expression deeply sank and he immediately flung out his sleeve. Suddenly various colored light flashed from his sleeve and 7 various treasures were released down towards the huge wolf with great momentum. These were the grand treasures that earned him the name of 7 Wonders. Master Sable sighed and acted with similar haste, taking out a sheathed golden sword. Once drawn, it appeared dim and ancient, but when the old Taoist spat a mist of blood essence onto the sword, it seemed to have awakened. A heaven-shaking dragon's cry rattled from the sword, and it lit up with blinding light. The old Taoist formed an incantation gesture with one of his hands and pointed to the sword with a solemn attitude, before waving his arm down. A huge 30-meter-long giant sword streak suddenly shot out from the ancient weapon and cleaved down as if a sword was a declaration from the heavens. Before the sword chi landed, a thunderous boom shot out. The sword chi extended into a long white line as if it were tearing the air itself into two. But as it so happened, the devil ancestor Xianxia had already taken notice of the newly arrived as soon as they had appeared. A keen glint flashed from the wolf's eyes and its body trembled. The black chi that surrounded the altar quickly circled it and entered its body, rapidly disappearing. An instant later, the wolf opened its mouth and released a dense wave of black chi to meet the attack. "Be careful, the devilish chi is extremely powerful." Lady Mu cried out, "You cannot allow it to directly corrupt your treasures, or you will immediately lose their powers." At that moment, 7 blinding lights and the giant sword streak clashed against the devilish chi. As soon as Taoist 7 Wonders heard her, his expression briefly changed, and he reached out for his treasures without another thought. His 7 streaks of light stopped in place upon initial contact with the devilish chi. They promptly bound together and released a haze of variously colored light before continuing on. The huge sword streak was the first to cut through the devilish chi. The sword light and black chi intertwined, releasing an astonishing boom. Countless yellow streaks erupted from the black chi, leaving more holes than not. Soon after, the mist of light produced from Taoist 7 Wonders' treasures instantly wiped away the remaining devilish chi before the 2 attacks moved on to strike at the huge wolf down below. Several puffs sounded out from below as the wolf released several more mouthfuls of black chi in response. Suddenly, the new chi ruptured and completely submerged both of their attacks. Dim light violently flickered from them, only for them to immediately disappear after. When the old Taoist saw this, his heart trembled and he hastily formed another incantation gesture, ordering the sword chi, but it didn't respond, only to disappear a moment later, to the old man's surprise. Having dealt with their attacks, the black chi marched onward, madly rushing towards them in a display of astonishing momentum. The sheer force and scope of the attack would inevitably engulf Hanli and the others nearby. Taoist 7 Wonders saw that the situation was far from good and moved to recall his treasures. Master Sable held the ancient sword in his hand and slicked at the air several times, producing a curtain of yellow light to temporarily protect them against the devilish chi rushing towards them. The old Taoist immediately turned to the scholar and gravely said, "Brother 7 Wonders, it seems that our usual treasures can't deal with this devil. Quickly use those other. We cannot allow the seal to open. I will protect you. I'll have to trouble you then." Without any further hesitation, 7 Wonders nodded and slapped his storage pouch. In a flicker of white light, several palm-sized emerald green rings appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, Hanli released several tens of golden flying swords. Before the devilish chi approached, golden lightning wildly flashed and thunder roared, scattering them in their entirety. Guiling grasped at the huge silver axe in her hand and summoned a tiger phantom from within it. The beast blew out a yellow mist from its mouth as soon as it appeared, forcefully blocking the black chi from approaching further. Both Lin Yinping and Keen Spirit Peacock, possessed by Grand Immortal Su, were covered in rainbow light in an attempt to protect themselves. After Hanli glanced at the situation near him, he frowned and turned to look at the 8 Spirit Ruler and the Black Wind Flag. Of these 2 treasures, one was masterless and the other corrupted, but neither were revealing their true powers. Even so, the inky winds raging around the slick black flood dragon and the silver talisman characters floating across the huge argent lotus seemed to be stuck in a stalemate. While the dazzling clash occurred high above them, it was impossible not to notice them. However, no one could go to claim the treasures, with everyone entirely occupied with the battle at hand. Hanli knew that he was no match for the devil ancestor's abilities and immediately planned on escaping, but within this sealed space, where would he run? As such, he could only brace himself for what was to come and make every attempt to avoid the resulting battle. Although his divine Devilbane lightning was far more effective in dealing with the devilish chi than he imagined, he didn't dare to throw himself into the fray. His best bet was to protect himself and see how things developed. If the devil ancestor took notice of his particular skill set and decided to attack him directly, he definitely wouldn't make it out in one piece. Furthermore, he was disconnected to what would happen to the great gene if the devil ancestor were to escape. He wasn't about to sacrifice himself on their behalf. With that in mind, he stealthily released his spiritual sense in the direction of the altar. Caught unaware, his spiritual sense was repelled from an undetectable restriction of sorts. He inwardly sighed and unconsciously turned his spiritual sense elsewhere and discovered something that made him pause. 300 meters deep below, he sensed a foot-large golden sphere. The gold-devouring beetles he had previously released. Like the cultivators and demons, these insects were brought along as well. When he earlier released his beetles, he had them scour the walls of the 8th floor to see if there were any weak points he could exploit, but because he was trapped in the sealed area created by the Black Wind Flag, he had lost contact with them. Because they were underground when they teleported, the others hadn't taken any notice of them. Hanli looked at the huge stone pillars surrounding the altar that twinkled with light. His heart stirred and he paused in hesitation before giving his hidden beetles a command. The golden sphere of light flashed and scattered all over. Corpse Xiong and the others closer to the battle were occasionally striking at the huge stone pillars in an attempt to destroy the spell formation, hopefully breaking the stalemate. But apart from Corpse Xiong's blood blade, the other attacks produced little effect. As for the large white hands that Long Meng summoned, they only served to shake the pillars. The stone pillars were made from an unknown material that was extremely durable. Of course, if Corpse Xiong or Long Meng had more time to deal with them, they would likely be able to break them. Just as the newly arrived cultivators thought to retreat, the wolf spat out several breaths of black qi at full force, madly sweeping towards them. Alarmed, they had no option but to respond with full force. While Hanli absent-mindedly dealt with the attack, he began to look around for a way to escape. Meanwhile, Taoist 7 Wonders had summoned forth 5 emerald rings while Master Sable protected him. 7 Wonders chanted incantations without end and flicked his fingers, striking each ring with spell seals. They all let out intermittent cries and began to tremble and shine with light. After occupying the new arrivals with great amounts of black qi, the large 2-headed wolf turned its gaze back to Long Meng and Corpse Xiong. The devil glared at them, viewing them as her current greatest enemies. Needless to say, after Yuan Cha and Long Meng spent so many years soul-fused together, they knew each other in their entirety. As such, Yuan Cha held Long Meng in fear. As for the stealthy appearance of Corpse Xiong, he was only a trifling late-nascent soul cultivator. But the blood blade in his hand was exceptionally powerful. Not only did devilish qi have no effect, but the blade seemed to be able to restrain the devilish qi in turn. If it weren't for the vast power difference between them, it likely would have been Corpse Xiong could have overcome the vast devilish qi by himself. In truth, if Yuan Cha hadn't taken the risk to ambush the younger immortal form elder with a bewitchment technique on the last floor, she wouldn't have been able to acquire the Dragon Call crest to get here. She would have left the Devil Suppression Pagoda before her devilish qi ran out instead. As of current, the seal on the altar had already begun opening. So long as she didn't leave, the altar could provide her with an unending source of devilish qi. Even when faced against so many cultivators, she had the upper hand and could slowly feel her exhausted devilish essence slowly recover. As a result, the devil chose not to take any risks and decided to dissolve the seal at a slow and methodical pace. However, green light began to glow with immense power, giving the wolf a feeling of a terrible familiarity. She raised her head and astonishedly shouted, "The devil restraining bands!" When the huge wolf saw the 5 rings, a trace of fear appeared from her eyes. The wolf head let out a world-shaking roar as an astonishing pressure erupted from it. Black light then began to shine from its mouth as if it were about to release an attack. However, 7 Wonders had already finished casting his technique and pointed to one of the rings in front of him. Then, with a grave face, he uttered, "Restrain." Contrasting his soft voice, the emerald ring flared brilliantly before disappearing. In a short moment, the huge wolf cried out as a green streak suddenly appeared next to her and wrapped around her head, forming a huge collar. Incantation characters roamed across its surface and it quickly shrunk. The devilish qi that was about to release was forcefully restrained and the wolf let out a cry of anguish. In a panic, the wolf swiped at the collar, claws flickered with a cold light. Green light flared and a muffled hum sounded out with the claw easily repelled. The ring tightened even further afterwards, causing the wolf to let out whine and whimper as if it were in extreme pain. When those nearby the altar saw this, they rejoiced and promptly began to attack with renewed vigor. With the huge wolf occupied, the devilish chi was masterless and greatly weakened, allowing it to be easily scattered. Corpse Xiong and Long Mang then made a mad rush to the center. The silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk both intended on rushing forwards as well. But suddenly they received voice transmissions from Corpse Xiong. The two exchanged a glance before shooting towards one of the stone pillars that surrounded them. At a distance away, they began to fire off ghost fiend threads and golden shockwaves in a combined assault. Master Sable and Taoist Seven Wonders rejoiced when they saw the treasure work, and the old Taoist poured magic power into the sword without reservation before slashing at the devilish chi in front of him. A huge swordlight leapt forward, clearing a path ahead. At the same time, Seven Wonders pointed at the other four emerald bands, having them blur next to the wolf's limbs in an instant. The four bands shined with light and tightened, forcing the huge wolf to tumble down from the altar and onto the ground. When Han Li saw this, he blinked and suddenly recalled the ancient treasure he acquired from the Heaven Void Hall in the past, the elemental bands. Apart from the vast difference in power, they both appeared to work the same way. It was likely that the elemental bands was a replica of them. At the moment, Master Sable furiously shouted, "Master Xiong, you dare?" Soon after, the old Taoist waved his hand. Han Li discovered that after Long Meng and Corpse Xiong rushed into the black chi, a white streak and two large green hands rushed upward into the sky, making their way to the changed forms of the Black Wind Flag and the Eight Spirit Ruler. As for Lady Mu, she was still tangled down by her bewitched junior. When Han Li saw this, he pursed his lips and frowned, decided to remain still for the time being. At his side, Lin Yinping and Grand Immortal Su both raced towards the two spirit treasures in the sky as well. As for Gue Ling, she simply shot a sideways glance at Han Li and hesitated for a moment, still having yet to join the fray. Spiritual light wildly flashed in the sky, followed by the sounds of unceasing explosions. The cultivators and demons that had fought together against the Elder Devil were now divided as they fought for the divine spirit treasures. As for Han Li, his gaze dropped onto the altar and looked at the huge wolf that was restrained. With a sullen expression, he shook his sleeve and a hum sounded, summoning several tens of small golden swords. While Han Li was releasing his flying swords, he spoke to Silvermoon in his mind. If I cut off the black wolf head, the devil ancestor should temporarily lose control over the body, but that could massively backfire. Wouldn't Long Meng rush to take control of the body first? Silvermoon quickly explained, with the devil restriction band's control, the devil's chi is sealed and her soul won't be able to leave the head. So long as the soul is detached from the body, I am confident in my ability to regain control. Even if Long Meng comes with her strong spiritual sense, she cannot contest with your incisive blade tempered with auric essence. Given that common treasures can't harm the Silvermoon wolf body and she would have to fight for control against the devil, she most likely wouldn't try since she would be at a disadvantage. Of course, she can't imagine that Master possesses so many flying swords of the same make, or she wouldn't have run off to fight for the divine spirit treasures. When Han Li heard her, he took a deep breath and resolved himself. Silvermoon was his artifact spirit after all. Any power she gained would directly be his as well. He promptly formed his hands in an incantation gesture and released his flying swords in the air. Golden light sparked between them and condensed together to form a giant shimmering golden sword. With the simple point of a finger, deep thunder boomed as a layer of golden lightning sheathed the sword. Silver strands burst from the tip to flash a silver wolf head for only a moment. With Silvermoon directly possessing the weapon, the sword was vastly improved and she would be able to directly enter her original body as soon as the devil was beheaded. The huge sword blurred, cleaving through the devilish chi like a bolt of lightning. Sparks leapt out from its wake, soon arrived near the altar in several flashes, heading straight towards the neck of the huge wolf's black head. The golden sword's astonishing display naturally caught the eye of everyone that was vying for the two divine spirit treasures. Even Long Meng gave a short pause in surprise before letting out a sneer. She didn't believe that the sword of a trifling mid-nascent soul cultivator could injure the body. But for everyone apart from her, they felt completely startled as they witnessed what would happen. When the huge blade dropped down with immense momentum at the neck of Blackhead, The wolf suddenly leapt up and evaded the attack. Han Li and company were completely dumbstruck. It was an act. The devil restricting bands didn't restrain it. Master Sable shouted out with a trembling voice. Taoist Seven Wonders' face also grew unsightly, but he wasn't about to give up. With his hands in an incantation gesture, he began to chant in an attempt to reactivate the restriction bands. The 5 rings brightly flared and began to tightly shrink once more, but the wolf only gave a Cheshire grin in response. It then leapt back on top of the altar without any difficulty. A pitch-black light shined from the wolf's center and completely enveloped it in a blaze of light before withdrawing entirely inside the wolf. In the blink of an eye, the wolf's sparkling silver fur dimmed and was tarnished black, the only exception being the other silver wolf head. Devil form body? When did she complete the transformation? When Long Meng saw this, her expression paled in disbelief. At that same time, the wolf raised its head and released matte black waves from its mouth that rippled the air. There was no sound, and they looked as delicate as a flower. The 5 emerald rings on the wolf's body were enveloped in these waves and shattered in dim sparks of light. With the initial attack of the golden sword missing, the blade immediately turned around and twisted its path like a viper as it made its way back to Han Li. The wolf coldly howled in response, condensing the devilish chi that had originally been scattered. They began to coil around the sword in blacks and snaring threads. Han Li raised his brow and instantly formed a hand seal, commanding the sword to release nearly half of its divine Devilbane lightning reserves. Thunder rang out and a ball of golden lightning radiated from the huge sword, releasing a world-shaking eruption. Countless arcs of lightning chaotically scattered through the air, erasing away the devilish chi wherever it passed, greatly thinning out most of the wolf's attack. The huge sword then used this opportunity to pierce through the opening the lightning created and instantly arrive back at Han Li's side. How does so much divine Devilbane lightning even exist in this mortal realm? The huge wolf couldn't help but glance at Han Li with a deep gaze. Despite Han Li's indifferent exterior, he felt his heart tremble. No matter how powerful the wolf's black shockwaves may be, they were extremely slow and faded away once they reached 100 meters away from her body. At that moment, the others felt a cold chill run down their back, feeling both relief and trepidation. The devil ancestor was truly cunning. It was able to easily break the devil restriction bands and deliberately feigned being incapacitated, luring the others to turn hostile in their fight for treasure. If it weren't for Han Li's wanton strike breaking her ploy, they would have done all the work for her as they fought for the divine spirit treasure, letting her kill whoever remained. The others then glanced at one another and dispersed in confusion. The divine spirit treasures were priceless, but now wasn't the time to pursue them. At that moment, a cold glint cast from the huge wolf's eyes and she raised her claw, swiping at the air. 5 translucent claw streaks ripped through the air before disappearing. A woman's miserable scream filled the space. Alarmed, the others looked at the edge of the devilish chi and saw Lady Mu rend to shreds by the claw streaks her treasures and defenses gave without the slightest resistance. She had been caught off guard as she was occupied with fighting her bewitched junior. Her nascent soul immediately emerged from the remains of her corpse and looked at the golden textile shuttle with a trace of hesitation before shooting off. However, the nascent soul found her escape blocked. The devilish chi nearby gathered and turned into a large black hand, blurring towards the woman's nascent soul in the blink of an eye. Another step ahead, the huge wolf suddenly let out a fierce howl. The piercing howl momentarily froze the nascent soul's magic power when she was attempting to escape with instant movement. The black hand then grabbed her and instantly dragged her into the devilish chi. "Stop!" Master Sable paled upon seeing this and shouted with furious alarm. He wildly poured magic power into the heaven-bound sword and began to chop at the air with violent fervor. In an instant, the heaven-bound sword created unending phantoms of itself, turning countless deep yellow sword lights into a mountain of blades. With astonishing pressure, it flew forward with unyielding strength in an attempt to save Lady Mu's life with all his might. The others were surprised by his actions, but were nonetheless happy to witness the old man launch such a powerful attack. Long Meng and Corpse Xiang exchanged a glance before joining in a joint attack. Taoist Seven Wonders frowned at Master Sable's sudden movements, but then he recalled a few rumors involving the two elders and an odd expression appeared on his face. Then, after a moment of thought, he flipped his hand and summoned a half-foot-large drum. The drum was scarlet and shined with beams of red light that almost appeared to be condensed from a raging inferno. As soon as it appeared, it instantly expanded to the size of 100 meters, filling the entire air with senseless heat, leaving all the cultivators and demons with the sensation of being roasted alive. When Lin Yinping saw the drum, she couldn't help but shout, "The Scarlet Cry Drum!" Grand Immortal Su circled above her head in the body of the peacock and also wore an expression of astonishment. Han Li swept his gaze and sensed the astonishing fire attribute spiritual power. It appeared to be just as powerful as his tri-flame fan. In his shock, he instantly recognized it to be a divine spirit treasure replica. Seven Wonders raised the drum in his hand and turned to Han Li with a blank expression. "Fellow Taoist Han, your divine Devilbane lightning is rather effective against devilish qi. Let us attack together. I will use the drum to conceal your movements." Han Li narrowed his eyes at the offer. Before he could respond, the great attack that Master Sable had just released made contact with the surging devilish qi down below. A huge rumbling quaked the air. The sword light and the devilish qi clashed. For a time, the two seemed to have found themselves in a deadlock. It was then that Long Meng's large white hand and Corpse Xiong's blood blade entered the battle. The huge wolf easily blocked this attack by releasing beams of black light from its mouth. Not only this, but the huge jet-black wolf suddenly raised its head and spat out two black balls. When the orbs touched the ground, devilish qi suddenly surged from them to form two silhouettes with eagle wings. These two pseudo-devils had the appearance of a young man with a hooked nose, each wielding a large black saber. They expanded their wings and directly flew over to the silver-winged Knife Fiend and the Lion Hawk, who have already mostly destroyed one of the formation's stone pillars. Before the two devils drew close to the two demons, they waved their weapons and launched sword streaks at the two. The two demons were shocked by the sudden attack of two newly formed devils. The silver-winged Knife Fiend blurred without any hesitation and disappeared into the wind. The Lion Hawk also quickly turned around with an ominous bearing and released golden shockwaves in a roar towards one of the devils. The devil raised its large saber to block the attack, but the golden sound waves completely enveloped it, shredding the devil back into wisps of black qi. The other devil raised its hand and was about to release a saber streak when the Night Fiend suddenly appeared behind it. He flicked his fingers and released a barrage of gray ghost fiend threads, littering the devil with holes and tearing it to mist. Having destroyed the two devils with such ease, the silver-winged Night Fiend incredulously stared at the remnants of the devilish qi. After a short moment, the black qi in front of him gathered and flickered with black light as the two devils were reformed. Before they were even fully formed, one of the devils pounced forward with an open mouth and spat out a stream of black qi. The Night Fiend frowned and raised his hand, releasing another wave of ghost fiend threads to meet the assault. As the attacks tangled together, the other devil transformed into a 3-meter-large hawk and swept to the Lion Hawk's side. As a sudden fight between beak and claws broke out, black and purple feathers rustled in the air. The Lion Hawk had a clear advantage, but the huge black hawk would rapidly recover from its heavy injuries. There was a black light roaming across its body that seemed to be healing it to the point of immortality. The Night Fiend found himself in a similar situation. Regardless of how many times he struck down the devil with his ghost fiend threads, it instantly reformed itself in the blink of an eye. It was clear these two devils were some sort of incarnation of Yuan-Cha. If their master didn't die or run out of devilish qi, they would be undying. Could it be that the devil ancestor was using these incarnations only to obstruct us from destroying the stone pillar? The Night Fiend thought, "It's clear that these two won't be able to defeat us." Although the two devils had lacking defenses, the devilish qi they spat were as equally vicious as the devil ancestors. The two demons were fully occupied in dodging their attacks. With the delay that the devils bought, the heavily damaged stone pillar soon began to shine with light as it mended itself. This deeply vexed the Night Fiend. Corpse Xiong saw what was happening to them and felt somewhat alarmed. Long Meng had condensed several large white hands from her spiritual sense and continuously used them to pound apart the devilish qi down below. While occupied with this, she sent Corpse Xiong a voice transmission, Do not worry. Those incarnations are mere portions of her soul formed from devilish arts. 2 are the most of what she can summon, or she would be using them to deal with us. But at this rate, we will surely be defeated. The most important point to note is that my body is being slowly corrupted by devilish chi. Although this change isn't currently permanent, it will be after she absorbs enough pure devilish chi from the altar. At that moment, the devil's soul will fuse with my body and I will no longer be able to recover it. Once she regains her full abilities, we will be completely annihilated. I'll have to take the risk. What do you mean, madam? Corpse Xiong asked with a respectful tone. I will use a secret technique to force myself into the body and fight for control. Although I will be a great disadvantage against an already devilified body, I can temporarily force her to sit still. With this, you will be given an opportunity to finish this. Long Meng coldly spoke. As Corpse Xiong attacked the devilish chi with his crimson light, he hesitantly said, I understand, madam. But isn't that too dangerous? Humph. With the altar unsealed, we have no other choice. Long Meng said with an annoyed tone. What exactly does the altar seal? The madam is quite fearful of it. Could it be the mighty devilish artifacts left behind from ancient times? It'd be better if it were only that. Even if the devil managed to gain power in this manner, we can easily avoid her by fleeing and then call upon others to take her down. Since I was once fused with the devil ancestor, I already had an idea of what is sealed underneath the altar. It is most likely the perfect devil chi that was brought here from the elder devil realm. Perfect devil chi? Corpse Xiong shouted. Long Meng gravely said. This was from an age before you incarnated into a refined corpse, but you should know how fearsome it is. It is completely different from ordinary devilish chi. Not only can it corrupt the spirit veins of the mortal world, but it can even spread corruption through the air. Common humans and low-grade cultivators will gradually turn into devils. Given enough time, the mortal realm will become a copy of the elder devils. But I heard that, in the past, the perfect devil chi was completely purified by the ancients. Could it still be there within the altar? Long Meng paused for a moment and explained. Perfect devil chi is the accumulated devil essence from the elder devil realm. While they could purify normal devilish chi, how could they possibly do that to something that can even change the nature of the world's spiritual chi? Only the spirit realm should have a method to dissolve it. Before I was sealed, I heard the 3 Kunwu masters speak of sealing a majority of the perfect devil chi and holding them in areas of the mortal world with the most abundant spiritual chi. They used the pressure of these sites to suppress them. Corpse Xiong wore a wavering expression upon hearing her. That certainly makes sense. Kunwu Mountain is one of the most famous spirit mountains in history. Using the mountain vein to suppress the devilish chi was a reasonable plan. They probably hoped that constant exposure to the pure spiritual chi would slowly erode the perfect devil chi. But the mountain's spiritual chi was far sparser than in the past. Without a million years of time, the devilish chi won't dissolve. If it is released now, it would be impossible for it to be sealed again. Not to mention that the devil ancestor would be completely unstoppable after she absorbs the perfect devil chi. A dark glint flashed from Corpse Xiong's eyes and he uttered, but even if the entire mortal realm became corrupted, why should we care? In the past, the demons and humans of the spirit realm had already once expelled the elder devils from this world. We've done all we could do here. Wouldn't it be better for us? Long Meng coldly smiled and said, I know that in the past you were brought to this realm as a corpse bear, a human spirit beast. Didn't you come to the devil-suppressing pagoda and assist me in hopes of using a reverse spirit stream to return to the spirit realm? However, your cultivation is far below deity transformation stage. Even if you were to use one, the spatial forces will rend you out of existence. And how did you guess that I knew the location of a reverse spirit stream? Corpse Xiong wore a faint smile and said, the madam must be joking. I was only a spirit beast because I had yet to awaken my consciousness. And don't worry about me passing through the spirit stream. I have prepared for countless years and have a method in mind. As the concubine to the great demon king Tian Kuei, who else would know of the location of a reverse spirit stream if not you? Long Meng snorted and bluntly said, You hold quite some belief in me, but to tell you the truth, I will only be able to find reverse spirit streams after I completely reclaim my old body. So, don't entertain any ideas of running. Corpse Xiong grinned and instantly replied, So long as I fulfill your wishes, you will agree to take us to the spirit realm? We will naturally do our utmost to obey. That will be fine. Act as my protector. Long Meng nodded with satisfaction. Soon after, Long Meng held her hands in an incantation gesture, and her entire body flared in silver light. At that same moment, Hanli also took action as per Seven Wonders' request. He parted his hand to release several bolts of divine Devilbane lightning below, scattering clouds of devilish chi. As the huge wolf faced the allied cultivators, beams of black light continuously released from the vast clouds of devilish chi, pushing back the mountain of yellow chi and the other attacks. The devilish chi had now spread to over half of the area, surrounding most of those present. Suddenly, the stone pillars gradually lit up with blinding light and let out a low hum. Ancient talisman characters appeared from each stone pillar and began to tremble. The scene was cause for amazement for both demon and human. But when Seven Wonders saw this, his face sank. Although he hadn't listened to Long Meng and Corpse Xiong's conversation, he could faintly guess that something terrible was about to occur. With gritted teeth, he tossed the drum into the air and had it float midair. He then harshly yelled, "Fellow Taoist Sable, what are you doing? Quickly bring it out, or we will suffer calamity."